Globe and across Australia. We welcome you to day 2 of Surf Boats here at Tugun, to be televised across YouTube to the screens here at the 2026 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships here on the Gold Coast. A little bit further north than our compatriots down on the beach from North Kira. We've returned back to Tugun after some fantastic racing at Balinga, and we are very much looking forward to bringing you a combination of open men's, open women's, reserve men's, reserve women and under 23 men here today. On screen at the moment we will be having the South Area Open Women Heat number 2, and been sitting here watching from the beach, Avalon Beach on screen, just moving their boat down the beach. It has been very challenging conditions from the surf. Seen many times there's a lot of very unclean water coming through, very uneven break across the course. As we see a wider shot here, a lot of extra water movement that has not been prepared. We've already seen as well earlier today from Victoria, Jeff Matthews, a very strong individual, lose his sweep or going out to sea. Which means it's going to be very difficult for these crews to come through. My name is Tate Tregay Copeland. We'll be joined by a bevy of individuals. Don Cottrell will be coming into the comms booth in a second, alongside Tom Barrett from Maroochydore, and Tasha Tunney from South Australia representing Glenelg. Phil Stefano will be jumping in here and there. Scotty Edwards as well, bringing you the best of the best here at the 2026 Surfboat Championships as part of the Aussies. Results will be coming through on live heats this morning, broken up into a north and south area respectively. So in order to make sure which your clubs that you are following, the crews that you are following, double check just to see if they can't find them in one area, they are most likely in the other. Looking now onto the south area, just a little bit of change and movement going around. The Surfers Paradise crew on screen at the moment, behind the Currumbin. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Returning into the commentary booth after a fantastic win in the 220s Masters event yesterday, it is Mr. Don Cottrell. Don, how are we?
I'm very good, thanks, mate, and well called yesterday too, mate. I did watch the replay. Thank you very much. A little bit croaky this morning. Had a couple of celebratory beverages last night, but I'm here and we're at Tugun, which is fantastic being back at Tugun. And man, it's hard work out there today. I was down on the beach earlier, a whole lot messier when you're standing on the shoreline than what it looks on the live stream. And we've certainly seen some carnage this morning. Probably two of our more favoured boats in the open men finished last in their round robins, the Wanda Weapons, New South Wales state champions. They came to grief. They got across the line inside the time limit, but they're a minimum points out of the first round. And same with the Currumbin Barbarians crew, the Australian crew, came to grief as well. So it's tricky out there, even for the best of our crews. What do we got coming up, mate? There's Burleigh on the line.
We'll be looking at the Burleigh Mowbray Park Broadbacks with Matthew Smith as their sweep in round 1 of Heat 2 in the open female surf boats here in the south area. And it is a heavy race here. The South Curl Shakers in Alley 1, Currumbin Cockatoos in Alley 2, Burleigh Heads in Alley 3, Port Kembla Parasites in Alley 4, the Surfers Paradise Spice in Alley 5, and the Currumbin Hunters in Alley 6. And it is a strong contingent from the home state here, Don.
Yeah, certainly is. A couple of Queensland's better performing crews. The Burleigh crew was the Queensland state team open female crew, and they're up against Paul Kembla, who might have won the New South Wales state championship if my memory serves me correct. Worked by Jack Patterson with his wife in the stroke seat. But yeah, there's some quality crews here. Gus Spiteri, I don't know what he's doing there. Having a chat with Sean Stacey from North Curly. A couple of Aussie gold medalists right there on screen.
Certainly just doing a bit of interpretive dancing there. Good to see Gus Spiteri.
Yeah, well, he might be hoping for something in 2032, mate. Couldn't do any worse, could we?
No.
Yeah.
But it is a very, like you were saying, we're moving up from Bilgola, Belinga rather, and you rowing in that, sort of seeing those conditions. It's just looking a little bit less clean, but the swell's still there. It's going to make for some very exciting racing, Dom.
Yeah, I was having a chat with Peter Spence from Palm Beach, just down on the beach there earlier, and he's rowed here at Tugun the last couple of days, and he reckons this is the trickiest of the days. We've been competing down at Belinga, North Kira area, and yeah, he reckons today's the trickiest day at Tugun, and we're back here. So yeah, even though the swell has dropped, probably halved in size, the swell, we've got a nor'easter blowing on it currently. We've got an easterly swell, northerly wind, and it's really putting a wonk and a wobble on the ocean out there. Very difficult for these sweeps to read what's going on. Not sure what the hold-up is here, mate. The open females on the line.
Usually when we have a bit of a hold-up on this, they'll probably have convened the boat panel, rather,
Yep.
and do a sweeps meeting just to sort of reassess the conditions and what is the best direction to go in these conditions. So usually I think it's probably maybe warranted in these types of conditions here at the moment, especially. A few crews have gone out. We've already seen a little bit of carnage happen across the open men and open women as we now look to the north area, giving a nice shot as these crews are getting ready to go out.
Yeah, there's our drone. We were operating in two areas here. This is the northern area as we're looking along the front of Tugun beachfront there. The scrutineering tent in the background there. All of our boats go through the scrutineering, getting checked for weight. But yeah, a bit of a delay here.
While we have just a little bit of time here, we might run through the sponsors that have been oh so gracious in giving their support for this fantastic event. Not just in surf boats from across the beach here on the south part of the Gold Coast. The strategic event partners of Experience Gold Coast and Tourism and Events Queensland doing a power of work and helping promote this event. Our event partners of BRP, Fins and Nutrigain. The event sponsor Triple M Gold 92.5, providing some fantastic tunes for the competitors up here to listen to throughout the weekend. And our major national partners for Surf Life Saving Australia, DHL, Isuzu Ute, Qantas and Westpac.
Well done, mate. And thanks to all of those sponsors. It is a big operation that Surf Life Saving Australia put on. It is the big dance. Gus Spiteri on screen there with his South Curly crew, the Shakers. They are just waiting to see what's happening here, whether they're adjusting the course. Oh, don't tell me they're moving them back. They're moving them somewhere.
It's like they're getting
ready
to push out here in the south area. Round 1, Heat 2. The South Curl Shakers on screen at the moment with Georgie, Abby, Kayla, Lara and Mr. Spiteri. Round out Alley 1, Currumbin Cockatoos to their right in Alley 2. The Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Broadbacks in 3. Port Kembla Parasites in 4. Surfers Paradise Spice in 5. And the Currumbin Hunters round us out in this 6-boat race.
Yeah, a couple of hot crews here. Currumbin Cockatoos have had a late start to the season. They're former Australian champions. They've had one change in the crew. Michelle Gaffney has come in the place of Calissa, who's having a bub. Good on you, and I'm sure that Calissa is watching the girls here today. Port Kembla, New South Wales State Champs. Screen there, Matt Smith from Burleigh Heads in the black boat. And the check starter appears to be happy with the line. The flag is up there. And this wind, mate, meant to turn around from the north into the west, so that should clean things up later on today. We'll definitely be looking forward to that. Gun is up.
Gun goes away. From the bottom of the screen will be South Curl Shakers. The Currumbin Cockatoos having a bit of trouble getting out the start there is Swoop's crew, Matt Wildman.
I don't think he had trouble there. I think he purposely held the girls up there. There's a bit of a shore in front of him, and Matt has given the call to the girls saying, don't jump in on the gun, go in on my call. And he is selecting when the girls get in the boat and start. But they all charge out. They've all cleared the first shorey, which has been a bit of a challenge, but waves building at the back here. Oh, Burleigh up and down there.
Yeah, just a bit of trouble for Burleigh Heads going over this next wave here. They'll have to contend with the already broken wave that Port Kembla will hit on this stroke here. Big green room white water for Port Kembla. They'll get pushed back a little bit more. And it seems like the South Curl crew have called them easy just to go over this next wave coming. Ooh, bit of a shoot back, and it's a rollover for South Curl Shakers, desperately trying to keep it. Then they've managed to save it. Does the bow girl for the South Curl Shakers.
It is the Hunters down the other end at the top right-hand side of your screen that have shot out there. Will McDowell, the Kiwi, the little jockey at the back of that boat. And the Hunters, Tegan McPhillips, Marianne Walker, Katrina Wilkinson and Genevieve Kelly. The twinnies are in there. And again, former Australian champions in this crew as well. Australian team representatives, South Curly in a world of pain there. And it ain't over for them yet. Still much more waves to climb over. Gus has said hold it. Looks like the rest of the field has been able to clear that back bank, Tate.
But no crew has done it better than the crew in Alley 6 for the Currumbin Hunters. A bit of a reversal of the death by Alley 6 we saw yesterday in Balinga, and they have shot out through the park here. Following behind their trails is Port Kembla and their compatriots from Currumbin. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park probably just a boat length behind the pack as Will McDowell sends his girls around, and they're going to have the first crack of these waves coming back in here now, Don.
Yeah, nice turn there from Will and the Currumbin Hunters, and they've got their nose heading back in. They're going to turn this boat lead into a lot of boat lengths here. And South Curly trailing the field there. They've been able to get over that back bank and out into deeper water. And Currumbin on their way home on the right-hand side of your screen. Three boats turning there now, mate.
He's been very picky with the waves as Will McDowell, who's called them a little bit easy, but now it's a little bit of wave building under Port Kembla and Surfers Paradise. Graham Hugel with his Spice crew, they'll just fall off the back of it here, but there is one building out the back that will Currumbin on the left of screen will be able to pick up first on.
Yeah, they'll be going to be going for that one, that's for sure.
And Port Kembla as well, trying to get this little bit of a runner here down on the middle of your screen. Just unfortunately fall off the back of it at the mercy of Surfers Paradise. Long stroke to try and catch this wave coming through here. Port Kembla will finish off in second. Will McDowell is nice and safe, but a fantastic wave from the New South Wales state representatives here.
Yeah, Jack Patterson up the back of that boat there. You're in pretty safe hands there. Water moving everywhere here, though. As Jack talks to the crew, Currumbin might just be the wave in front. Down there on the right-hand side, we are looking for points to get them through the round-robin racing. Oh, Jack Patterson, commentator's curse, round he goes and out. Has he broken a sweep ball there?
It has a broken sweep ball there. Wow. Coming through Surfers Paradise as well with a late trail with Graham Hugel at the back.
And the Port Kembla girls, they're not waiting for Jack. They have kept on rowing. They want to get themselves in over the line there. And there goes the Hunters over for maximum points as they bounce sideways across. Port Kembla interfering, it looks now, with the Burleigh Heads crew. Burleigh's going to sneak around them there. No harm done there. Oh, as Hugel calls the girls back to their seats, reaching for their oars. Hughes has jumped out.
They've just managed to finish over the race in second there. Burleigh Heads will finish in third. Port Kembla just trying to find some little thing to just try and get over the line here. A bit of trouble for Currumbin as well.
Yeah, don't know what happened to Currumbin there. They must have come to grief on the back bank as well. And there's South Curly.
We'll probably see that more time and time again. The second stroke just giving a little bit of extra support on the sweep oar, just to help hold the boat really quite straight. And that nose will probably just not quite get down. It'll just be a few rows over the line for the South Curly crew. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make up that time where they just got hit at the start of the race, Don.
Yeah, can't believe what happened to Port Kembla there. Like Jack Patterson has just pushed on that oar and it appears to have snapped, and with the weight of his force that he was pushing on the oar, sent him over the side of the boat. Not as if he copped a back shoot there or anything specifically wrong with the pressure on the sweep oar. So that is bad luck for them, and pretty unusual that you would break an oar like that in the middle of a race without sort of a back shoot or some sort of carnage. South Curly, Burleigh on screen there now, the under-23 boys grabbing the boat for the girls.
Certainly looking forward to watching them a bit later today in our program with open men, open women, reserve women and under 23 men. That was just that concludes the open female racing here in the south area, as we now look to the under 23 heat 1 of round 1 with the Wanda Wabbits on screen at the moment, testing the alliteration skills that you can have with the crew from the Shire. Surfers Paradise Sharks will be in Alley 2. The South Maroubra Swingers will be in Alley 3. The Titahi Bay Twin Turbo from New Zealand in Alley 4. Surfers Paradise Shaggers in Alley 5. And the South Curl Dribblers in Alley 6.
And Titahi Bay, they're not here for a haircut. They don't come across the ditch for no reason. The boys are in the top.
Boys of Liam, Christian, Alex and Connor, and Tim Marsden, their sweep, coming over from New Zealand. Represented New Zealand as well in the ASRL Open in the Trans-Tasman Test. Yeah. Quintessential dark green boat with the silver fern.
Yeah, swept by Tim Marsden there.
Keep this boat over in Queensland for these events. They bring it down for the ASRL and for the Australian Championships.
Couple of Surfers Paradise crews here. You'll note the black armbands on the Surfers Paradise crews. They lost one of their under 23 rowers in the last week. Very sad, paying respect with the black armbands.
Certainly very harsh time, but shows the camaraderie of this sport and the power of the surf boats of the Surfers Paradise Club to get around their rowers in times of tragedy. Jack Starter is happy here, meaning that they are happy with how the boats are set out. South Maroubra is probably just a little bit further ahead, but they found their hole, trying to avoid a hole. When the gun goes up, means that the course judges are happy with a potentially as even a start as they possibly can get, especially in these conditions where there's a lot of extra water movement going around. The gun goes and they are out and away is these crews. From the left of screen there will be the Wanda Wabbits, and then in Surfers Paradise Sharks, South Maroubra on screen at the moment, just getting hit a little bit on the bank. Followed next to them is Titahi Bay, who has done a fantastic effort to get out in these conditions. And then the other Surfers Paradise crew, the Shaggers, will be in 5, and South Curl Dribblers will be in 6. And it is the crew in Alley 2, the Sharks, who have managed to get the best run out of here, Don.
Yes, mate, South Maroubra, they're copping a fair bit there. Sweep Julian La Rosa Moe. Oh, man, they are going up and down like they're in a washing machine. There's the Wanda Wabbits on screen there now. Just a couple more to beat here, and they're going to clear themselves out into deep water. Don't know how South Maroubra, they're going to have to put the pedal to the metal here. One building for them. Can they get over the top of this? Wanda as well. And they're going to cop. Oh, there they go. Surfers Paradise up and over. South Curly, they look like they've gotten out down in Alley 6.
Dribblers of South Curly with Levi, Cody, Finnegan, Sam and Mr. Rob Lowry at the back of their boat has managed to get the best run out of it, but it is currently a battle between Alley 6 and Alley 2. Surfers Paradise Shark getting a very, very nice run out, and they're probably going to be our provisional race leaders at the moment, Don.
Yeah, they certainly are. Guy McKenna, the Victorian, saw the light, moved up from Vic. Mate, living on the Gold Coast now. What a wise move that is. Getting a bit of a grimace there from my co-commentator here, Tate, who is a Victorian.
No, it's a bit too humid for my taste up here to stay up full-time, Don.
Fair enough. And we are riding with the Surfers Paradise crew there, and they've had a nice row to see here. Yeah, moving into their gate can, turning can now.
Yeah, we don't have gate cans today for this event, as South Curl go around in 1, followed by Surfers Paradise Sharks in 2. And the boys with Rob Lowry doing some fantastic and getting a lot of YouTube videos and Instagram as well. They'll get the best pick of the runners coming through. And there is one, as the set starts to rebuild back up again, right under the South Curl crew now, trying to catch this little runner and extend their lead even further, desperately trying to keep their nose down. It probably just won't be enough, but they've managed to get a good lead here, Don.
Yeah, and the bow goes down again. They're going to run the top of this one again. Not pretty, but effective down there on the right-hand side of your screen. Nice wave there for the crew from Surfers Paradise. As Guy looks back over his shoulder to see what's coming. Waves building at the back here. One coming for South Maroubra here. I don't know what they can do with that. Run the top of it. It's not going to turn into a wave for them. And while all this is happening, South Curly's having these other crews coming at them.
A really good wave from Surfers Paradise crew in Alley 5. The Shaggers trying to desperately catch up. They'll fall off the back, and here come the New Zealanders to Tahi Bay. There goes that nose, Don. Oh, here they come, the New Zealanders from nowhere.
Didn't they rip into that? That was super aggressive rowing there from the Kiwis.
Tom Barrett will be loving that lean back, trying to get that nose down.
Yeah, some good surf skills there from the boys from Tahi Bay. South Curly going to get across the line in front of them. But wow, what an aggressive chase of a runner that we just saw then out of the Kiwis. Super stuff. Surfers Paradise coming at them now.
Shaggers with a trail on their wave, just trying to get their nose down. Bauman goes up to keep the nose, and they'll go back to their seats to finish off the race. Getting ahead of their compatriots who just had a bit of trouble, did the crew with Guy McKinder, just slewing on that little wave, managed to recover quite well, but they'll lose their place, and they might just be pipped up here by South Maroubra, who's got a little bit more of the extra run here. Very, very tight. We'll leave it to the line judges. McKinder goes around. Too close to call from here, Don.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a flurry on the finish line then. A few crews coming into contention there for points. As we mentioned, there'll be 3 rounds of round robin, and then they will do a cut. And there is Wanda. Big Les up the back of the Wanda crew.
We currently have in the under 23 crews. Just have to double check. I feel like it would be what, in between 12 and 18 crews going through. Probably not 18.
No, certainly be doing better than a 50% cut.
This is certainly conditions where skills are extra important, but there is that sort of element of luck here as the Cronulla crew, the Sea Slugs, are on screen at the moment, and they'll be to the left of your screen, followed by Markula Maxibons, the Burleigh Heads Murray Park Bairleys, as I've been told by their sweet Mr. Matt Smith, as in they're barely on time. The Currumbin Drakars in 4, and the Cronulla Stingrays in 5, and the Avoca Beach Got Crabs in 6 for this next race, Don.
Yeah, a couple of hot crews there. Currumbin Drakars, current Australian champions. Swept by Anthony O'Toole. And Markula, pretty sure they won the Queensland State Championships in that division. On screen there now. Steve DeLawrence, the sweep of that crew. Former North Cronulla sweep and rower, and he's done a fantastic job at Markula building that section up.
Has been fantastic to see. Majority of clubs building up their surf boat contentions across more clubs being represented this year across the 316 clubs that we have across the country. Oh, it came up on the screen here, Don.
You didn't pull that one out of your back pocket, mate?
No. Speaking of clubs with surf boat pedigree, Avoca Beach Got Crabs and Burleigh Heads again returning back into surf boats. The great passionate man at the back of their boat, Matt Smith. Flag has gone up. Gun has yet to go up, as we see the boys and the looks on these boys' faces.
Andrew Collins there at the back of the Andy Hoban boat, one of our co-commentators. There's a couple of Mitchells in that crew there as well. There is a gazillion Mitchells in the Avoca Club.
Bookending the boat in terms of rowers with Kai in stroke and Brooklyn in bow. Gun is up. Gun goes away. Markula on screen. They'll be in Alley 2. Alley 1, the Cronulla Sea Slugs. In alley 3, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, just getting a little bit checked on the back here. Currumbin Drakkars in 4, Cronulla Stingrays in 5, and Avoca Beach got Crabs in 6. And it looks like it's Markula and Currumbin who've got the best run out in these first 10 strokes here, Don.
Yeah, something happened there on the left-hand side of your screen. Cronulla might have just stopped rowing for a second. The sweep leant forward. Not sure what was going on there. But they have just dropped themselves back about a boat length or so behind the leading crews. Markula, what a start they got. Steve De Laurence bolted off the beach here, and there's an opportunity for him here. He needs to punch through this one pretty hard. And is he going to be able to get up and over? He's gone around the corner of that. That's pretty handy. Oh, the crew down the other end there, Tate.
Stingrays.
Avoca Beach.
Avoca Beach as well. Probably just trying to catch up a little bit to Markula from this angle, but Cronulla Stingrays just having a little bit of trouble getting check started on their wave. It's all green here from now on as Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who is at the back of the pack, is rounding us out here. But Markula with a fantastic row out, are really good in the bright orange caps with the 2 white lines going through.
Yeah, well, they've turned a good start into a good lead here as all crews get into deep water. And good to see a couple of 23 crews here from Cronulla as well. And build the strength of your club through your juniors and your 23s. You're doing pretty well. Future looks bright.
Absolutely, it does.
Avoca Beach down on the right-hand side. They're probably leading out with Markula at this stage.
Just waiting an opportunity here. It's sort of these conditions here just very messy. It means making sure the technique is good and the sweep, just making sure that the balance of the boat is as best as it can be to try and get the maximum stroke in.
Yeah, you're trying to level the boat out in these sort of conditions as Steve Lawrence starts to angle into his turning can. Wow, he's wide.
It's a very, very wide turn from Markula, and they'll probably just lose their lead to Avoca Beach, who have managed to get out quite nicely. There'll be a wave that's building behind them as they just drop off the back of this one to try and extend their lead over Markula.
Cracking turn there from Avoca. They certainly showed Markula how to do a turn. Oh, man, there's some lumps here as well, isn't it? Geez, wouldn't you like to have been around in alley 1 and got yourself on that one?
Absolutely. Markula's sweep gets on the chocks. They'll let that one go because there is one building behind now. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park will try and catch this one on the way down, and Currumbin as well, making a very nice play in the middle of the pack. Late takeoff for Markula. That'll be a very nice wave. Maybe wave of the summer if he can hold it here. Fantastic from Markula. Oh, it goes around. Unfortunately, won't get it. Currumbin holds onto that wave a lot easier and a lot better here, Don.
Yeah, late takeoff there by Markula, who's on a hiding to nothing there. No boat speed, and the nose has dropped down the front of that one, and he hasn't been able to hold it. There are the Drakkars on screen there now. Anthony O'Toole, as we mentioned, current Australian champions there. Nice blade work. You see the blades down on the water. They're slowing the boat up, and they're going to bounce around. They will square up, and they'll get themselves home here.
From 4th to 1st in that race for the Currumbin Drakkars. A very nice wave. It ain't over until it's over. Avoca Beach just cruising on a little bit of this wave here.
Doing their best to row out of the area of the Drakkars. They've gone well and truly south here. Got their act together here now, and they just need to get their nose over. Avoca coming at them, though. Don't know where the finish line is here, but we see Avoca and Currumbin come across the line. Oh, both sideways everywhere here, mate.
Absolutely. Cronulla as well. The Stingrays in alley 5 just managed to line themselves back up again. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park here. Matt Smith probably just got a little bit of the nice few runners here, but probably just couldn't quite hold them onto them as these crews are going through. But these are very challenging conditions here. And even we're seeing the best of the sweeps are having a really hard time. And there's currently a ghost boat for the Cronulla crew in alley 1, the Sea Slugs.
The Sea Slugs have gone to the water. And that is a ghost boat there. Interesting change in rules based on safety is that the IRBs and jet skis are allowed to pick rowers up and sweeps up and return them to their boat. That is something that we don't normally have in competition. Outside assistance is normally frowned upon. As Markula limp over the line here. Wow, they had a big opportunity. Oh, they don't have a sweep.
Don't have a sweep, and their backup sweep there in the stroke. Jude Ladigan just has jumped in the back here.
Oh, I love that. I get a smile on my face every time I see a rower jump up the back and try and hold onto the big handle. Anyway, the boys get it across the line. They're going to get some points for that. And there's a bit of swimming going on out the back there. That'll be the Cronulla crew. They're a gazillion miles from their boat.
Bit of a reminder on the rules for those who might have forgotten or might not know. Rather than having all rowers and the sweep in the boat, you only need 3 and 3 oars available in the boat to cross the finish line to get the points.
Yep. Yeah. In control of the boat as well. So 3 oars, 3 rowers, and yeah, we've just got word we're going to shift out of the southern area and move to the north, and here we are up in the northern area here, and we're looking at Allura, Palm Beach, North Cronulla, just pushing in as Tate Manley scrambles to the live heats. Get a look at who's coming up here and what we're looking at, but I would assume this would be under 23s.
Looks like it, and we can definitely see maybe the best hair and surf boats, as I think you tell him, in the second Palm Beach crew there, Charlie Trotter. There he is right there on screen with the red shorts.
We still might have females, mate, have we? Yes, we do,
yes,
as we get in a bit closer. And that was at North Cronulla.
And it's Bernie. Oh, how about this? The crew from Tasmania coming up. Love to see it. With Bernie, have done a fantastic effort down in Surf Life Saving Tasmania. Strong contention, a strong showing from them at their state championships at Carlton Park.
As I hand Tate my phone to help me out with the IT side of things, and in Bernie go. Interesting start, the way that the rowers are facing nearly out to sea. Having a little bit of timing issues there. Get it together, girls. Stroke. Yeah, she's going for it. Oh, back shoot there from Bernie. Keep at it, girls. Have a look at these girls go, punching into this surf.
Absolutely fantastic. As we look now to the open women, the Allura Wilco, who will be on the left of screen, Palm Beach Pirates in alley 2, the Palm Beach Pursuit in alley 3. As we said, our Tasmanian representatives, the Bernie Breeze in 4, and the Mona Vale Mona Mayhem in alley 5.
And waves coming at the back here for all of these crews. There's a set looming out the back. And you mentioned good hair. There it is there, right there on screen. Wow, he's checked them. They've stopped rowing and they're having a look. The Allura Wilco's down the other end. Up and over they go. They need to pick up a bit more boat speed here to keep themselves getting into deep water. Bottom of the screen there. Bang, big hit there for Mona Vale. They've bounced over that one though, and they will be able to get themselves into some deeper water here. Bernie still trying to get themselves out. They're going to cop a whack here as well.
Here they go. The Tasmanian crew up and over. Sweep oar is still intact, but it is currently the race leaders on the top of your screen, the Palm Beach Pirates, who have gotten out safely. Mona Vale will try and catch up to them. Alongside them, the Allura Wilco. Now is to get a better sense on the lay of the land of the conditions here at Tugun. Very lumpy, very messy. But if you're able to hold on to these waves, you'll be able to get out nice and safely and catch some nice runners on the way home, Don.
Absolutely. And Coxie there from Palm Beach, he's going to be the first one to hit the tin here. Just watch him spin round that. Oh, we've got gate cans.
This is unheard of this
weekend. Gate cans in the northern area. Well done. Okay, they've gone through the gate, not the turning can. And Palm Beach, just there accelerating away from the other crews. That is good boat speed there from Stephen Cox and his crew there.
Ingrid, Lucy, Meg and Steph in that boat as they start to begin their angle in on the black can. Goes around, or goes in. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, and they're out and away on 3 with a boat length in front of Palm Beach and the other Palm Beach crew and the Allura Wilco. Mona Vale will go around in 4. A wide turn there from Charlie Trotter's crew in Palm Beach. They'll have to try and catch up and try and get the extra points here done.
Yeah, while all this is happening, Coxie turned around, jumped on the first little runner and away he went. Allura sort of stalled as they came out of that turn. Didn't accelerate out as much as Wilco would have liked to have done. They're running the top of this one now.
One building for Palm Beach Pursuit. Palm Beach, Spence's crew there. We've just mixed up the Palm Beach crews, the Pirates rather, on screen at the moment. Mona Vale trying to catch up. Charlie's got to give a little bit of extra movement to make sure he stays in his lane and he'll get in there quite safely. Mona Vale menace as well with Bryce Munro at the back of the boat there. Nice little runner for them trying to catch up their wave, and they're going to be at the mercy of this wave coming here, Don.
Yeah, they're digging deep here, nose down. Let's see if they can drop down the front of this one. No, that's going to slip underneath them. But there is Coxie. There is no doubt about our leading boat there. That is Palm Beach Pirates, Stephen Cox. Girls rowing through the gutter, heading into the gutter here now.
Mona Vale just trying to row for the gutter, will jump off the back, and here come the pursuit, hot on the tails of the Allura Wilco crew. They've got a very nice runner. They unfortunately just fall off the back of it. Wilco calls them easy for the Allura Wilco crew as the Whitewater starts to catch up to them now.
Oh, Wilco just bending on that sweep ball. Round he goes. The girls are going to have to straighten themselves up here. Another boat coming at them too.
Late trail from Charlie Trotter's crew, the pursuit. He's managed just to hold on to it. He's got to try and spin it around, and they'll stay on the top. But all of this nonsense, Mona Vale have managed to come through to sit in second place here.
Yeah, Bryce Munro at the back of that crew. And Allura have got their act together, and they're going to shoot across for second position. Mona Vale in third. Bit of action in that one, Tate.
Absolutely. How could you not love surf boats, Don?
Yeah, it's been fantastic the last couple of days. That's for sure.
A little bit of movement here, just trying to find the time. Looks like the other surfers, other Palm Beach crews probably lost their second strokes oar. So just rowing with two over the line as the jet ski starts to bring it over. There's still one crew to finish off, and that is our Tasmanian representatives of Georgia, Lucy, Sarah and Janelle, with Damien Purcell at the back of the Burnie boat.
They're going to get another couple of opportunities to pick up some bigger points, the crew from Burnie. Great to have them up here on the Gold Coast. So used to be very strong in surf boats, did the Tasmanians. Very good at the marathons. Used to do a decent one down there on the Derwent. Numbers have dropped off down that way.
Still a very strong contingent, I would say, in terms of their surf boats up on the north western coast.
Yeah.
I know there's a surf boat at Bridport across the other side on the northeastern, and definitely trying to get more surf boats up there for Burnie, all the other clubs there, and hopefully a few more in Hobart coming through as well.
Got a great surf club too. The Burnie Surf Club's a monstrous club. We are sticking with the north area here. Tugun Surf Club in the background there. And big shout out to the Tugun workforce who have done a great job here. And they would be stoked to see this event back on their beach. We were about 3 kilometres to the south yesterday, down at Balinga. The camera zooms around and gives you a shot of what the northern area is looking like there. What do we got next, mate? They're on the line.
Mona Vale, Mona Black will round us out. Will start us for round one, heat one of the under 23 male. In alley 2, Whale Beach, Moby Dicks. Alley 3 of the Stockton Sluggos. Alley 4, the Coogee Cobia. Alley 5, North Narrabeen 4 strokes. And in alley 6, it's the Allura Pirates.
Yeah, Bryce Munro has had to jump out of alley 6, run down to alley 1 into the back of the Mona Vale Black crew. And what a result this crew has had in open surf boats. Mona Vale Black, I think they won 3 in a row, mate, back in the day. Very dominant. We might have God on screen there, Donnie McManus. I'm going to say 82 years of age. How good is he going?
Speaks to power that he has put in for the Whitecaps of North Narrabeen.
Shout out to his supportive wife, Carol. She is at every surf boat carnival I've ever been to where North Narrabeen has been there. And again, cannot speak highly enough of Don McManus. Second from the bottom of your screen there. Got Allura at the bottom of the screen.
Nesbitt at the back of their boat.
Timmy Nesbitt had a big day yesterday too, Timmy. Sweeping the Allura crews.
Jay, Dane, Jai and Cameron. Crew from the Sutherland Shire in Sydney.
Kickstarter happy with the line. They're just waiting for the gun here now.
It's probably one of the more difficult jobs from an official standpoint, doing the gun starting, especially in these conditions where there might just be an element of go out and for your life. And we've seen this well earlier this morning, where even though the gun goes off doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go. You can wait to for better conditions. You might just lose a few boat lengths doing that, Don.
Yeah, rather better than jumping in and taking a stroke and going straight under one. Guns up here now. You can see them get crouched down here. The starter is looking to get all of the bows down. Man, there's no distance between these waves. He's going to really struggle to get all bows down here. In and away they go.
That's probably the best start that we've probably seen all day. As soon as those bows went down, they were out and away. Coogee in alley 3, getting the best of the runs at the start. Up and away. Oh, the bow just has a little bit of trouble. He's composed himself quite well to get back into it here, and over and away they go. Strike rate is up for our race leaders. Coogee here, Don.
Yeah, Moby Dix down there in alley 2. That is a Whale Beach Moby Dix. They copped a decent check and then followed up with another one. But Coogee, they've ripped off the beach there at gazillion miles an hour.
Lockie, Jack, Ronan and Sean getting the best of the runs here, but right next to them, Stockton Sluggos will hit the white water here while Coogee gets a nice little run through.
Loving this drone angle here, a little bit lower down on the water, closer to our cruise, and you can get a sense of, have a look at that, Kabush.
Allura get pushed back there, out of screen and out of the way.
There's Donnie McManus at the back of the North Narra, Coogee out in front. That is Stockton in the white boat sitting in second position. Then bottom left of your screen, Donnie McManus from North Narrabeen. But boy, the action is back in the gutter. That was some great camera work of that Allura boat just punching into that wave, and the wave won.
Yeah, definitely the middle of the pack here has managed to pull out quite nicely. Well, the bookends of the course are just still getting caught in the gutter. But it is the Coogee Cobia who has managed to get out the best run. It was the cleanest run. Effectively no white water as they were heading out there, Don. As we saw, as soon as that white water power comes through, he gets shot back like Allura did.
Still not in picture. We don't have Monavar, we don't have Whale Beach, and we don't have Allura in our camera shot here as the leading crew of Coogee hits the tin, turns round, sweep, does not grab the stroke oar. He just digs in, puts it into neutral. And that's not a bad turn, and away they go. The Coogee crew out in front. First opportunity on the runners here. Need just to level that boat out a bit, just a bit of wobble there. But they've run the top of that one, and they're going to get another opportunity here again. Nose down as one of the crews that was in all sorts of trouble in the gutter starts heading out. That may be Whale Beach.
It is Whale Beach with the whale there, bow there. Setting ourselves out, but Coogee will have a nice little runner building under them now. Allura starts to go out right in the middle of the way of North Narrabeen, but a fantastic run from Coogee. Matt Leary calls them easy. A few more extra strokes to try and get through. Now trying to find the best position, the safest position to come back into shore here. And he's found his line with about a 4-boat length lead here at the moment, Don.
That was a nice run there from Coogee. He ran the top of that one, let it run for a second, then he chased again. Waves at the back. They're going to run the top of this. I'm not sure they can drop down it that far out. Coogee, they're going to push over the front of that one. But North Narrabeen, what a chase from them. Donnie McManus has got his crew running down the front of that. They'll have to row again as they do. And Coogee just drop off that one. Oh, Donnie McManus, he's just slewing around. Avoid the barrel there, boys. Stay out of the green room. Oh, Donnie's out. There are oars everywhere. Boats going sideways. Coogee are going to straighten themselves up here. And they don't look to be in too much trouble there, the crew from Coogee. As the sweep pulls up on the sweep oar, he needs to correct it to get themselves into the area and over the finish line.
They might just be able to, but on screen at the moment, Stockton's trying to make a play, taking a bit of the safer approach there, and they might just get over the line. They'll finish off in second as Coogee will go over in first, but a fantastic run from Don McManus and his North Narrabeen crew. Unfortunately, these conditions are just challenging even for the best of sweeps, Don.
Absolutely, a lot of water moving around out there. And North Narrabeen, they need to get back to that boat, get themselves organised. They had a bit of space in between them and the trailing field.
Very also a bit of a takeoff as well from Whale Beach. Sweeping through. They'll compose themselves back in again. They might actually pip up here for third place. If North Narrabeen, if Don McManus trying to just jump back into the boat.
Good on you, boys. They give Donnie a hand to get back in. They return to their seats, and while all that are happening, Whale Beach is going to slip past them here. They're going to come across to pick up third position, and that's a pretty good result considering the start that these guys got.
Just the 2 strokes, 2 oars in the North Narrabeen boat to propel the boat forward, as bow and 2-seat just giving a little bit of more extra weight to try and get over the line.
Yeah, I'm liking the swing there from the 2 guys without any oars. Have a look at them. They're having a bit of fun, the boys. And there's Allura. Jimmy Nesbitt hanging onto the sweep or getting dragged in, and he's over the line as well there, it appears.
Mona Vale coming in as well. There's a few cheers from the Allura Pirates boat. I think they're just happy just to have been able to get out of that alive with that fantastic back shoot that they had going out.
And that just shows you how tricky the conditions here. Bryce Munro, one of the top sweeps here on the beach. He has been able to hold it straight coming in through here. Plenty of action. You are watching the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships surf boats, and we are with the under-23 crews. And that was Heat 1, Round 1 of the under-23 male surf boat.
We're looking out to the next race, and it is North Cronulla heavy in this round 1, heat 2, with the weapons will be in alley 1. The Kyneton Rocks Monsters in alley 2. The North Cronulla's Bluey Colts in 3. North Cronulla's Funky Colts in 4. Palm Beach Petrol in 5. And the Mermaid Beach Mayday in 6.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something wrong with the draw system here, mate, but fancy getting 3 North Cronulla under-23 crews all in the same race.
Do you really want me as a Victorian to comment on the...
You don't mind seeing that? That's
luck of the draw. That's what it comes down to, Don.
Tough on them. North Cronulla having 3 crews all in the one race here. That just shows the depth of that club. One of the super clubs out in New South Wales, North Cronulla. I mentioned yesterday the saga continues with their surf club. They still don't have a surf club to call home at this stage. It was under renovation. The builder went bust, and now it's been an absolute S-fight. Get it all sorted, and they are still not back into their club, and I think it's going on to like 2 or 3 years now.
They're not letting it deter them at all, is North Cronulla, the amount of crews that they have at these events, and they are out and away. From the top of the screen will be the weapons from North Cronulla. The Kyneton Rocks Monsters in alley 2, North Cronulla Bluey's Colts in 3, Funky Colts in 4, as Bluey goes back with the back shoot between these 5 crews, and alley 6 is the Palm Beach Petrol with Rory Egan at the back of their boat, and they are powering through, does the crew from the northernmost beach in Sydney's Northern Beaches branch.
And wow, didn't Bluey back these out of screen now? The North Cronulla crew did the perfect up and down. They went up over one, and then the bow just dropped straight down into the wave coming, and that was a full-on solid check for one of the North Cronulla crews. Palm Beach let her run. What's happening there? He's letting the energy just drop out of that one a little bit, and up and over he goes.
They'll have to go over this next one here. Whitewater immediately hits the boat of Palm Beach. They get dropped back as well as the crew. Funky's Colts goes around. Currently, it is the Weapons who are the only North Cronulla crew who has managed to get out here. Alongside them is the Kyneton Rocks Monsters as well, who've had a fantastic run out, the crew from South Australia. Darren, and you can't take it out when Darren Hockings at the back of their boat. Weapons on screen with Harrison, Caden, Harry and Miles, with Vaughan Meldrum. The 2 race leaders from New South Wales and South Australia, the only crews managing to get out here, Don.
Yeah, Kyneton Rocks, good story. Here's a Kyneton Rock story. Great bunch of young fellas, gave us a hand at the short course. We were a little bit short on officials. They jumped up on the finishing stands. Good fellas. And I hope karma is here for them this weekend. Great bunch of guys. But it's all North Cronulla out in front. One of the 3 North Cronulla crews heading into their turning can now. They're on the red and yellow. Sweeper's going to reach forward, grab hold of the strokes oar. They're going to spin it around. They need to come right around here to get out of the road of the crew heading to see Kyneton Rocks.
Fantastic as well, winning their first medal at an Australian titles, Kyneton Rocks in the Masters, with their bow, Samuel Jackson, sweeping that crew as well.
Well, wasn't he stoked?
He was very, very stoked.
North Cronulla Bluey hitting the tin here now. That's not a bad recovery from him. He's going to spin that around. Palm Beach, they're hitting it now as well.
Just confirming as well, the Mermaid Beach Mayday are not in this race. They are scratching. So just the 5 here. Fantastic effort from our leaders at the moment, the Wanda Weapons.
That'll be the North Cronulla Weapons. Confusing, mate, isn't it?
Too many clubs, Don, on the Sutherland Shire, as they're extending their lead here.
Yeah, nice rowing there out in front from North Cronulla.
Just a little bit off the back of the crew does the other North Cronulla crew to try and catch up as the waves start to fatten out into shore. The weapons have done really quite well to extend their lead further. Kite and Rocks will do a bit of a late takeoff to catch up here, but there is our leaders in no uncertain terms.
Yeah, Vaughan there just talking to the crew. Get me over the line here, fellas. You're going to get maximum points out of this. And Kite and Rocks just rowing onto one there now. Back of the screen here, we're back with North Cronulla. Boy, are they ever over the line here? It seems to be a long way to the finish line.
It's caught a little bit in the valley here. Stuck in, but nice wave out the back. Rory Egan for his Palm Beach crew calls it into a trail. Cronulla weapons, sorry, Cronulla's Blueies Colts as well, trying to hold on. Rory goes around. Oh, a bit of carnage coming up. Will just miss out there.
Bluey left his crew in their seats, and they've been able to straighten themselves up and head for the finish line here now. Sweepers out of the Palm Beach boat. Going to climb back in here now.
Athletic jump in from Rory Egan to get back in the boat, but currently Bluey will finish off in third place as Kite and Rocks finishes off their race. A nice little run to catch up, and there's a lot of movement here as we see an extra push and pull from the sweep oar.
Yeah, Bluey doing a lot of work there.
North Cronulla as well, the Funky Colts as well coming through. This is a lot's happening here at the north end of Tugun. Rory's out of the boat again, going for another swim.
He likes the water.
See the exertion on the faces of the sweeps. It's a very heavy oar that they're holding on to, and a little bit more, and it's definitely feels a lot heavier as you're pushing and pulling, making sure that you're staying on the wave and keeping it as straight as you possibly can.
Starting to sound like a sweep now, Tate.
I'm just saying, in my unprofessional opinion, Don.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of movement out there in the water. Yeah, you're dead right. Pushing the pull. You see some of these good sweeps, they get that sweep oar on their hip, and they just push their hip up against the oar. Use their whole body to steer these big boats. We are still in the north area here, and we're moving on to the next round of the under 23 males. Secret Harbour, mate. Western Australia.
They are down and located 65 kilometres south of Perth, as is in my notes here. And it's been fantastic to see. But if we'll have a look at this man on screen at the moment, the Bondi between us. Collaroy crew, the long necks will be in alley 4, and there's another Bondi crew in this one in alley 5. Phil Stefano with his buff heads.
Elton Mackay on screen there now, the Czech starter. Shaking his head, still got the flag up. Quite animated is Elton. Letting the sweeps know what's going on.
Just has to project his voice. It's very loud on the beach with the crashing of the waves going on. Secret Harbour on the top of the screen, not rowing their typical white boat. They're rowing in the Fremantle boat, it looks like. The lighter blue body.
Bit sharky down there, mate.
Just a touch bit sharky. Fantastic to see. Secret Harbour have done a lot of work building up their junior program as well. Bringing in Ollie, Gramps, Walshy and Squid and Benno as their sweep.
Gun gets them away. Now charging out at the Shorey. Kaboom. Crew there second to the bottom of your screen, and Bondi copping a bit there.
Yeah, bottom of the screen, Bondi doing really quite well to get out in front in alley 4 next to them. It's the Collaroy long necks on screen at the moment. And what a race this is. Bondi buff heads are in front. The Palm Beach crew as well. The Finns with Peter Spence at the back. Got out once at Tugun on Tuesday and said that was enough for him.
Yeah, it wasn't too many other sweeps took their boats out earlier this week. The swell was massive, but they are threading their way through here. Bit of a wave to punch through here. I'm surprised he's taken that on. I would have waited for that. They've punched into it, and they're digging in here now. No boat speed there for Palm Beach as Spency calls the crew to get it up and running again. Let's hope there's not a big one waiting for him there. Oh, Bondi, Phil Stefano. Not much boat speed there. The bow in a bit of trouble as well in the Bondi boat. They're spinning the wheels here. The Bondi crew at the bottom of the screen. He's trying to get the boys up and going, and while all that has happened, the crews on the right-hand side of your screen, they're away.
Finn's got stuck a little bit at the start. They've managed to pick up their boat speed, but none better. They're trying to catch up to our race leaders at the moment. It's the crew from WA of the Screaming Seamen from Secret Harbour. The best with the best surf beach in Perth. But it is currently the Finns who have just overtaken the line here now. Benjamin, Thomas, Amric and Jack with Peter Spence at the back of their boat. Looking very calm and collected, urging his boys to go on forward here. But it is 1 and 2 on the north end of the northern area here, Don.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what a great effort there from the crew from Secret Harbour, holding off one of the hottest under 23 crews in the country. The Palm Beach Finns, swept by Peter Spence. They're going to hit into their tin here now, and Secret Harbour are going to hit it first.
Great effort goes around. Wider turn from Secret Harbour, but it is currently neck and neck here.
Oh, the points go to Palm Beach on the turn there. They've come in behind and they've come out in front. That is super duper turn there from Palm Beach.
Wave building out the back. Secret Harbour will have the first crack at it here as it starts to build out and fatten out. It won't be enough. Rate goes up for Palm Beach, trying to catch this little runner here. It will be a very nice wave coming through as these crews make their way through the gate can. Spency hits it just in line with his crew there now. Goes in, digs in. Rate begins to go up for Palm Beach.
You would never die wondering in that crew, would you, what was actually going on in the race? Have a look at Spency there. He's got a lot to say. He's asked them to dig here now. And let's see if they can get over the front of this. It's fattened up. Can they punch through it? Oh, good wave there from Secret Harbour as well. That looks a bit steeper.
Here they come, Benno's crew from Secret Harbour. A very nice wave. Palm Beach will now catch up to it. But Secret Harbour continuing going on here in the Fremantle boat. Nose goes down. They'll start to just go around a little bit. But a fantastic effort from them to just push the best, one of the hottest crews in the country as Palm Beach go through here now, Don.
Yeah, they certainly do. Secret Harbour just slewing around to the right there. As we mentioned, tricky conditions here, a lot of water movement. But Palm Beach just about sealed the deal here now. They're going to come across the line for maximum points in this round robin.
Up on the chocks is Peter Spence, just getting a little bit of extra leverage just to try and hold on to the wave here.
Now let's see what's happening in the minors here. Secret Harbour are going to come across in second position. There was a couple of Bondi crews still coming.
Coleroy, two Bondi crews. It'll be a late takeoff for Stefano.
Late takeoff for both of those crews as Secret Harbour finishing second spot, and one's over. Not sure if that's one of the Bondi boats or not.
That's a left-handed sweep there, so that's Phil Stefano in the blue Bondi boat.
With the buffheads, he's lost his bowman. He's got 3 rowers in the boat there, and he's not waiting for anyone. He's going to take it across the line to pick up third position here.
Very animated is Mr. Stefano.
Yeah, another sweep that wouldn't let you die wondering. He'd be telling you what's going on. So the stroke hasn't got the oar. We've got a bow oar, but no bowmen. Two people run. Oh, what's the stroke? What's happening there? He does have an oar. He's just not using it. I'm wondering if it's jammed in the rollick or what's going on there.
Might just be maybe giving a little bit of extra push away. Might just be easier for Phil to hold it with 2 rowers rowing instead of the other side.
True. Yeah, good point, mate. Good point having both stroke side rowers turn the boat around. Not be able to hold it straight, and across they come.
Here come Coleroy, the long necks. Will, Cass, Luca and Jamie and Robert Maloney as their sweep.
They're going to charge to the line. They'll come across in 4th position. And again, continued action here at Tugun.
Fantastic. Kind of feel like I'm missing out a little bit, hiding away here in the dongle. But then I see boats going over, boats flipping. I'm like, oh, I actually like not having to get particularly injured.
Yeah, we're a bit spoilt here today, sitting in air-conditioned comfort at the back of the Tugun Surf Club in the Donga. We've got the screen here in front of us. Not a bad spot to be watching the surf boat action. There's the second of the Bondi crews.
Between us, with Daniel Wiesman at the back of the boat. We had two Bondi rowers rowing in 2 and 3, and now we've got 1 and 4.
Yeah.
A full crew will finish over rowing over the line here for Bondi.
Yeah,
Between their two crews.
And as mentioned, they've come from nothing. They weren't competing in the boats the last couple of seasons. And Phil Stefano has gone there and kicked them off the scratch to have about 6 or 7 crews on the water. That is great for them just to make it to the start line here at the Aussies, and the future is looking bright there at Bondi with Phil Stefano and his support team revitalising surf boats at Bondi.
It's fantastic to see more and more clubs being able to get surf boats up for this event. Hopefully looking to do it more in the future, but it's probably a testament to the amount of work in terms of the knowledge sharing we've had over the past 5 years, and developing more sweeps and developing more clubs to sort of be able to hold the infrastructure of surf boats.
Yeah, the ASRL doing well with their sweeps camps that they hold. And this wind here, mate, is meant to spin around to the west later on today, so that should clean conditions up a little bit. You can see that northerly wind is on there at the moment.
Mona Vale Dirty Oars on screen at the moment. That will be the 5th boat at the bottom of your screen. Round 1 of Heat 4 with Tweed Head's Coolangatta Goons in Alley 1, Bateman's Bay Strokers in Alley 2, the Palm Beach Pentecost in Alley 3, and the Corrimal Blackjacks in 4, and on screen at the moment, Mona Vale Dirty Oars in 5.
Crews attempting not to waste too much energy here on the start line. Check starter's happy. Elton Mackay there. Got his water bottle with him. Looks a bit of hydration. Gun must be up. In and away they go. Corrimal on screen here now. They're going to punch into this first wave here. It's not too bad for them. They're going to clear it along with Palm Beach. Bateman's Bay as well. Neil Innes on the left-hand side of your screen. As these crews head out through the gutter here now, heading at this back bank. Tweed Head's Coolangatta over on your left-hand side there. They look like they've got a bit of clean water in front of them at the moment.
They'll have the cleanest water going out. Currently on screen at the moment, Palm Beach crew have got a very heavy wave that will start to hit them. They should be clear of it there, as alongside Corrimal won't hit minimal white water, but there is one building for the Mona Vale crew on the right of your screen. A little bit of contention. There'll be more sets coming through for their Don.
Yeah, on the right-hand side. Crew in the middle looks like they've just, the sea has parted for them. They're out. And oh, yeah, the crew on the right-hand side, Mona Vale up and over one, but its bigger brother is right there in front of them now. Can they punch through over this one? Bang.
They'll punch through. Coolangatta will have a little bit of trouble. Oh, they've just managed to get through. Sweetpaw breaks for Coolangatta. The Tweed Heads
not sure
snapping in half.
Not sure if it did it. I'm not sure if it broke then, but they did not have any boat speed with the crew from TH&C. Coxie at the back of Palm Beach in the green helmets there. Corrimal beside them.
Good effort. Palm Beach on screen at the moment. Jackson, Jake, Harper and Hugo. Managed to get the best run out of the start. You're right, Don. The Coolangatta Sweetpaw didn't break. But it had a very questionable bend there.
Yes.
But they've managed to save it.
Yeah, the old wooden timber sweeper was taking a bit of a shake there. We've got a fair bit of ground to catch up here too. That'll be the first of our crews turning around there now. I'm assuming, oh, there we go, Neil Innes and Bateman's Bay on screen there now. They're around. I think the other crew is Palm Beach with Stephen Cox at the back of the Palm Beach. But we're riding here now with Bateman's Bay and Neil Innes. He's already got a gold medal in the bag, has Neil, with his 200 female masters crew.
They'll be looking to try and take out another goal in the reserve women for sure. Is the Hurricanes. But what a run from Corrimal we're seeing in Alley 4. But it is Palm Beach at the front at the moment, and there's a nice little runner building under Corrimal here. They'll try and catch up to the Palm Beach crew, trying to get their nose down. Will it be enough? Probably not, as their nose goes up. And Palm Beach will catch up to it, followed by Bateman's Bay.
Yeah, none of these crews looking like they're going to drop down the front of it at this moment. Neil Innes here, moving with the movement of the boat up and down Oh, there is a good trail there from Corrimal.
The Blackjacks from Corrimal, nice trail, but they'll just fall off the back of it. Unfortunate. Palm Beach go and a trail as well. Late takeoff and managed to save it there, does Coxie.
Yeah, it does well there. That nose dropped down and dug in. It would have been very easy to go around sideways there. And have a look at the sweep screaming at the crew there.
It'll be nice and loud. A lot of white water crashing through in these conditions. The boys go back. And unfortunately, it looks like it might be Bateman's Bay who might just pip them on the line here. They're going to continue rowing through. They might just get it, does the crew from Bateman's Bay.
Yeah, we've been calling Coxie all race. Apologies there. It's not Coxie at the back of that boat from Palm Beach.
Corrimal finishing off the races here as well. Fortunately, just managed to try and get that nice little runner through and trailed on it, but just missed it out. Does the black and white checkered caps. Across the line over in third. Fantastic race from then as Monavale are coming through, as well as Tweed Heads and Coolangatta to round us out here.
Yeah, Tweed Heads and Coolangatta just going around again. Bit of a left-hand turn here. Going to square them back up again as Monavale get over the finish line here now.
Fantastic effort. I'm going to be swapping out Mr. Cottrell, and coming in is another fantastic up-and-comer commentator in Tom Barrett.
I don't know if he's up and coming. I think he's established.
Well, no, I'll cop that. He is an established commentator now.
Thanks, Tate. We lose the Victorian connection, and jumping in beside me is another Queenslander.
Doubling down on this one.
Tweed Heads Coolangatta getting over the line here now.
But what a spot to be in to have two Queenslanders hanging out at Tugun.
Yes,
so
mate.
it's looking good.
Yeah, and Maroochydore. Did I see a Maroochydore boat there? You probably have some intel for me here shortly, Tommy, that being your club.
Yeah, you would. We've got our Res Women's and our Open Women's. If Malcolm was down on the beach, he would eat his heart out. I hope he's down there somewhere.
He is, mate. Seen Malcolm Trees. If you're out there, get yourselves onto the Malcolm Trees socials. He has produced some fantastic photos over the last couple of days of the surfboat action.
Would have had a prime photo of Meggsy going near vertical and then horizontal again as he almost fell out of the boat. Very unfortunate for him there. But sometimes you get that. That's just the waves. Now that looks like we've got Paikakariki in the Metcal boat here. So New Zealand crew making the trip over to come and compete at Aussies.
Yeah, down near Wellington is Paikakariki. Great to have them here. Cape Hawk on your screen there now.
So we'll be moving through to round one, heat one of the Res Women's.
Mate, I'm going to get a tap on the shoulder here shortly too as well.
Oi, oi.
You're going to lose two Queenslanders. That is a loss for you listening people out there today. We've got Scotty Edwards. He's got plenty of intel though, and one of the crews he would know a little bit about, Cape Hawk, on the top of your screen there as I hand over to Scotty Edwards.
Prime time. So in the meantime, prepping for this race, we'll have Cape Hawk, Team A, Alley 1, Brighton Broncos, Alley 2 from South Australia, the Wamrul Wasabi Warriors, Alley 3, Alex Heads Manta Rays, Alley 4, Paikakariki, Mums, Alley 5.
Looks like plenty of action there still today, Tommy, just as I was down repairing our boat from our little mishap yesterday. And Cape Hawk, yes, on screen. Benny Stevenson doing a great job there with the girls at Cape Hawk. Does a good job on the socials too. Have a look him up there. Ben Stevens, 77, I think it is. Has some great little clips of catching some beautiful waves at Cape Hawk. In and away here, Alexandra Headland. Nice little step-in start by the girls. Steve Davies climbing in the back there now, mate.
There you go, and Davies will have something to say. He always does. Going around the cans next to him, you can see he gets very keen, and it looks like it's working here. Straight through that wave. He's held a good angle. Have a look at this break. It's just a bit messier than it was yesterday down at Berlinga. And Alex is making the most of it there alongside Paikakariki, who are probably also used to a bit of swell.
Yeah, the New Zealanders don't shy away from a wave. That's definitely on my bucket list, Tommy, is to get to the Day of Giants. Yeah, that gutter certainly is a lot more sort of like a washing machine, lots of moving water there, and not a real straight line of swells. You can see him coming across on a bit of an angle there as Steve Davies goes through one there, mate.
He gets absolutely checked there, and the girls are getting back to speed. I was about to say, it looks like he's almost picked a rip. You can see there's just a gap in those waves for them, and that'll help him out to sea, and hopefully he'll come off that line and get a bit more of a wave on the way in. But a long sit there, I believe, and they're going stroke for stroke next to Paikakariki in that Mepcal boat.
And the North Coast guys from Cape Hawke there, maybe just a nose in front with the angle of the drone here, mate. It looks like Brighton there with Steve. Pete Faz there on the big stick, I think, next to him.
So I wouldn't be taking any bets for the time being. If you have a look, Brighton just falling off the mark a little bit as they come into those cans. Alex is hitting it pretty straight. They might be just in front, but I wouldn't count anyone out just yet. That's actually the gate cans.
Yeah, we've got gate cans today, mate. We didn't have gate cans yesterday. Yep, they're there this time. It's been a long time since I've raced without gate cans yesterday. It was a bit different, hey?
It was almost necessary, I feel.
Yeah, it was too dangerous to lay them with where the swell was, but perhaps, yeah, it could have kept them up. But I thought the sweeps did a really good job last 2 days down at Bullinga. And there you go, Cape Hawke in first. Oh, you're right, Steve, very straight on his turn.
Yeah, strong angle, and he's taken that pretty wide. He's hit a 90-degree angle on that, not grand, and it's cost them. Have a look at Cape Hawke coming out, Paikakariki.
Run under Cape Hawke straight away out of the cans. You love those ones because they are the hardest strokes in surf boats, as those first couple out of the cans.
Absolutely, and it makes the most difference typically. Bit of a blanket here, and you can see that there's an angle on that swell. It's running down to the south now.
Life coming on the Alexandra headland now. Girls laying back. Steve calls them up. They're just going to float on the top of that one.
Now, it looks like they've got round Rolex there, but I don't know, they're throwing the weight here. They're going stroke for stroke alongside Brighton, who've picked up quite a bit of distance, actually, from out to sea. And they've got some movement in the tail here. Watching Cape Hawke really throw that. They're going to fall off. Brighton's making a run, and it's going to pick up for Alex as well.
Not going to turn into a wave, and Cape Hawke get a second dig at it now. But it's going to fatten up on them also. So plenty of rowing to be done here, and not much help from the wave gods at the moment.
No respite from Huey. Another throw here, but that looked very fat as it would come. Oh, and I tell a lie. Have a look. Making the run. They'll still fall off it. And Brighton have hit something. They're falling off that as well.
Bit of work to do here now by Steve. It's going to be a little bit late, this one, but it's not going to be a big one. It's going to be a bit of a funny angle, though.
Check this washout. He's just held it straight. We'll have to see how they're going compared to Brighton here.
Brighton having a little charge here and a little one. Come under Alexandra headland now. Steve calls the girls back up. He's still working hard on that big stick. And it's going to fatten up there for the Brighton girls. And Cape Hawke are going to have a run here for the minor placing of second.
The finish lines are real close to the sand as well, so they got to go for gold here. Now, obviously, it's pretty early in the round. Oh, Brighton coming through on that wave. They've done well. They'll probably take first. Alex second, Cape Hawke in third, and Paikakariki have hit a trail. They're coming back to their oars now. And it looks like we'll be moving across to the southern arena. We've had a good run here in the north.
It looked a little bit cleaner down there too, Tommy, just when I was down the beach moving the boat. So lines are a little bit straight, you can see here from this wide angle. Just pulling up the live heats here, guys, so we can tell you who is in here. Looks like we're going to have Morty Alec in 1, North Bondi in 2, Currumbin in 3, Avalon Beach in 4, and Surface Paradise in 5. And on screen here is Stevie Lenar and the North Bondi girls.
The Bondi Brats, as they're called. There's a good runner in the back, but have a look at this send from the Currumbin Vixens. Pulling right up alongside, and it's going to fill out.
North Bondi have a crack now, mate. I don't think it'll turn into a wave, and I put the commentator's curse on them in the wrong way, the right way for them, and they've just fallen off now.
Another one up the tail. He's looking back. They're looking good for the time being. You've got Avalon back screen as well. They're probably sitting in third, picking up here, and a trail for North Bondi. It looks pretty flat. I don't know if that'll carry them through to shore, but yeah, there's a bit of a slough here.
Bit of a slough to the south. Girls have to get back to their seats now.
Could have seen that one coming, but it's probably pretty tricky on the way in, I'd have to assume. Back to their seats, pretty well polished. Now, how are Currumbin comparing?
3 seats a little bit stuck. Pete Carter swings out the back. Avalon Beach with a bit of side action, but looks like Currumbin are going to come through for the Bradbury.
Currumbin's held straight, and they've done the switcheroo here.
Is that Chooky up the back of that
That is
one?
Chooky.
Yeah.
Chooky Wildman, Mr. Fantastic. He's here, there, and everywhere when it comes to surf boats.
There's 10 points for them in the round robin here.
North Bondi Brats holding strong, but dropping through from alley 2.
Morty Alec, it looks like, that boat.
The Mockingbirds have come through and surprised Avalon, who are still getting their stuff back together, and Surfers Paradise Sirens are on a late dive. Avalon's got that wrong. They've lost a rower too.
Had a little rollover on the edge too, mate.
Yikes, is that Bondi?
I think it is North Bondi. They've had everything that race.
So that's what we were seeing yesterday. Even close to shore, it's still so tricky. People are losing it. Avalon want to make sure they're going all right, and they're going to lose it too, just a little.
Oh, I think you had to just try and sneak around North Bondi there. It looked from the angle of the drone pretty close, Tommy.
So if we've been paying attention, there is a pretty strong southerly sweep in both arenas for the time being. You'll notice all of those crews have been pushed to the south through the course of their racing.
Okay, coming up next, we should have Heat 4 of the southern area. We should have the Surfers Paradise Sugars in 1, the Avalon Beach Lasses in 2, Point Lonsdale Lemons in 4, and the Tala Budgera TBCs in Alley 4.
I wonder if they were an uncertain crew at the start of the season.
Just a bit of a, you know, get 4 people every different carnival.
Hesitant to lock in. So there you go, North Bondi Brats. They received a 2nd place in the Heat 4 here. And we'll have a look along the beach. I'm just trying to pull up my weather app and suss out Tugun, swells, tides, and the rest. Now, because we've got so many people in such a small area, the reception's not grand, but...
It's a little bit slow, mate, but that's okay. We'll work
do.
with us. Remember to jump on the live stream at home, give us a shout out if you can. We'll do our best to get to your comments in between racing.
There you go. So just like yesterday, we're moving into low tide within the next hour. We're expecting low tide at 10:30, and then it moves to high tide around 4 p.m. Mind you, there's only about half a meter's variance in that, so I wouldn't anticipate too much. The wind's currently sitting offshore, west-northwest, about 15k an hour. So that might actually be helping the waves form up a little bit.
It certainly dropped off a little bit, Tommy, from what we're greeted with here on Monday. However, there's still plenty of lumps coming through.
Yeah, do you have a sweeps perspective on that?
In terms of, mate?
In terms of the surf, the weather, the wind pushing around.
Yeah, look, it still looks like a lot of fun out there. Just the gutter looks like there's a lot more moving water than it was down at Balinga. I think that's the tricky bit. But, you know, Monday, when was it, Monday, I think? Tuesday was really big. That's some of the biggest surf I've competed in a long time with the Masters. And then yesterday it dropped off a bit. However, I thought it built again in the afternoon when the reserve grade elimination races were on.
Yeah, well, we did have the tide coming in. I was a bit surprised to see it still had that weight behind it. And we saw some of those Masters finals right after all that reserve grade carnage.
Yeah.
And the Masters picked it probably a little bit better than reserve grade.
Well, you'd assume there's a lot of experience in some of those crews, mate. They've pulled on the oar a few times.
There would be, and there's probably a little bit more regard for your own safety.
Yeah, the Reggies are usually the crash test dummies. So, yeah, you got to look after the old boys sometimes. Like old Butchie, a shout out to him. He's 74 and still having a row in my 260s crew.
Well done. Well done to those gents. I was so fired up to be seeing them going around the Cairns, still chasing runners, still going through some rather impressive waves at such an age. Well, I don't know if it's just a number, but you know they're giving it a good shake.
There just must be a boat change over here. That's why we are waiting for the start of this Heat 4. You can see Talabudra there just pushing their boat onto the edge now.
And that will be Swoop in the back of that boat, our ASRLQ president. I tell a lie, is it Ricky Eastridge? He's the registered sweep anyway. His wife Susie winning a Masters with the Dicky Beach Dreamers yesterday.
They were happy too at the medal presentation.
Oh, they were
the
so
Dicky
chuffed.
Beach girls. That was awesome.
Yeah, awesome to see. I know plenty of those women, and they've been rowing for quite a few years. I think they put themselves together at Dicky Beach in the last season or two.
Yep.
Awesome result from them. And just to see that as we've panned back to them, I was having a look at the southernmost alley, and all of a sudden I see this crew that's about half a race ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
Picked it perfect. Great to see. And of course they've got Dylan as well rowing. I think he's moved to the Gold Coast recently, but he was up at Dicky Beach as well. So whole family affair here.
It's a good shot of the beachfront here at Tugun. All the tents set up. See the scaff in the middle there. That's where our beach announcers are calling from. Big shout out to Frankie Veltman and Rod Costa for doing that down there.
And they really are more of the rowers' heroes, I feel. I got the privilege of being able to do some beach commentary down at ASRL with, I believe, Mike Tamblyn. He said, "Oh mate, you know, I'm a bit old for it, blah blah blah." But I was like, "You are literally my hero. You know, you've called some of my favourite races ever."
Mike's been around for a long, long time, mate. He's got a good voice for it.
And I'm speaking from my own experience here, but I feel like as a rower, you know, you're not particularly, obviously you're focused on the oar, but all your senses are honed in. So really all I can remember from a lot of races is the audio files that I've got saved in my head, my sweeps calls and the commentary calls and the commentary that I've gone back and listened to after my race.
Yeah, yeah.
The great Aaron Tannehill going crazy, ASRL 2023 down at Bulli.
The modern day Darryl Eastlake, mate. He gets that excited.
He does. He does. He's probably a little bit less mobile than he used to be due to work commitments, but I still rate him highly. And it looks like we've got our check starters happy here, ready to go.
Yeah, flags up.
So Heat 4 of the Res Women's Southern Arena.
Nathan Wellings there with the Avalon Beach girls.
Off they go, getting their stuff together here.
Oh, Hughes getting hit here in the pink boat, Surfers Paradise. He'll straighten it up now. But probably Talabudra and Avalon Beach with the best of the starts here, Tom.
Avalon getting a jump on everyone else. Now, we'll have to see if they get punished for that. Huey has a sixth sense of humour. There's a big one coming through, and we'll have to see if they get checked. No, they've just gone over the doubler here. But you can have a look. Those southern alleys are getting a little bit worse off for wear, and the Surfers Paradise Sugars actually getting a clean run.
Big white water here for all of them now. They'll pop over that nicely, though.
Clean run for everyone there.
Just knocked him off. Must be a set coming. Yeah, there it is, dropping in front of the screen now.
Oh, yikes. And another one out the back. Sit there.
I was just going to say, interesting, Huggy was up over the front quarter bar there for a moment. I thought that was a bit early to be that far forward, but he's stepped back now. And he would have just seen there a minute ago, just sitting down, just to get a bit of weight on the tuck and just lift that nose over the white water a little bit cleaner.
Avalon getting a serious check in that last set. Now, it looks like they might have got back shot, and that's cost them because Talabudra and Surfers Paradise have gone through, and they're through to the clean rollers now. So you're getting out to pace. It's still a little bit about holding your rhythm as you're going over those rollers. It's not too much, but you can see half the boat still getting out of the water, and the cleaner sit will get you to pace pretty well. And that's important. This looks like a pretty long course for the time being.
I find too, sometimes when it's bouncing around, Tom, your crew get a little bit excited, want to come out of that back end a little bit too quick, instead of just, you know, holding the shoulders back, trying to get the maximum run out of each stroke.
You've got to have a fair bit of faith, and this is your opportunity when it's clean to really hit that catch and lock on and load it up at the front of the stroke, so you can afford that sit there. And of course, it's very difficult when you've got someone alongside or potentially in front to hold that rhythm and not get too excited. But playing your own game and trusting the process usually pans out pretty well. So we're sitting here, Surfers Paradise.
Equal first, I reckon, with Tally and Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, that angle was not helpful, and it looks like Surfers Paradise maybe taking a few extra strokes around.
Yeah, not the most slick turn. Obviously had to stay in a little bit longer due to Nathan coming in with the Avalon girls. A little bit of run there for all leading boats now. Jackson McCaffrey at the back here with Point Lonsdale in the dark hole boat. He's going to have a nice run come on. Can they maximise this and get them back up with the lead race leaders?
So a bit of a runner there, and it's picking up here behind Tally, and they're surging. Off they go, making the most of that one. That'll give them a length lead, but it's not enough of a gap. You'll see this next roller coming through gives everyone an opportunity. Point Lonsdale at the back here. What can they do with it?
Yeah, just a little one there. They're going to get a couple of strokes out of it. Won't turn into a wave just yet. A little bit of a run there for Surface as they come on screen now in that pink hull boat. Yugi just looking around, looking for a little wave. Loves a wave, this bloke too.
He does, and he's not afraid to send it, as we've seen. And off they go. It's just not cresting like it used to be yesterday, which is probably better for a racing standpoint. It's going to make it real competitive. Here we go, another thicker one right behind Sugar here, making the move.
I think they'll be right on this one. Jackson's just got a little one under him, and in dead water is Tally at the moment.
And it's set up for them as well. Point Lonsdale, look at this send here. There's a wave behind them, and it's actually a bit flat in front. It's only picked up for Hughes. He's taking that as well. They kind of need that one. Otherwise, Lonsdale will come through. Wow!
And Tally picked up a little one. Point Lonsdale in dead water.
So Sugar have picked up a couple lengths lead. They really took their run when the opportunity came. Tally here, coming into the shallow water, but that'll get him across. Lonsdale finishing out third, and we'll have Avalon in fourth here. This is an exciting course to watch as a rower. You can see out the back, you've got plenty of clean runs, so it's going to be nice and clean for them once they're through that surf. And they are getting quite a bit of a run from those rollers, but it's just not big enough to pick them up and take them the whole way in. I love to see that. It gives you all a pretty good opportunity, and you have to take your surge when it comes.
Yeah, no, it's really good racing conditions here today. You know, you're still going to have your surf skills in and out through the break, but as you said, you know, there's plenty of nice water out the back to really maximise those people who've been doing, you know, the harder work and the technique work. Okay, we're moving on to open men here, mate. We're going to have the Currumbin Barbarians in one, Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship in two, Port Kembla Happy Clappers in three, Tally Myths in four, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Bobsleds in five, and South Curly Sneaky Nuts in six.
Bobsleds have put through a typo on the registration. It's funny.
Couple of good crew names here, mate.
I appreciate it, and I like that they're keeping it going even into open men's. Now the res men's get around it, a bit of banter, but the open men's as well. Currumbin Barbarians green, that'll be our national
Australian
team
representatives. Yeah, Lyle at the back of that boat.
Yeah, Jed Mackey, son of Mr. Mackey to me.
Yep, Pete.
He's one of the accomplished.
True gentleman of surf boats, plenty of knowledge in that head, mate.
Hangs around, and he's good on the mic too. He didn't expect it, but we threw him under the bus. He took to it like water.
And one of the ASRLQ.
That's correct.
Tell you who else was really good at one of them was Corey, mate.
Corey, yeah. He's too humble for his own good sometimes.
That's right.
Oh, no one wants to hear me. I want to hear you, Corey. I love his tales. His daughter, not so much. Darcy probably is a bit sick of it. Darcy, her nickname is Corey Stone's daughter.
Okay.
Going around, and/or DeRoy, but that's more of a cafe typo from them.
Talking to Jack down at State here with the Port Kembla boat, all first-year rowers and stepped up into open men, or a couple of them are first-year rowers, but first year together as a crew, and they've gone straight in open men. So hats off to you guys.
Yes, well done. I love a bit of a challenge. I love to see people represent quite well, and we do like to give some of our reserve men's a bit of a nudge, especially when they're quite competitive. If you hang around in reserves a bit too often,
it gets frowned upon, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and back in the day, you used to have a A grade before you could have a B grade.
Yeah. Here we go. We got Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship on screen there. Tommy Adams stroke. Just gone off screen there. The Rude Boy sweeping them. Speaking of stories, mate, if you have got a spare couple of hours, just sit down with Matthew and he will keep you thoroughly entertained.
Well, the Bodie fraternity has plenty of characters and plenty of stories, and I think they get exaggerated over the years, once you can't verify them anyway. Port Kembla on screen here. Happy clappers. They'll have John Patterson in the back of the boat here.
Plenty on the edge here. Coffs Harbour just bouncing around.
Yeah, so it looks like we'll take a bit of time to get this start going, and that makes sense. As I was talking about before, we've got clean rollers out the back, but it gets really, really technical on the way in. So you'll be seeing a couple of early trails, people getting back to their oars, people trying different gambits to see who can take that one out. Some people will hold seats. That keeps the weight in the front, but it also gives you an opportunity to row ahead of people if it just doesn't fill out and give you enough boost. And vice versa, if you start to lose it, well, you're cooked.
That's it, mate. They're hard to row with a boat full.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's heavy boys in these crews. Talabudra Myths on screen. Swoop taking that crew as well.
How have the Myths been travelling this year, Tommy, up here?
They've been doing all right. We've had pretty strong open men's contention, to be honest. National team contention featured Mermaid Beach, Currumbin as well. So I'd say on the whole, our divisions have been picking up, and obviously we've had a bit of a rivalry between us and New South Wales.
Messy start here for all crews. Plenty to negotiate there. The bobsled's possibly getting the worst of it. Matty's going to have to work pretty hard to square them back up now.
And they've tailed in behind Tally. They've actually had to switch entirely, which is interesting as they go towards the cans. But Currumbin Green holding here. The boat of friendship. Power of friendship getting them clean out. They've found a little bit, and Lyle's sticking with them. It looks like there might just be a little channel. And of course, as I say that, a set comes through.
And stops them all.
And another right on the bow.
Both
Full
crews
boat.
getting hit there.
So the Tally
and
Myths.
another one here for Coffs Harbour to get over. Bit of vert time there for the bowman. First year rower there too in the bow is Benny.
I just cursed Coffs really heavily. So the Tally Myths have utilised that, and they've pulled up alongside South Curly as well. Currumbin Green on screen, our current leaders in this race, and of course the national team, and they were unfazed. They've pulled away. Coffs Harbour took a little bit more to get back together. BHMP also paying for that early start woe. And South Curly look like they've actually put the...
Yeah, looks like they've called for a bit of an effort there. The Sneaky Nuts just powering away down there in Alley 6.
So they're pretty fresh out of the under-23s. They would have been 23s last year or the year before, competing alongside us, and that's probably Mark Spiteri in the back of that boat.
Yeah, that's the Gussie. You can tell by that crouch stance of his. It's quite distinctive.
And he'll actually still have his voice as the day goes on, and he starts to scream at his crews. He may lose that. Now getting around the cans, probably in second or so. And this is where it's important. Who can get this runner? Look at him go.
Oh, the one coming under Lyle now. He'll call the boys up. Shoulders go back. I like the send in that bow.
Currumbin's rate goes up. Not going to work out for them, and that's going to hit them on an angle.
Burley getting a nice little gift to get him back in the race a bit more here. Coffs have a little run at it now. Can Currumbin turn this into a bit more? Oh, Gussie up the top, sprinkled some of that famous wave dust that he carries in his back pocket, and gets a little bit of a lift there, and another one forming behind them right now, Tommy.
So that strong angle to the south of those waves gives people unequal opportunities. They're actually on the wave ahead of Currumbin, but Currumbin is taking this and holding on with both hands. Now we'll see how that works out. Oh, slide crab here. Wow.
That's some good rowing.
That is some good rowing. I think they pulled through and onto that wave. Well done to them. Now it gets technical as they hit this dead water. Flattens out for them. But they're getting a good rest in. They'll have to use that later. South Curly just holding a little lip here, and Tally Myths holding onto one just behind.
Dead water for Currumbin now. They may get gobbled up from behind, but I think they've done enough to get the maximum points in the Heat 2 of the Open Men. Yes, they have. And look at Tally on a nice little run now. Sneaky Nuts in dead water. Burley Heads having a little dash here at the tail of the field.
Matty pushing them through. Swoop's done quite well there. He doesn't talk too much, or at least in my presence. I don't know if it's some correlation.
Vote of friendship, having a little dash here. Andy and Benny in the bow working pretty hard.
Running up Currumbin. And we'll finish out here, Port Kembla.
The happy clappers.
Hitting the shoreline. So yeah, Swoop's got some tactics. He's a tricky fella when it comes to racing, at least.
Yeah, he loves the sport too, does the Swoop.
As you would. ASRLQ president getting in link with SLSQ, getting a bit of a promotion going for our sport, which is lovely to see. And I think, in my opinion, it's been growing year on year, to be honest. We get a lot of social media going.
Yeah, I think the social's been a little bit of a game changer. It's really helped, you know, get our sport out there. You know, big shout out to Malcolm too with all the work he does. He's got some cracking photos this weekend. And then, yeah, just all the little club ones. Like, I'd give Benny Stevens a shout out there from Cape Hawk earlier. His is great. And mate, Termite stuff always makes me laugh whenever Termite puts out some little clips and reels down there at South Curly, the great surfboat factory that they've become.
Being competitive with him, you almost wish he was a worse bloke. But he's actually genuinely a good guy.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
So we'll move here into round 2, heat 2 of the Open Men's, looking at Avoca Beach, Cheese Dogs, Alley 1, Queenscliff, Go Like the Clappers, Alley 2, South Maroubra Mavericks, Alley 3, Wonder Weapons, Alley 4, Northcott Hunters, Alley 5, and Currumbin Barbarians White, Alley 6. Currumbin Barbarians, don't count them out just because they're not the national team. They're quite good. Northcott's always quite good as well. Wonder Weapons have been going around for yonks, and they were in serious contention for national team this year. A lot of these crews. Big fan of this Queenscliff Go Like the Clappers name.
Yeah, Queenscliff have got some very, very strong and fast crews across all divisions this year.
I noticed they don't have the Cleaver oars. I was having a chat with Matty Solko. He was pretty happy. He was pretty happy with what I put through yesterday regarding those cleavers. Okay. We had a bit more of a chat. Turns out the ones we spoke about at the time were skinnier oars, so they did take a bit more flexion, but you can have the full regular ones as well.
Yep, and just do the cleaver blade. I had a good chat with NR Perry about it when we did a sweep school down at Victoria late last year. And he said per surface area, they're not much different to the traditional oar. However, he explained there's more usable area. There's a lot of wasted space when the oar goes into the water with the spoon blades, whereas the cleaver oars really grip the water. In a way here, mate, looks like everyone off reasonably clean. Maybe just the Cheese Dogs copying it there. Wanda do have a very, very good start though.
They got the oars a bit wonky, so Queenscliff might actually be out to the best here. Watch this surf building up. The Cheese Dogs as well on screen. Bit of a send, but Queenscliff has just pulled something. And that might be that channel I was talking about before. There may be a little rip or something that just floods it out. And look at that. They've pulled a length and a half. Wanda's going with them.
Here comes a few bumps from the contend with though, mate. That might slow them down. Wanda's going to get a bit of vertical action here. Up and over. Nice catch over the back. There goes Queenscliff again. Same thing happened to Coffs Harbour and Currumbin last race, Tommy. Uh-oh. Poor old South Maroubra. In you go, boys.
Go back, lock on, try again. Huey does not like early leads, I don't think. Queenscliff making the most of it still. There's a few sets coming through, but they're green rollers, so Wanda on screen here, the Wanda Weapons. They usually feature at finals time year on year.
Is it looking nice and relaxed there? Straight just sitting into the, sitting back at the finish. I like that.
Do you think that's full bore, or do you reckon they've got a bit in the tank here?
I think they've got a bit in the tank. I reckon they were just down a beat or two and just sitting back, because I think you would find they're leading fairly comfortably at this stage of the race.
Yeah, sitting somewhere in the vicinity of Queenscliff as well. Wanda's pretty good once they're out to pace out the back, and I agree. I think they might even be on the lead here.
A few lines still coming across the screen here, ladies and gentlemen at home. Hope you're enjoying our call here and all the action from your favourite clubs supporting on at home. Wanda Weapons in and away they go now, heading for home along with Queenscliff. Cheese Dogs in and around now.
Northcott seems to have picked up quite a bit out of that turn, to be honest. They're sitting around the same region as Wanda, but Wanda's throwing it to the front here alongside Queensy. None of them will take this wave, so the next one will form up and give an opportunity. Off we go. Northcott trying to get down it. They're a bit further back on the wave. Wanda hasn't been hit by it yet. Maybe they have, and Northcott are not giving this one up. Now falling off the back. They've pulled a wave ahead. That's reforming for them. So here we go. The Southern Arena's copping the most of the flack on the way out, but it's helping them out on the way in. Look at Currumbin White picking up the rating here. Not enough, but they pulled alongside Wanda.
Little late charge here for the Cheese Dogs.
Don't count them out.
Wanda on a little tricky one here. Nathan Spin, a bit of work to do. Northcott just got a little one under him.
They're pulling into dead water, though. There's a washout there. So Wanda catching up with this wave. It's flattening out into that dead water as well. And it's stroke for stroke. They're a wave ahead of Queensy.
And the Cheese Dogs, Avoca Beach. But I think Wanda's done enough. From here, I'm going to call Northcott second.
Yep.
And Queensy third.
Probably Currumbin White and Avoca. That angle is going to be tough to call from here.
And poor old South Maroubra I've just seen some of the handlers waiting there to catch the boat. Will be coming in a little bit late after that big back shoot they copped going to sea. Okay, and to make matters worse, they have broken a sweep oar. You can see Nick here at the back of the boat doing the best he can to try and keep that straight, acting as a bit of a sea anchor slash sweep oar himself.
Yeah, South Maroubra must have been in that back shoot. I didn't think it actually did snap, but
I seen it go vertical and I was sort of doubtful whether it made it through.
now Donny Cottrell likes to bag us out for having a wooden sweep oar in the back at Maroochydore. Megsy's theory is it costs you about 7 kilos in weight, but it saves you a couple grand per season just in the flexion it can hold. Those carbon fibre sweep oars are pretty light, but they're costly when you start to get around in janky waves. Look at this send from South Maroubra. Have you ever had to do this one, Scotty?
Yeah, I've had to do it a couple of times. It's not much fun, really, mate. I think I've only ever done it in competition once, but definitely in training a few times, having to get the boat back in.
Are you actually using your legs under there, or are you just kind of hanging on?
Just hanging on, especially like if it's a bit of a late drop, you've got a bit of weight in the back just so it doesn't go down hard.
So being round 2 here, nothing's completely over yet. You might just take a breather and go, all right, save our bickies for next race. Megsy used to tell us we had about one easy race through the rounds, and you'd have to pick when to utilise it. And if you had a bad race, well, too bad, choices made for you. So we'll move through to Heat 3 here on the line. South Kelco Blitz walking in, and behind them the Wanda Wild Hogs in Alley 2. Queenscliff A-Rollers, Alley 3. New Brighton Open Men, Alley 4. They'll be racing in the Noosa boat. And Avalon Beach Penkeys, talking about people we've nudged into Open Men. The Penkeys got about 3 years of reserve grade titles in a row before we went, all right, boys.
It's time.
It's time, step up. And to their credit, they have. Only took about 3 years to figure it out. Nathan Welling's in the back of that boat.
Big shout out here to like South Curly, Wanda and Queenscliff for having 2 open men's crews as well. That's awesome to see from the big clubs.
Interested to see how New Brighton will be going. They've got Tatahi Bay actual sweep in the back as well.
Okay.
So just really awesome to see these New Zealand clubs come over and see how they'll go. I think their season might be a little bit different to ours. I think they may finish a little earlier.
Yeah, mate, I don't know a lot of what goes on over there, but I do know they love a wave.
They do love a wave, and they're good at it too. They know what they're doing. We used to have the Tatahi Bay 2-stroke or the 4-stroke, one of them.
Yep.
They'd come over and compete in the under-23s. division back in the day, and they were usually the national team there for New Zealand. So guns up, off we go. Avalon Beach Pinkies on screen. I want to see how Wanda go here, because they're sitting right around where that channel was for the last few rounds, and look at them go.
It looks like they've snuck out there as well, Tommy, but hopefully they don't have the curse of the back break that's been copying those crews in alleys 1 and 2.
Well, they usually have a set come through, but it doesn't help them on the way back. All those southern alleys seem to be copying it out, and those waves help them in. Look at this set building now. You've got South Curly Blitz alongside Wanda. Barely checked here. Queenscliff A-Rollers a little bit further behind, followed by the Noosa boat, New Brighton Men. So it looks like Wanda's probably got about a half boat lead on everyone else. Followed by South Curly. They're out to pace here. Setting a good rhythm. It doesn't look like anyone's really giving 100%, 110 either. Queensy making a little bit of a move, so they're probably putting a little bit more effort into their strokes. Wanda here, current race leaders.
Nice reach at that front end, really stretching out through that outside hand and arm, getting maximum length in that climber boat.
The Wild Hogs. And I've noticed a few of these clubs seem to have different game plans. Bulli and Wanda seem to have really strong starts by design. I mean, obviously you want to be fast through your race, but some of them put more emphasis in different locations.
Yeah, no, Wanda and Bulli always known for their starts, but then do Bulli have a weak link whatsoever?
I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to find it, and when I figure it out, I'll let you know. Or potentially I won't. I'll just try and race them. So around the Cairns, looks like Queensy A-Rollers actually getting a good run behind them, and there'll be another one here. Wanda alongside on the same wave, and South Curly have fallen off.
On board here now with the Avalon Beach guys. Looking around is Nathan Wellings, trying to find a little wave to take him home, the Pinkies.
They've got a little bit behind, and in fact, that's fed them. They're actually probably sitting alongside Queensy and Wanda here on that front-running wave. New Brighton taking it up to try and meet them. Not quite panning out, and off go Queensy on a run.
I think Wanda have done enough to stay on. I don't think Queensy would drop. Wanda just bobbing there. The wave is starting to disappear. No, he's called him back. It's just jacked up on the bank. Oh, it's a bit of an ugly trail.
If I can make a prediction, I reckon they'll hit that dead water and the others will come through, and they'll be under some pretty big pressure now. Depends how well they get back to their seats. Look at that. Neat. Sit back. Angle's wrong. Angle's wrong. The wave's still helping them out, though, so they have time. That was kind to them. Huey's been gentle. Queensy going north.
Pinky's just on a little runner there.
They've lost the sweep. That's going to cost them. Avalon pulling through. New Brighton holding a wave, but they're going sideways. So Wanda's hit the beach. They're done. That'll be first place. Avalon look like they've held it straight and they've gone through. South Curly have overtaken Queensy.
They should pick up 8 points here. Will the Blitz in third place. Oh, a little slew there on the edge. The Termite probably just making sure he got back in the area.
They looked a little bit close to that finishing tower, and you don't want to get DQ'd this far in. So South Curly followed by Queensy or New Brighton.
It's a shame there for the A-Rollers, actually. Sorry, the A-Rollers, because they put together a quite a nice row 2C, and unfortunately that little slew and the sweep slipping out cost them.
So they were hanging out around third spot there on the way to C, comfortably front of the pack, hanging around, and they've caught a good runner too. They did a lot of work to pull that. Just cost them.
Okay, we're moving on to the open women here, Tommy. We're going to have the Currumbin Hunters in Alley 1, the Currumbin Vortex in Alley 2, Point Leo Abyss in 3, Queenscliff Sherro's Angels in 4. Then it's a full deck of Currumbin crews with the Currumbin Cockatoos in 5, and Burleigh Heads Broadbacks, who put out a pretty impressive display for the Australian selection round early on in the year too, mate.
Mate, this is going to be a really good race. We're looking at Currumbin Hunters, I believe, were in the top 3 for the national team. They actually might be the national team.
They are the national
My
team.
fault.
No, that was Colorado this year.
That was Coleroy, my
Yep.
fault. So the Hunters pushing to the finals for that national team selection. Currumbin Vortex alongside them. They've been a good crew. Point Leo Abyss, also quite strong. Currumbin Cockatoos, former national team. Lisa Mosley as well. And Sasha, they've all got honours. And the BHMP Broadbacks. Kind of, I wouldn't say dark horse, but they've come through in a rather short period of time. They've got a few Stillwater rowers that have come in. Hopefully they've done a bit of surf work through the season, but they were top 3 as well. They were in national team final.
Yep, they were in the finals for the national team selection. Doing a good job there is Maddie at Burleigh Heads, really putting them back on the map in the surfboat world.
Building that section up. Shout out to Emma Tucker. She's come across from Maroochydore, moved to the Gold Coast, and found her own. So that'll be the Vortex on screen here from Currumbin. Lyle Clark in the back of that boat. I wonder if there is a bit of rivalry between these sweeps. There's a number of star-studded sweeps going around. We're looking at Will McDowell on the right. In the boat next to them, I think he's taking the Hunters.
Looks like Point Leo here with the best of the starts here on the split screen.
The Abyss have picked their spot quite well. We'll have to see as these rollers come through.
Vortex probably having a nice little dash here, mate, moving up to him. A few little white waters to contend with up and over that one. Nice catch. Notice the 2-seat took her foot out of the chocks and put it in the middle of the boat, as some people like to do.
That's me too. That'll be all about timing there. BHMP Broadbacks
Oh,
get...
no. Oh, that's a good back shot there, which has
Crunch.
opened up the window for the 2 bookends, Burleigh Heads and the Currumbin Hunters.
Oh, the Hunters punished. 2 of them out of the seat. Look at everyone. That set cost everyone. The Abyss getting another one now.
Point Leo going to cop it as well. Oh,
Goodness.
that looks like they are over there, mate.
That might be a roll. So the Broadbacks, having just spoken about their surf work, have threaded that needle so neatly. They're sitting alongside Currumbin Hunters. That angle's probably deceptive. I reckon they're probably sitting almost close to neck and neck right now into those cans. And if I was them, I'd take the foot off the pedal.
Yeah, you're going to get 10 or 9 points here. So you could probably, like you said, have that one race where you can save a bit of energy for later on.
I wouldn't be going max, and it doesn't look like they are. Have a look at their stroke pattern here. Those girls from BHMP will have that rhythm. They look so neat, and the Hunters alongside them as well. All of these ladies have been in and around surf boats for a while, especially the Hunters. They've probably been together as a crew for a while, and the Broadbacks will be coming in first place into these cans, maybe even a full length ahead, length and a half. See how that turn goes.
It's drifted a little bit wide. Has the Broadbacks. Bit tighter there for Will McDowell and the Hunters.
But it's filled up a little bit more. They're going to get 2 bites at the cherry here, BHMP. They fell off the first one. They've used the second one to take a bit of a lead as well.
And third place, still not in sight, mate. That gives you an idea of how much those other crews were punished on that back bank.
Now, the Broadbacks here with BHMP are the southernmost alley, so they're open. But unfortunately, Currumbin's still going to have to pick their way through. Looks like Queensy's come through there. They'll be sitting in third, which means we might see a lot of carnage once we pan back to the rest of these crews. Some of them will be missing oars, I'd reckon.
A little bit of life there under the Hunters boat there. On the screen here on your right is Maddie Smith looking around, just telling the girls, row easy here, waiting for a wave. He's probably seen something building that he'll go for.
Where have these crews gone? Wow. Wow. So really good rhythm. Have a look at that sit back as well. Coming from Stillwater, you probably don't have too much of a sit back. There you go. So we've got Currumbin coming through. That'll
And
be
Currumbin. Maybe that's why Maddie was just waiting. Maybe let the...
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it? They just got checked again. So the Broadbacks, we still haven't seen Point Leo. I wonder if they've thrown it in. There's some life under the Hunters here.
No, they're still trying to get it upright,
wow.
mate. That's what's going on.
Yep. So, late surge here from the Hunters, pulling alongside BHMP, who are in dead water. They're going to get overtaken. Will McDowell. Iceman, cool, calm and collected. Getting through that one. He's threaded the needle perfectly, and I have to say that's probably one of the better results you'll see from the northern alleys of this arena. There's plenty of comments here from the girls as well. Going back out to sea, you can see
that's Queenscliff.
Queenscliff coming through. Take it easy, girls. There's no one around you. As long as you hold this one straight, you should be in for third place. So they'll finish this one out through the bog, which I've affectionately termed that little patch of tumultuous water there. There's just a little bit of a struggle there to hold it straight. I'll be double checking that breeze as well just through the day. To see how it goes, see if it pans around or anything. So there should be a bit of time in this race. Wow, okay, so it's still sitting west-northwest, that breeze, but it's picked up to about 20 k's an hour. We'll be witnessing, that'll be the Currumbin Vortex and Currumbin Cockatoos. I believe the Vortex are in front. That'll be sitting around 4th place though. You do need these points as you go through the rounds. These crews are good crews, so they'll be able to pick it back up, you'd expect, but you would always, always, always rather a 4th or a 5th to a DNF.
Definitely, mate. Sometimes making that all-important cut might come down to just 1 point.
And it shaves down on your leeway. I know from personal experience. We got 1 DNF from a triple roll over at Kira a few years ago, and it was impossible to recover from because these things happen in surf boats. So on occasion you'll have another rollover in a different race, and that's your carnival done. So we can see Point Leo finding their way back into the boat. That'll be the Vortex here coming through for 4th. Not the Hunters, sorry, the Cockatoos. Chook Wildman in the back of that boat. Take a breather. They've got smiles on their faces too. I think they understand what's just gone on.
Well, I think those girls have been around enough to know that these things just happen sometimes, mate. Oh, and here goes Big Jeff.
I don't know if they'll have the time for this one, to be honest. I have a stern reckoning they may be shy of time to finish this one out.
What are we operating on, 9 minutes limit today, you'd imagine?
Yeah, given the surf, they've probably extended it. We normally sit around 7 through regular carnivals.
I know yesterday it was 9. They let the poor old gentleman, oh, not the poor old gentleman, the dear old gentleman masters extended out to 10.
You say poor old gentleman, but they got through that surf way cleaner than the Rezzies were.
Mate, they did really, really well.
To be fair, the Rezzies' athletic diet of smoked meats and beers may not always lend itself to mental acuity. So to be honest, Point Leo, sometimes you think, oh, we'll save the bickies for the next race, but you may not have time.
No, when you're racing against the clock.
They have to hope for a really clean run, and the good news is with no other competitive boats out there, they should be able to pick whatever line they want.
Just from that drone shot too, Tommy, I don't know whether it's just me, but it looks like that the conditions have cleaned up a little bit from when I first got down the beach. The wind was into it quite a bit. It just looks like it's cast off a little bit, mate.
Well, we can see that angle of the wave running to the south. The wind is heading almost directly across that wave from the west-northwest. Now, that shouldn't do too much to the swell. It won't pick it up and it won't build it or flatten it out, but it would make sense that it might be a little bit difficult for the sweeps here, trying to hold it coming in.
Yeah, if it's playing across the aft of your boat, that can actually start to, I guess, make the boat slew for you, so you've got to counteract that. by being ready for that wind that pushes the tuck of the boat around.
And we were seeing just before a lot of water movement towards that south, just in that first channel alongside that bank. I think as the tides come in, that's probably killed that out a bit. You can still see there's dead water and there's a bit of a washout going on, but it's just not as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, it's definitely that outgoing tide would have been sucking through those gutters and making it a little bit more difficult.
That's right. Actually, we should be sitting just shy of...
Should we just start to push back in now?
Well, low tide's in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
So I tell a lie, actually, as it's... the tide's gone out, and that would make sense for the movement. What do you... Oh, I hope the waves will pick up as the tide comes in. There'll be a lot of water. We'll just have to see.
Jeff just looking around, just looking for a little wave. Hopefully that wasn't the gun.
I was hoping that as well. They've got a nice one behind them. Here we go. Throw that. Weight to the front. They should be able to get down this one. Nice. And it's given them a ramp too. It's not... Whoa.
A bit of work to do there for the big fella. It's just going to slew to the south. Can he get the re-entry? Pretty casual up there on the big stick is Jeff Matthews.
Oh, well, we got to go now. You got something up the tail end coming here. And I've got my little sheet of notes. On the back side, I'm talking about all the New Zealand crews, but on the front side, I've got a little shout out to Secret Harbour. Tate GBT kicked in yesterday, one of my favourite co-commentators. Probably shouldn't have favourites, but...
That's all right, mate. We can all have favourites.
I hung out with him yesterday, and he knew a fair bit about Secret Harbour, just south of Perth. Now, they've rocked up this morning. They've given me a full cheat sheet on the Secret Harbour Screamin' Seaman.
That is detailed notes.
It's got Secret Harbour Beach itself, and then information on the sweep stroke, 3-seat, 2-seat bow. Yes, the crew are all twins and triplets. That is interesting. Looks like we're moving on to our next race, so I'll have to find some downtime and give them another shout out and actually go through some of this information. We'll be moving through to round 2, heat 2 of the Open Women's Port Kembla Parasites. On screen here and along the line, Surfers Paradise Spice, Alley 2, South Curly Shakers, Alley 3, current residing national champions, Wanda Wahoo's Alley 4, and Avalon Beach Sweet Feet, Alley 5, and of course the Northcott Chin Chin, Alley 6. I appreciate they've actually changed the name. It was Chin Chin last year, but C-I-N.
Yes. Yeah.
And so they'd occasionally cop Sin Sin or Kin Kin.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, I guess I'm not a heavy enough drinker. But they've literally spelt it phonetically, so we cannot possibly get it wrong.
That's good for us, mate. Simple is better.
We are boaties. I'm not paid to think.
Don't think, just do, mate.
And the Chin Chin have been representing in finals for quite a few years. They do this crazy thing where they'll rock up to ASRL, make the finals, and then go home because they have a flight to Perth. They've all got day jobs on Monday, and they can't hang around. But I'm sure they've got the time for us at Aussies, and I wouldn't be surprised if they make a final.
No, mate, they looked very, very good this year, both at the ASRL and the Australian selection round. Very well accomplished crew they are from Northcott, making the trip over here to the East Coast. And in only one, we've got Port Kembla as well. They took out the New South Wales state titles this year. Jack and his wife, Renee, in the boat.
I do want to clarify, I'm not, in no way, shape or form am I bagging out the Chin Chin. I'm impressed they make the effort to come for any period of time, let alone race it through. And it just shows that they're confident enough in their ability. They don't have to be there. Off we go. You'll be looking at Avalon here on a start alongside Wanda.
You got the drone shot to the left. Looks like everyone off the beach quite cleanly. Probably the Chin Chin May with just the nose in front, along with the Shakers. It looks like they're in the middle of the pack from South Curly. Parasites get into their work now. They may have got a lead. Bit of bounce there for the Southern 3 crews there, top of your screen at home, ladies and gentlemen. But it's the Paradise and the Shakers with some waves to contend with now. Will it check them too hard? No, Port Kembla handle that pretty well.
One through.
South has copped it.
Yeah, Avalon's been checked big time. And I still keep seeing that one gutter just running out right where the Surfers Paradise Spice are. They've been utilising it, but those sets completely wipe the board, and there'll be another one here. Green roller, but have a look at that catch on the other side. That one's pretty important at this level. The open crews kind of have the same top speed. There's only a certain amount of speed you can get out of an open boat, and they all tend to get there, so it's really about how quick you can recover from those lags.
Yeah, and if you can just time it right too, Tom, you can pick up those little, quarter lengths and stuff. It's a kind of like I call like a free stroke. The hole's out of the water, so you got no drag on it. You can time it down the back of the wave. It's like a roller coaster. You get that downhill run. But I'd say the Parasites have the lead here over the Shakers from South Curly, middle of the screen, and rowing nicely in the second half of this trip to see are the Chin Chin up there in the white boat, top of your screen at home, ladies and gentlemen.
You can see they've pulled on those other three in the Southern Alleys quite a bit. They've got the pace. We'll have to see. Those waves should help them out. Port Kembla getting around in first, but only just as South Curly.
Yeah, the Shakers have had a good exit.
Really good exit here. Surfers Paradise Spice picking it up. It'll fill out.
Life here for the Parasites. They're running the top of one there now.
That'll fill out for them as well. That's okay. Have a look at this next one coming through. Opportunities galore. Surfers pick it up. South Curly pick it up. Feeding through to the Parasites here. And there's a big one here. Now's your opportunity to make something work.
Nice run here for the Parasites. Jack just calling the girls up in rate, looking around to see what's coming next. In dead water now are the Parasites. Just trying to find something. The pink bow of Surfers Paradise just bouncing on top one.
Look at the Shakers dropping through here. Can they take it? Just not having the grunt work behind them, and that will fill through for the Parasites. Off we go.
Nice little takeoff here for Jack. Just got the girls sitting in their seats. It's just going to double. This might get interesting.
Oh. Now watch the drop. He's going to have to hold that. He's done well there. They're still in their seats, so there's a bit of weight up front, but that'll pay once they hit that dead water, and off they go. You want to lift that nose just enough so you can get a bit of pay out of that wave.
So even though Jack had to do a lot of work there to hold that stroke, because they got quite steep for a moment, by sitting in their seats, once that dissipated in the gutter, they didn't have to get back to their seats and potentially get rowed down from behind while that time was being made up, getting reset into your seats. Shakers will get second.
I wonder if you have a bit of experience in teaching it all. Slyly putting it through for those sitting at home, maybe friends or family, a little bit less experienced in the surfboat world. Have a look at that finish as well. Surfers Paradise and Avalon sitting there in fourth alongside Wanda. I wouldn't be able to pick who got where, so make sure we're paying attention to live heats here. But Scotty's exactly right. As we come through into that tricky break point on the way in, you've had those green runners, you've picked them up, and then it gets really, really tricky in that dead water. And so some people, especially with that sweep, will struggle. You want people out of the bow so that you don't have that weight pushing down, because that water movement can cost you and make you slew. But at the same time, it'll cost you getting back to your seats where someone else might crash through and keep their people moving. Looks like we've got Tatahi Bay. That'll be the
Under 23s male in the water now, mate. Next to them will be the Pearly Heads Bailey's in 2. Avoca Beach, Got Crabs, another one of my favourite names, in 3. South Curly Wampa in 4. The Wanda Wabbits in 5. And the Bilgola Beach Backshots in alley 6. Bilgola, another club, mate. Good to see, with quite a few crews making the comeback.
A number of crews. They had a few yesterday. They might have even had a Masters crew going around, I think.
Yeah, I think Old Gold or the OGs or something were there, which is good to see.
Tatahi Bay has tried to help us out with phonetic spelling, but they've used letters I have never seen in my life before. I don't know what the double dot over an A means.
Emphasises, I guess.
I don't speak Swedish, guys.
Ta, Hiti Bay.
But the twin turbo here, looks like they might have merged a few crews or mixed them around. Shout out to Liam McVicker. He's the brother of AJ, one of my club mates over at Maroochydore. Red hot start from the Tatahi Bay twin turbo as well. I love to see it. Look at him punch through this first set. Bang.
It's not uncommon for a 23 crew to actually have the course record on any given day. The 23s, don't worry about them. They are just as quick as your A crew, ladies and gentlemen. They're on. There's a bit of surf for the crews to contend with now, Tommy. Oh, here comes a big one, mate. This is going to sort them out.
Bang. Not Tatahi, sorry. Avoca Beach got crabs sitting in alley 3, and they...
Oh, another one for... Oh, back shoot there for Burley Heads.
BHMP. The Barleys, I think.
Up and over that one goes Tahi Bay. But out in front, and Bagola back shot too.
Avoca Beach is gone. Got crabs are out of here.
I was going to say no crabs were caught at all in that break, and they have rode very, very well.
They've foxed you with that name. I wish you had something called the Slow Boys or something similar. Throw them right off. So Tatahi Bay, they know they're sitting in second. It looks like they've taken the edge off their rating, which is just fine. Clean rollers.
You're starting to get what you wish for, mate. That looks like it's building there as the tide starts to push back in. That's some serious lines coming across your screen now.
Amen. Love to see it. You can see here, going through some of the crew lists. It's a bit fast for me to read, but I'm sure you can freeze it and go back if you're interested. South Curly Wampa. They've been going around the Cairns for a while as well. On board with Tatahi Bay here, making the trip across, but Avoca Beach, real neat turn here as well, and they're off to the races. You'll see South Curly Wampa coming around that can. They've got to give way to Avoca Beach. I believe that's the rule.
There's an imaginary line halfway. I've always gone in tight and give the leading crews the way, but you're still entitled to use half the alley of the 23 metres or whatever it is. So effectively you've got the best part of 12 metres you can use going to your tin. Some waves building out the back here for the back markers.
They're picking up here, sitting in third. That would have been South Curly, I believe. They've fallen off that. There's a runner here now for Tatahi Bay, and they'll pick it up, and they're really running it. Sit there even. We haven't seen that for a while from some of these crews. They're just tapping along the top, alongside now on the same wave as Avoca Beach. Sweep's looking across. Hopefully the rowers have their eyes in the boat. They've sat there. It's
well,
flat
both
for them.
sat there. Must be a bigger one coming up behind them.
Whoa, look at this break out the back. Goodness gracious. So this is a real set coming through. Trail
Blake
here.
Takeoff.
Look at that.
This is going to be right over.
No.
That's over.
No,
He
not
goes
where you want to be.
that bay.
Look at that movement from
Oh.
Tatahi Bay. That is serious weight in that boat. They've held on just, so back to their seats maybe. The Wampa have taken the edge off as well. Where's the boat gone?
He goes the Wampa down.
Oh,
Nice
yeah.
one here. Nathan Wilson with a bit of work to do there for the Wampa.
South Curly picking up the scraps. They might overtake. Tatahi Bay's back to their seats, but he's got a crab. That's going to cost him. You got 3 people up front, but they don't get back to their seats.
Oh, pack the front of the boat there, Nath.
They got weight going on. Tatahi Bay have their boys in front, so they will get across for first. South Curly Wampa in second. Avoca Beach got crabs. Oh my goodness. Leading for 3/4 of the race, and that's part of the gentleman's agreement. They've sat there. They probably should have pulled up a little bit, you know. You've got the top 2 signed, sealed, delivered.
I think, unfortunately, that big runner they caught out in the back,
Yeah.
they thought was probably going to turn into a wave, and it just filled up at the wrong time and left them in no man's land.
That's BHMP getting across for third.
Followed by Bagola,
Bill
who got
Gola.
absolutely pumped at the start.
Oh, I'm keen. I'm frothing now. You've got my blood up.
Oh,
I'm ready to go.
That's what we love about surf boats, ladies and gentlemen. When the action's there.
10:30, we're sitting on perfect low tide, and it's just going to get bigger through the day. At least our racing day. Goodness gracious.
Okay, next on the course, once Avoca Beach sort themselves out and get back in, we're going to see the Markula Maxi Bonds, who are a very, very strong under 23 crew from the Sunshine Coast. We've got
First year 23 crew there.
The Currumbin Drakkers, Surfers Paradise Shaggers, South Maruga Swingers, Northcott Saints, and the Northcott Moose in this race.
We may have a little bit of time here, so if you want to make a cup of tea before the next race,
Here's your time, Avoca.
check it out. Avoca Beach, they didn't even get a crowd, man. They just got
tipped over.
It's a cruel mistress, isn't it?
It is.
And look, they've got round Rolex too. They're literally me. I'm imagining myself in that boat and thinking, typical, you know? That's
Loving the 3-seat there. Hasn't got an all up, it's still going through the motions to help with the balance.
Huey, the great leveler, and someone probably said something a little bit too enthusiastically for his liking, and he's gone through and made sure they know who they're talking to. So following this one, we'll actually pan across to the North Arena again, trying to make sure we get an even coverage here. You can stay active on live heats if you want to be up to date with everyone's scheduling and results.
Okay, just from the wide screen here, we've got the North area boats going to sea. Looks like it is Open Female. That's Coleroy on screen now. So we'll pull up the crew names for you, ladies and gentlemen, and give you an idea of what's going on.
That'll be round 2, heat 1. So we're looking at Coogee DMGs, Alley 1, Mona Vale Mayhem, Alley 2, Palm Beach Pirates, Alley 3, Coleroy Giants, Alley 4, our current national team, Coleroy Crusaders, Alley 5, and Allure Wilco, Alley 6. Now, whenever Wilco takes a crew, I believe they get called the Wilcos. He's got a few of them going around. And our current race leaders, I would have to say, are probably Mona Vale and one of the Coleroy crews, unless I've completely miscalled this race. No. Have faith in myself. So Mona Vale and Coleroy Crusaders probably on that front-running wave. Look at this one out the back now. Wilco's going to go with it. He's gone to the south. I think they might have just fallen off that edge. It'll pick up for the Coleroy.
Crusaders here, just sitting on top of it. It's going to build. Mona Vale on that also. Will Coleroy drop? No, they're off.
Probably for the best, to be honest.
And
Look at
Mona
that
Vale
rate.
off too. That is getting nasty on that bank in the north area.
Plenty of water to forgive you once you're out of the boat at the very least. It's not the water that hurts you, it's whatever you run into. Coleroy Crusaders here have got something, but they've lost it. They've lost that angle and it's cost them. Mona Vale pushing through, it looks like, or potentially Palm Beach Pirates actually. And Coogee has picked up a lot of length, so it's the Pirates and Coogee. Pirates have pulled ahead. That looks like Wilco's crew coming in as well alongside Coogee.
Yeah, that's the battle for second there between Coogee and Allura Wilco. And then both Coleroy boats and Mona Vale are on the wave at the back.
So round 2 of the round robin here down at Tugun Beach, Gold Coast. Not a bad place to be. And that's coming from a sunny coaster. What are your thoughts, Scotty?
Enjoy the waves here at Tugun, mate. It's a real test of surf boat skills. There's a bit there for everything. Got the shore break to contend with. Then you can get a bit of a run up for the ones out the back through that gutter. But as we've said before, it's really messy water in that gutter, so you got to do that. And then yeah, you know, the sweeps have really got to be on their game coming home today. And you can see there just how hard that's still breaking on that outer bank here. Coming up in Heat 2 though, mate, we've got Bernie Breeze making their way up from Tassie. Great to see. The Palm Beach Pursuit in Alley 2. Another great crew here, mate. How many gold medals in this crew over the years? The Mooloolaba Chop Suey in 4 next to them. The Marucci Doorbells, mate, your old stable mates. And the Lawn Lobsters in Alley 5.
The Lobsters have been a pretty solid crew, I believe. Marucci Doorbells here. They've actually got Chop Suey alumni from last season. Maddie Brown making the move across to Marucci Door. She thought she'd retired, and to tell you the truth, so had most of the Chop Sueys at Mooloolaba. But welcome to surf boats. people tell tall tales. They're not entirely sure they'll ever give it up. And Sarah Weston's going around again the umpteenth time. You know, she's still in contention as well, just refuses to give it up. I think, if I've got the stats correct, 2 or maybe 3 children, plus the donation of a kidney.
To a husband.
Yeah, and she's still come back and has our current leading record for the most open golds of anyone.
Nice step-in start there for Lorne. Nice push too by the sweep there. Gets on board now.
Early check for the Shorey.
As we pan back, a little bit of bounce there for all crews coming through. They'll get into that gutter now and get a run up for that back bank. And you can just see the sand there, mate, in this wave. So they must be coming down pretty hard out there.
Solid back bank. You can see someone's throwing their hand up down south. They really don't think the course is fair, and he's trying to make a point of it. I reckon he's either... It's a big gamble because you either cost your crew the entire race or they stop it. And it looks... Everyone's still going. So Lorne Lobsters have turned around. They've thrown it in. Maroochydore on screen here.
You're not sure what's happened there, mate.
Wooden sweep or gives you a little bit more purchase, especially through that break. You'll get a flex from the oar. Hopefully everyone's all right there with the Lorne Lobsters, but the race leaders at the moment I'd have to pick are the Maroochydore Bells alongside Chop Suey. They're sitting in top 2, and the Chop Suey actually have got about a length on Maroochydore.
So we come to the drain shot now, mate. That'll give us a bit of an idea. So, yeah, it's a battle for 2, but from this angle now, definitely Mooloolaba with a very strong lead here at this stage of the Open Females, Heat 2 of the North area.
Palmy Pursuit and Bernie Breeze not out of it yet. We'll have to see how they go on the way back in. It's not over till it's over, and the Palmy Pursuit, living up to their name, they're pulling on a little bit compared to the Bells. Now, the Bells have made some mid-season changes, and they've got an under-23 who's stepped up into the Opens. So we'll have to see if they can hold that on the way out to sea. But Chop Suey, super experienced crew. In fact, I'm pretty sure they have a former Olympian Stillwater rower there in that crew. So
good turn there by Megsy, though, mate. They spun that nicely
on
there.
A dime. That was maybe a stroke and a half around.
Little
and they're
run
off to sea
straight away for them. That'll be a nice little help out.
And again, here we go. Look at this send here from Maroochydore. This is what they're known for. They've got those round rollicks, and they really do that technique. Chop Suey alongside. Another one. Here we go. Bang. Weight to the front.
So with the rounds, Tom, just for the people listening at home, because you can play with the angle a lot more than you can with the square back, you can get that lot longer reach and lay back into the nose. Is that the benefit of it, do you think?
Particularly, yeah. It's higher risk, higher reward. If you get the placement wrong, it'll cost you much more than a square will. And there's a little bit less interchangeability between that and Stillwater. But where you get is here, you can pull through the oar so much further than you can with a square. You're getting more reach up front, and you can sit there longer. And what that does for you is it saves your bickies as they come into this period right here, where it's going to be necessary. You can throw that weight to the front, and you're using gravity to your advantage. Mooloolaba Chop Suey do not care about gravity. They will make it work regardless of the physics. But they're on the same wave here. It's a little bit broader for Maroochydore, but they're going to throw that weight, and they need it now because the Chop Suey are through.
Oh no, they've slewed.
Can they get the Rio? They're going all right. Brendan Weston here, but Megsy's down it and has picked a thick part of the wave.
Just pushing the back for a little swell in front. That's why it's stalling a little bit, and you had to work pretty hard there. But it's dissipated out, and we'll call them back on now. But I think they've done more than enough to take the maximum points here in this race.
So they'll take the edge off here a little bit, I believe. Just go back to 60 and finish that one out neat. Save those bickies for another day. Mooloolaba Chop Suey through for second, barring a commentator's curse. And Palmy Pursuit coming across for third, provisionally at least. Now we'll have Bernie out the back there, and Lorne threw in the towel right off the gun. I'm going to have to check in later in the day and see what happened there.
Yeah, it was a bit bizarre for me. I sort of have never seen that happen before. Turn around. I hope someone's not injured or hurt, mate. That's all.
Yeah, you would hope so. That's the only thing I could read. Otherwise, you'd probably keep going. You wouldn't choose a DNF. I have seen some self-assured sweeps sit there to prove a point, but they've actually got their way.
Okay.
Only the once or twice. Another time I saw them do it, he was pretty confident, and it cost him. National team trials are unforgiving, and you don't really get a second chance. If you're not making top 3, you may not get through to finals in any given race. So our race winners here on screen in the Robbie T. Maroochydore Bells. Megsy's cool, calm and collected. Here you go. Lorne have actually got back into it. Wow.
I wonder if he did snap a sweep ball off screen. That's what he might have been signalling to the beach for someone to run a sweep ball down. He might have had to do a quick change.
So for those at home, especially if you're not versed in surf boats, you're not allowed to be assisted in the participation of your race. So you can't have outside people help you out. Whoa!
A little bit steep there for him. Just
High side for them.
Bouncing along there as Whitewater. This one could get a little bit tricky too.
They're sitting flat. High side. They've done well. They've lost a bit of an oar though. So yeah, if you do break equipment, what your clubmates are allowed to do, or the extent of what they're allowed to do, is place an oar at the water's edge, and you have to go pick it up. And that could have been what he was signalling for.
I think especially the fact they're going back out to sea, I'd say that's exactly what's going on there, mate. They're coming home now. Just got everyone back in order.
That's part of the theory of exactly what I was talking about right at the start of this race. Megsy has that reckoning. For 7 kilos of weight, you get several more kilos of flexion. And he says if you break a wooden sweep oar, you know for sure you've done a good job.
And when you get those little half checks and it either hits the tuck of the boat or jams against the king plank where the sweep rollock is, the timber oar tends to bruise, whereas a carbon will just snap and your race is over.
It's pretty diabolical, to be honest. I look at that sometimes and think it really shouldn't have cost them that heavily for the level of wave or the amount of backshot. Normally you'd need a pretty solid backshot to cause that issue. And on occasion you think, oh, they'll be all right. We saw down in the Southern Arena one of those instances as well, and it's just snapped.
Sometimes too, they can have little fractures in them that you just don't pick up with the eye from previous ones, and then they just get the pressure on the right spot or wrong spot, whichever way you want to phrase it, and that's when they go.
That's unfortunate. It's kind of like a car, you know. I sit there and wait for it to heal, and it's just not going. But we'll be moving into the under-23 men's in the Northern Arena here. Round 2, Heat 1. Allura Pirates in Alley 1. Bondi Betweeners, Alley 2. That will be Daniel Wiesman in the back. Phil Stefano was telling me all of these crews in Bondi are first-year crews. They've been building their section a little bit this year. Collaroy Longnecks in Alley 3. Whale Beach, Moby Dicks, Alley 4. Palm Beach Penatocos, Alley 5. The Penatocos have been competitive for a few seasons now. Looks like we'll have... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see where the names come from. Penny... I'm so sorry. Peniteketo Halangahu, the sweep here. Pebbles. That also explains why they've got a Palmy Pebbles crew, probably. Welcome to Lifesaving, where everyone has nicknames. And unfortunately, sometimes I know people exclusively by nicknames. I can't even pick up who's where. You'll talk about people to other people outside of Lifesaving and have no idea what their real name is. People I've known for 5 to 10 years, even. The Hoffies and the Scanos of the world. In we go with the Whale Beach Moby Dicks. Not a great start. Have a look at those oars out of time, and the Palm Beach Penatocos making a move here. But look at that. Real crisp start from Alley 3.
That's the Longnecks from Collaroy with that distinctive black hull and red gunnels, but they are flowing out there, Tom.
They're off to the races. And I keep paying attention to all these washouts because I'm trying to figure out where the rips are, and there are a few of them. They may have benefited from that. A doubler here for the Pentatocos. They've gone over it where others have been checked.
Collaroy Longnecks are going to get one right on their bow there. They've punched through okay, though.
Pentatocos were still at speed, and they didn't get humbled by that one so much. So they've actually pulled a length on everyone else now. But you've still got a race on for third position. And as we've seen before, nothing is set in stone. You've got Allura Pirates, Bondi Between Us, duking it out with Whale Beach Moby Dix all around that third place position. Palm Beach probably 3/4 of a length on Collaroy Longnecks.
Yeah, looking nice there, though, the Palm Beach crew. With Pebbles at the back there, going about their work nicely.
This will be the gate cans, and that'll set our marker. So 1, 2, 3. There's probably a little bit more length for Palmy ahead of everyone else than I thought. Maybe 2 lengths. That angle is deceptive, but it does happen to help us see everyone. So I'm not going to ask them to change. Coming into these cans, everyone's got a different theory on how to turn. We'll see the Pentatocos get around here first. That's quite a pace out of that can as well. That's probably a 3-stroker to get around. Once we pan back out to that screen, Collaroy Longnecks around. But the Pentatocos want to go. If you do the work here, it pays later.
A little bit of life here under the Pentatocos now, as there was top screen for the Longnecks. Pebbles just having a look around there, just pulling the boys up to work through this dead patch of water. A little bit of life again there now. And the Longnecks are on a little bit of a bump top of screen through the gate cans there, Tommy. Just falling off it now, but they got a good 3 or 4 stroke run out of that wave.
They've almost leveled themselves up. You can still see there's an angle in this wave going to the south. So that's paid for Palmy. Collaroy's still hanging out there. Both of them have fallen off. That'll give some of these back markers an opportunity. For every wave, if you can have a real good surge, you can make the most of it. There's another thing here. Palmy's turn. And they're sitting there. They're throwing that weight to the front. Not enough to get you to shore.
Collaroy on a little one now. They're a little bit finicky up here in the northern area. Don't seem to be as more distinct lines as they were down in the south area.
So they've been pretty fortunate with that because they're on the same wave, but you'll see it's flatter in front of them, so they can shoot if they want to, and they will. Palmy's happy to just sit there.
So stuck between 2 swells at the moment. There's a little one at the front.
That can really suck. Now, that's passed up under Collaroy, and it's still full enough for Palmy to run, so they've actually taken that to the finish line. Collaroy Longnecks probably sitting in second, and I would anticipate third place is up for grabs. It was Whale Beach hanging out there.
As we pan back out with the train, it could be anyone's here for third place, Tommy. All 3 crews are on this last wave.
The Allura Pirates, it looks like Bondi's fallen off the back of it. And the other 2 have taken that one through. That's pretty unfortunate for the Bondi Between Us. Caught between 2 other crews who just got the wave to form up for them. You can even see that shore is not favourable sometimes, but they've handled that pretty well. So we'll move through to round 2, heat 2 of the under-23 males. Mona Vale, Mona Dirty Oars, Alley 1. North Cronulla Funkies Colts, Alley 2. Palm Beach Petrol, Alley 3. Palm Beach Finns, Alley 4. North Cronulla Blueies Colts, Alley 5. And Bateman's Bay Strokers, Alley 6. Got any information on these ones, Scotty?
Oh, mate, the Finns have been a very strong under-23 crew with Peter Spence for a long time. Neil is just doing some amazing things down there with the junior divisions in Bateman's Bay. I'll just double check that is Neil's crew. Yes, that is correct.
Bingo.
Because every now and again I do get that wrong because I'm so used to seeing him at the back of a Bateman's Bay boat, but Tuna still does a little bit down there with him as well. And North Cronulla Funkies have been really, really solid too the last couple of years in this division. So, mate, it's going to be a hot race, this. I reckon there'll be a couple of finalists that will come out of this race alone on Sunday.
And we're having a look at, this will be round 2, so it's not hell for leather yet. But it depends on how you've gone in the previous round. You know, you need to start building up that points lead. Yesterday I checked with the reserves, they cut from 38 per arena, so that would have been what, 74 crews, and they cut to 18 each, so that would have been 36 coming through. Under 23s is probably one of our stronger divisions with regard to numbers. I'm not sure about the cuts, but you'd at least half the field.
Guns up, you can see the body language change. Very slick start there by the Bateman's boys. Neil giving it a good push and sliding in over the tuck now. Probably...
Wow, that's pretty cruel. They did quite well on that start. That'll be Palmy Finns and Petrol pulling out from the middle.
That was a very slick start there by the Finns. Got the rate up still pretty high, working through this gutter to approach the back bank. See, there's been some water broken there just recently with the white water in the screen. A bit of bounce there for the Petrol, and the Finns go through a little white water there. Not much pace lost off, but getting into their work. Top of screen now are the Dirty Oars from Mona Vale.
So there's a little bit of a channel there. You can see a gutter running out, and both Palm Beach crews have made the most of it. I must say they've just punched through that shory quite well. That looks like North Cronulla Funky's Colts actually pulling up on the Petrol, which is good to see. They've got a bit of pace out the back. But the Palm Beach Finns are using the same pace to pull away from everyone.
Yeah, I just thought Bluey's crew here were going all right and just making a little bit of a dent. I was just about to say that, and then Spency's just called for another gear from the Finns, and they just pulled away again. Here they go now, though. The Bluey's making a little surge through the gate cans, where that's part of their race plan, that they're going to have a little 5 or 10 stroke effort at the gate cans, as some crews like to do.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't really. Yeah. So we've got a couple stablemates going on at the moment. We've got 2 Palm Beach crews and 2 North Cronulla crews. I wonder if they fight it out for any good equipment.
Finns in first.
That's probably Bluey's around in second, Palmy, and then the Funky's Colts.
Probably equal third.
And look at these Blueys get around real quick. They've pulled out nicely. You will not get enough of a run from these waves to be able to go to shore, but what it does is it puts you in a better position to catch the next one. There's been no help here for the Finns, and they've just taken it anyway. Now there's a bit coming, and watch them rate up and throw it to the front.
Just a little one, but there's enough there. See, it's just surging there to your left of screen at home. And the back markers have got some energy under the boats now coming for them, and that might turn into a wave for the Finns. They might be far enough in. That's going to stand for them.
Wow, it's filling up here. You can see, yep, just stood up. That'll be Funky's Colts getting a really good run, pulling alongside the Petrol.
Here it goes now for the Finns. I apologise, that was the Petrol before. Yep, sit easy, far enough in.
Wow.
Spencer had a little bit of work to do there, just leaning his hips on the big stick. Was nearly going to grab the gunnel just to try and pull him around. But just sitting in between 2 swells like we've seen in the previous race there, you can see that bow just spraying up as it pushes in the back of the other, and they're in a little bit of dead water now, but I think they've got enough lead here, Tom, that it's not going to affect them.
They've built redundancy, and it's just built up on them. That's actually helped them out a little bit. I really appreciate that he wears the white zinc, especially on the lips. He's such an animated character, so you can really see. And Funky's Colts have come from probably 4th position straight into 2nd, really running those waves, and I think you can tell who's been doing their surf work, their homework. Petrol as well pulled up quite a bit on those waves.
And Bateman's and Cronulla Bluey's fighting it out here for the 4th position.
And at that point, you do kind of need those points. So it looks like that'll be Palmy Finns. They're all wearing the 90s Wallabies
It's
branded budgie smugglers.
Yeah.
I love to see it as a personal Wallabies fan. I am used to a bit of up and down regarding that, so I guess it's really opened me up to celebrating the little wins in sport.
Yeah, it takes us back to the golden era of the Wallabies.
Now, unfortunately, I was not even alive during the golden era of the Wallabies. I've not been alive while we've held
The Bledisloe.
the Bledisloe. Say what you will about that. It shows a state of Australian rugby. but the state of Australian surf boats is going really strong.
Especially in this division, mate. This is a real growth division, and there are some really quality crews in here. Coming up the next one, mate, we've got the Stockton Sluggos, the Coogee Cobia, the Bondi Buffheads. That's got to be swept by Phil Stefano for a name like that. North Cronulla Weapons and Tweeds, Tweed Heads Coolangatta Goons in Alley 5. There's the great man himself there, Philly Stefano, the back of the Buffheads. No bigger Buffhead in the sport than Phil himself. We love you, mate. We know you love a good time.
He's a good fella and he gets around the sport as well.
But mate, what he's done at Bondi is just fantastic within a season. To have that many crews on the water. I had a quick hop juice with him yesterday afternoon, and we were having a bit of a discussion like that reserve grade crew that he raced yesterday. That was their first time at Aussies, first time out in any decent surf. And even though they fell out and rolled the boat over a couple of times, they had an absolute ball of a time, he said. He said that's got them well and truly hooked.
Well, that's part of it. Just before, got to say as well, look at this North Cronulla. Look at the oars, team effort branded across each oar. It's kind of goes hard.
Back to our previous conversation, we were talking about fighting over gear and whatever.
Yeah.
Imagine being the boat captain for someone like Palm Beach or North Cronulla, then having to go to your committee and get your budget passed each season. Like, that'd be just, I'd hate to think.
I've heard tell that Palmy is pretty much exclusively boaties anyway, so you might get a bit of a nudge. It's probably a bunch of former boaties themselves. Megsy has more of a theory just saving money. We very rarely break any equipment. Speaking of equipment, it's cool to see the Croker stand outside of our donga here, making adjustments and selling all these oars off to different people.
Yeah, Troy had the ratchet strap well and truly wound up, trying to remove some sweep oil handles and blades to fix a few that were broken this morning. Seen Matty Giblin hanging on one end and Troy on the other, trying to separate them to replace one of the parts. I guess that's probably the only, if we go back to the timber and carbon argument with sweep oars, is, you know, you can just replace the part that you break in a carbon sweep oar. In and away here, mate, probably Tweed Heads Coolangatta, bottom of screen here with another timber sweep oar with the better of the starts, and liking the energy in that boat. That is surging and accelerating every stroke.
That's a solid rate alongside North Cronulla as well. North Cronulla is pretty representative in the under-23s. They show up at finals time hardcore. The North Cronulla Weapons here taking an early lead. And Bondi Buffheads not doing too bad, huh? Good on you, Phil. THC getting checked alongside the two northern alleys, so that's very unfortunate. We've got Bondi and North Cronulla making the most of that little rip that's just running out right in the middle of the arena. Seems to help those crews out on the way to sea, and then if you were clever about it, probably pick your way away from it to get a bit more of a run on the way in.
On board there with North Cronulla on the split screen on the right. Nice finish into the chest there as we pan back. I was going to say, it looked like Philly cracked the whip there for a little bit with the Buffheads. They've made a little bit of a din. I think, for me, they might have their bow just right up in the tuck of North Cronulla now as we come through the gate cans.
Look at Phil so far forward in that boat too. He's right on the end of his sweep oar. Letting it run. There's a lot of sit back as well. If you do the early work right up at the front of your stroke, it pays off. You can sit back, and arguably, someone told me, some wise man back in the day said, it's almost just as much about what you do out of the water as in when it comes to rowing. Oh, North Cronulla caught up on the can.
It just folded over the oar a little bit, as it can do on the webbing and the chain that anchors that to the line underneath the water.
And look at them closing in out of this turn. The northernmost alleys have actually made up quite a bit of distance. Stockton, Sluggos and Coogee, Cobia.
A bit of life coming under Stefano's boat there, the Buffheads, that blue tuck with the white bow. But North Cronulla here moving quite nicely in the latter stages of this race, coming back to shore. coming under here for Coogee as well. Nice angle there for Stockton. Greggy Ross calling the boys up.
Now this should feed through to Bondi and North Cronulla just based on that angle. But I'm excited to see. We haven't had such close racing in the last few heats. Stockton make a charge. Coogee make a charge. Bondi filling up now. And that will pan through to North Cronulla, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Ray comes up. Look at the sand on the end of that. I like that hard finish into the chest there, especially the 3-seat there in the white top. And they're going to have to keep rowing, but I think that's going to be enough for them to go home on this wave and take the maximum points. Battling out for second is the Bullheads and the Cobia from Coogee here. Oh, unfortunately for North Cronulla, they're going to get swallowed up from behind. Stefano will have time to light a smoke, as he loves, and just get that gravelly, boys. Come on, boys, give me a bit more. We got this. Come on, you Bullheads.
And it's flattened in front of them. They're sitting alongside. They're happy. Stroke for stroke now.
Angle of the wave might just favour North Cronulla here, I think.
Coogee have had a late dive as well. They've done really well to pick up that distance in this race in the second half. I'm really impressed to see that from Bondi. Considering they're a first-year crew.
Yeah, that's so good to see. I reckon the big fellow have a smile on his face. Stockton just coming in here. Greggy just wanted a bit of work on the stick on the edge. Oh, and he got a bit hot and had to have a bit of a dip just to cool off.
That's class. That's class. Now I've had Tate GPT walking back into the donga here, and I'm happy to say you're in safe hands in the upcoming commentary. He's got all the stats, facts, and notebooks to keep you covered. I'll be handing out, and that gets rid of the Queenslanders. Moving a bit south in the power rankings, we've got New South Wales and Victoria represented here.
Thanks very much, Tommy. You enjoy a little break, mate. We'll hear from you back on here later. Okay, coming up in Heat 4 in the north area for the under 23 males, we're going to have the North Narrabeen 4-strokes, the Corrimal Blackjacks, Mona Vale Black, Kyneton Rock Monsters, Secret Harbour Screamin' Seaman, and we've got a little bit of detail on them there we can talk about, and Mermaid Beach Maydays. Just the drone shot here starting to pan across here. You can see.
Yeah, certainly interesting day on the beach so far, doing some beach commentary alongside Rod Costa. It certainly has flattened out looking from the shore, which means it's going to be a little bit more extra push to go through. But this will be the crew for us to watch out. Secret Harbour managing to stay in line with the Palm Beach Fins in their first heat.
Oh, how good's that to see? It just sort of threw me there, mate, when I seen the Fremantle boat. I was going to go, oh, hang on, if I got the wrong race up here.
They are sharing like many other crews coming from far and wide, a little bit of boat sharing going on at the moment. Of course, a strong contingent out of WA across Fremantle, North Cottesloe and Secret Harbour. So looking at these conditions at the moment, Scott, it has indeed flattened out a little bit, but there are still some tricky conditions, especially watching a bit from the south area as well. Still boats sort of flying around, a few ghost boats here and there. But for sure, the Secret Harbour boys will be using their 6 kilometres of beach that they patrol at. The longest patrolled beach in Victoria, find the best conditions across there as the best surf beach in WA. Benno will be absolutely sure to take these boys out. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, mate, just sort of watching on the screen here, and you might give us a little bit more intel from watching it live. It looks like it's a little bit more finicky in the north area of the waves. They just sort of pop up, you know, a bit random in different alleys, whereas there's definitely distinct lines as well down in the south area, mate.
Yeah, I'd probably say that is pretty correct, I would say. I think it's a lot more finicky. We're seeing a lot more sort of straight lines coming out of the south area as opposed to the north. We'll be most likely moving back up to the north once we go to one area a bit later on in today. But yeah, it's some credit to all the sweeps who are competing here this weekend. It has been tricky conditions since Wednesday. Even though it has flattened out a little bit in terms of the size of the waves, it's still very tricky in terms of power. I'm sure that you can speak to it as well in the few days that you've been racing in between doing commentary skits. Scott? but it's still very, very tricky at the moment.
Yeah, mate. Definitely, like Tuesday was just that was huge. I've spoke about it before. It's some of the biggest surf I've raced in ever. It had a lot of power. I felt the power was just out of it a little bit yesterday. Had dropped off a little bit, but was still, you know, some tricky surf to hold. I think the edge was a little bit more nasty yesterday down there at Ballinga, but it's nice to be back up here in Tugun here today. And just in and away here, all boats off reasonably clean. There was a little bit for him to contend with right on the edge. On board here with Bryce Munro and the Mona Vale boys in the Matthew Rood Collins boat.
Here we are, Secret Harbour Screaming Seamen from WA in the Fremantle trim. Trying to get maybe coming out in first place, but it is the crew from South Australia who have proven time and time again, does the Kyneton Rocks Club, that they are out and away. One of the best junior clubs coming through. They've just got a few more green rollers to contend with, but they'll be out and away, Scott.
Yeah, Hocko doing a great job down there, mate, with the Kyneton Rock guys. Yeah, look out for them in all junior divisions to be pretty good.
Also out in Alley 1 is the man, Don McManus of the North Maribyrnong Four Strokes, making a bit of a play as well. It is battle between them and them in Alley 1 and Alley 4, the Kyneton Rocks monsters. Yeah, it has definitely flattened off. They've only got to deal with that one little bit of surf going through. But otherwise, it's going to be very, very tricky going out to sea here, Scott.
Yeah, mate, we've, you know, there's been waves popping up and just really checking some of the lead crews, Curly, as this sport can do to you. Like I say, it's a sport of perseverance and patience. As we're just on board here with Hocko and the Rock Monsters from Kyneton Rocks.
Fantastic effort with Connor, Sam, Max and Cooper from South Australia.
And Sam got himself a bronze medal the other day sweeping the Masters, which was fantastic to see.
I will say it, I've said it many, many times and say it again, it is Kyneton Rocks' first medal at an Australian titles. It was their bronze. And Sam, rowing in under 23s and doing a bit of sweeping for the boys, was as chuffed as I've ever seen him, as they go around in first, holding a commanding lead, but it is the crew from WA as well following behind them. The Kyneton Rocks have got the best of the runs and they're heading back to shore now.
Yeah, Hocko just looking back, looking to find a little bit more. Looks like another one building up behind them now.
Ooh, something's going on in the middle of the pack here for the Mona Vale crew. They probably just missed the cans and they're just going to have to go back around it so they don't get disqualified, it looks like.
Little wave forming under Kyneton Rocks here, Tate, but yeah, that's exactly what Bryce Munro has had to do. Had to have a second attempt at hitting the can. It's really tricky when you're trying to get that tight turn. You want to really get it on the bow, and sometimes your bow could just hit that can and just roll the wrong side of your boat. And I think there's 3 metres of webbing and chain as well before it connects to the anchor line, so that can float a little bit, which makes it hard also. Sorry, mate.
We do, so apologies. We do have a bit of a party wave. Screaming Seaman come down and hard come down. Does Benno hold it? He'll slew around as well as Kyneton Rocks, and Darren Hocking slews around as well. The crew from Currumbin out in Alley 1. Just double check that just to make sure that that is correct. No, North Maribyrnong go around 1. 3 boats on the same wave. Secret Harbour have managed to compose themselves earlier. The boys will go around. 3-seat is missing the oar at the moment. Sorry, 2-seat rather is missing their oar. Just moving back and forth to try and keep the momentum of the boat going here. But a party wave there, Don.
Yeah, no, good to see. No, that's all right. If you're going to mistake me for anyone, I have to be mistaken for Don McManus. I hope I'm still doing it, you know, at his age also. As we see the concluding stages of this race, I'm sure folks will have the drone back up soon. It'll be just a battery change. As we see Corrimal, speaking of clubs that are making a bit of a resurgence, it's great to see Corrimal being strong again, who were once a very iconic surf boat club.
Fantastic as well. A lot more clubs coming through. Now see Bryce Munro's boys start to make their way back into shore. They do, making sure the line is as tight as they possibly can. Fortunately, just a bit of bad luck not being able to get around that can in time. They'll take the points anyway.
Well, he's not happy. Bit of a helmet throw there for Bryce.
Yeah. Fortunately, it can be a sport of frustration from time to time. A lot of passionate people, as we saw with a very heavy-handed throw down of the helmet. Now look into round to Heat 1 of the reserve female surf boats. 5-boater in this one. We have the Brighton crew. South Australia on screen, the Broncos. Gary is their sweep. Diana, Simone, Rachel and Alicia making the way up from South Australia. Laura Seapow, Taylor, Lauren, Jenna, Lauren number 2, Hocking and Hutchinson, and Michael McBain at the back of their boat. Kurrawa Cowgirls will be in alley, Maroochydore Bolts will be in alley 1. Kurrawa Cowgirls in alley 2. Bateman's Bay Banshees in alley 3, and they will be the crew to look out for. The Laura Seapow and Brighton Broncos will round us out for this 5-boater.
Yeah, the Banshees winning a medal again the other day, or yesterday, sorry, in the Masters Women, and they have been a class crew for a long, long time, Tate.
Certainly swept by the nicest man in surf boats.
He's up there. He's up there with them. Neil Innes, an absolute gentleman of the sport.
Getting a shot there as well. Our Powercraft crew moving up and down. They've had a bit of a busy day between catching equipment and catching rowers, bringing them back to the boat.
Yeah, massive shout out to our water safety guys. They're, you know, we couldn't do it without them, and quite often the unsung heroes of today with all the work that they do.
See here, Kyneton Rocks finishing in 4th. Corrimal managing to get the 2nd place. Finally rounding us out, Mona Vale Black. Starters' hands now. Has been a little bit cleaner in terms of the starts, but it is very hit and miss. Trying to get out to sea as we're waiting for all of the noses to go down at the same time. Even looking out to sea at the moment, there's still not quite that clearing wave coming through to get an even start here, Scott.
No, like I said before, mate, it's a little bit finicky, the surf up here in the north area as opposed to the south area. You can see the girls quite relaxed there, so obviously guns aren't up yet for the Brighton girls there in that distinctive red gaff helmet that they wear.
Does it feel like time just slows down when you're waiting on the line, waiting for the gun to go up?
Yeah, and you can actually expend a lot of energy just, you know, moving the boat in and out for the swells and not letting them drift too much from where your sweep wants it. But they're in and away here, mate. Everyone pretty clean, a few little white waters for everyone to contend with.
Unfortunately, the Maroochydore Bolts having a bit of trouble with their sweep of Michael Brooks trying to jump in the back of the boat. Kurrawa Cowgirls will be rowing in alley 2. On screen at the moment was the Brighton Broncos, but look at Bateman's Bay Banshees showing their pedigree as a crew, and with a lot of medals out of that boat, sitting comfortably in first here now, Scott.
Yeah, a couple of boat lengths ahead already are the Banshees. They're just coming up to that back bank now. You can see the white water. They're going to pop over one there. No dramas for them. Probably Allura copping the biggest check there as they bounce over that white water.
Maroochydore as well, copping a little bit of a back there, but Bateman's Bay are out and away. A little bit of pushback for the Allura
Cowgirls,
and the Cowboys from Kurrawa just get pushed back as well, back to shore. But Bateman's Bay are in front. Brighton following behind by about 2 boat lengths. Allura Seapow and Maroochydore Bolts are battling out, but how unfortunate it was for the Kurrawa Cowgirls.
Yeah, they just got bounced a few times going into it, and just they took away their boat speed, Tate. And so when they hit it, they just didn't have the boat speed they would have liked, and unfortunately, that's what caused the back shot. But on board here on the drone shot, you can see Bateman's Bay showing what a class crew they are as they come through the gate cans.
Does seem like, as you were saying, it's showing what you've been speaking about. It is very finicky going through the break, especially in the northern part of the northern area, where there's just little waves that are doubling up and even sometimes tripling up going over, which makes it very difficult to try and hold that boat as it's going over the wave to stop the momentum of getting pushed back. Neil Innes starts to angle his girls in there, and the turn begins now. Good tight turn from Bateman's Bay Banshees. Yeah, they're sitting a boat length.
Going to be well and truly in and away by the time Brighton, the second place crew at the moment, hits their 10. I'd suggest they've probably got about a 4 boat length lead over the rest of the field now, Tate.
Absolutely start pushing through. As Neil Innes urges his girls to go, they've got a nice little runner here. And like you've said, Maroochydore Bolts, who got checked at the start, have rowed themselves back into it here now. They're sitting in 3rd place, taking over Allura Seapow. But the Kurrawa Cowgirls are not giving up. They're going to try and get the points here. Neil Innes and his girls, the Bateman's Bay Banshees, found that nice little runner. They're still going to try and keep on it. They'll fall off the back of it here, but it is a commanding lead for them at the moment, Scott.
Yeah, another little one just going to form up behind them now straight away, so they should skip away on this. It won't turn in the wave, I wouldn't suggest.
But the one behind it most definitely will, as the keel starts to go down, and there's the wave that they're going to try and hold on to it. They'll just fall off the back of this one here, but it is still a very commanding lead for the crew from Bateman's Bay. But it is a push now between Brighton and Maroochydore. And how about the row from Maroochydore to try and come back in when they got back shot at the start, sitting comfortably in sitting in second place, probably over Brighton at the moment. So it's a battle for the minor places here.
Little bit of a wave coming here on the Faz though, for the Brighton girls. Might get down it, but it's going to build again this second one. It looks like not much behind Brooksy up there, top of screen.
Yeah, definitely, and a little more one builds under Faz from Brighton. The Broncos putting in the horsepower here now, just trying to find something. Neil Innes calls his girls easy. That nose will drop. It's a nice cruisy crew there for the Bateman's Bay Banshees.
Little bit of work to do there, just on the edges. They drop into that shallow water. You just see Neil locking himself against the gunnel and just giving a bit of a pull. But that's why he's one of the best in the business. Look how relaxed he was up there, Tate.
Especially you can see the extra relaxingness of the Gaz from Brighton crossing the line over in second, and Brooksy and his girls have managed to row themselves back into third place, sitting in fourth. The Allura Sea Prow just having a little bit of trouble getting out of that turn there and lost a few boat lengths. Fortunately, not much coming for them for the Michael McBain's crew here.
No, not much of the sea god's luck going their way, but more unfortunate for the Port Currow Cowgirls, who copped a really big back shoot out on that back bank.
It is fantastic to see Currow coming back into surf boats. I know as a young rower myself, and never having rowed at the Currow, we hear many stories about that double break, and it's fantastic to see another club on the Gold Coast building up their surf boat pedigree again.
Yeah, it is, mate. It is a very iconic club, the Currow Club. There's Mick McBain's just coming back in here with the Allura girls.
The big smiles. It's probably a hard race for the Sea Power, but they've managed to get through easy peasy. Unfortunately,
Currow is still bouncing around.
Just going for that late trail there, does the Currow crew with Piper, Kayla, Amelia and Isabella. Fortunately, they are missing their second stroke, two-seat. They're trying to get back into shore. They know they've got a little bit of time here. Probably one of the worst things doing swimming as a rower.
Yeah, we're not known for our prowess in the water, but as many people like to bag out the boaties, but yeah, we're still lifesavers and absolute valued members of any surf club. A strong boat fraternity and a club is generally a strong club. Okay, just as we finish off this race, coming up in the next race, we're going to have the City of Perth Peaches, Warrnambool Team A, Bulli Gold and Corrimal Black Spice.
4 boats in this one.
And a good shout out to my good mate Jeff Wilson, sweep of the City of Perth and fellow ASRL committee member. Does a ton of work in setting up the ASRL Carnival and is just an all-round legend of the sport. I hope the girls do really well for you. Jeff, I know they were super stoked to make the trip over. I think some of them, it's their first Aussie stay.
Yeah, and there's definitely other clubs coming up alongside the City of Perth, as well as Warrnambool Team A, the Emerging Club of the Year last year at the VSRL Awards Night.
Awesome.
Coming back in with the power of Gary Askew, bringing up this crew, pretty much all Nipper mums, saw surf boats and said we want to have a crack. They've done a fantastic effort to come up here. Some fantastic boat catches as well. There's the crew from Warrnambool, as well as Bulli Gold, a crew who've come together this year as well. All bow side rowers, except for one, Olivia Mitten.
Yep.
She's been, because she rode stroke side one time, they put her into second stroke there in two-seat, as you see. Paul Jones there, sweep of the Bulli Gold.
Just looking round, just the boats getting racked and stacked, ready for the start of this race. You can see the stroke there. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Apologies, folks, we're on there with Corrimal. Just here with us, we've got all cameras available to us. Every now and again, I get distracted, my ADHD gets the better of me and I start looking at the wrong screen. But Caramel Black Spice there. We come back to the drone footage. Bit of a gap between alleys 3 and 4 there. Just probably looking for the best water that the sweep wants to take their crew out in.
Just to make sure they have to go around their cans going out to sea, returning cans, but they have to keep it on keep their coloured can on the right of them.
Yeah, only on the way home, mate.
Only
Gate
on the
can
way
on your
home.
right. Doesn't matter on the trip to sea. You can see that Check Starter is happy there at the moment. In and away.
Goes City of Perth and Warrnambool on your screens at the moment. Getting a bit of check starter there, does the Warrnambool crew. City of Perth go out, and it looks like it is the Bulleye Gold, the current New South Wales state champions going out to sea here, but Corrimor right hot on their trail.
Bit of bounce there for Jeff Wilson. City of Perth girls there, top of your screen. But Coral Black Spice handling that little tricky break, probably as good as Bulleye, and they're probably sitting up level with the 2-seat now is the bow of the Coral Black Spice.
Waves to contend here for Bulleye. Goes over the top, followed by Warrnambool. They've got at least two South Coast boats sitting in here, or JB surf boats with the new boat from Warrnambool. And of course the Bulleye Gold Cruise.
Bit of a wave coming here for everybody. That's going to sort them out. Corrimal will get hit hard.
Corrimal will get hit very, very hard. Unfortunately, their boat is now full of water as the pumps are working overtime, and it is Bulleye Gold who's managed to get the best of the runs here, sitting a boat length in front of this crew from Western Victoria in Warrnambool, looking to follow up on their surf boat pedigree. One of the most successful junior clubs in the history of Victorian surf boats. Recently taken out a gold medal as well in the under-15s boards earlier this week with Will Kerr. Hopefully looking to try and make their way through to the cuts, does this crew of Nipper Mums. But looks like Bulleye Gold are well out in front of the moment here, Scott.
Yeah, on board there with Jonesy, we've got Sophie, Ella, Olivia and Emma, and they are doing a very nice job going to sea here in that distinctive maroon and yellow boat of the Bulleye Gold crew.
Sophie Neal, it's her first year rowing in the boat as well, originally coming from River down in Hobart.
Okay.
Crack. But it has been very, very good to see Bulleye Gold, who's had such a dominance in the open men for a long, long time, build up their pedigree of their clubs as well across all grades, going around in first. Does Bulleye, followed by Warrnambool going around in two.
Bit wide out there, Jonesy. Might be a slight oar clash here. Just doing some work now to get him back around. You can just see him as left-handed sweep, just pushing on the big stick to get him around. And a little bit of life under them now, just as the drone angles back out. You can see the bow just surging forward a little bit. I'll tell you what, the Nipper Mums have had a bloody good row, mate, to see from Warrnambool. They're going well, and they're going to get a little run here. They try and pull back up next to Bulleye, but Bulleye will get the run of it now.
Yeah, the ladies of the Lady Bay doing really quite hard, does the crew from Warrnambool, but Bulleye Gold getting a nice little bit of the run here. They'll start to fatten out for them and extend their lead. Now it goes down, does for the Bulleye Gold crew. Unfortunately, they won't get the best of the run of it, but don't count out City of Perth, who are sitting in third at the moment. Will have the first crack of the waves coming into shore at the moment, Scott.
Yeah, they've had a nice second half of their race after getting hit pretty hard off the beach. Have the City of Perth girls. Jeff just looking for a wave to try and get them back up to really challenge these two front runners of Bulleye and Warrnambool.
They coming in for the last little bit. Life builds under the Bulleye boat as the rate will start to pick up now. A little bit of wave starting to fatten out. It won't be enough to probably hold on to a runner into the beach, but it will extend their lead. On screen at the moment, see a bit of that life building. Noses bumping up and down, trying to desperately keep down. And they'll be able to get it a very nice little run. City of Perth making a bit of a play out in alley one, trying to catch up. Coles Easy does the City of Perth crew to try and catch up to Warrnambool. But Bulleye Gold sitting well in front of the moment here, Scott.
Yeah, just falling off that little one, mate. They're going to get maximum points, but they're going to do it the hard way. They're going to have to row all the way to shore. This little one might be just enough to just carry him over. But they've done enough. Dead water for Warrnambool. Looks like Jeff may Bradbury him from behind.
I think they might have just got over the line there, sitting in the wave in front as Warrnambool go over with Gary Askew as their sweep. Fantastic effort to push over the line. That's Warrnambool. Unfortunately, Corrimal got checked, started the race, got hit back hard. Now have to finish off the race and take out the minorest of places.
Okay, and what you've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get a Queenslander back on here. They love talking themselves up, so I thought I'd just get in first. But I'm going to have a little break for a bit, and I'm going to welcome back in the great man, Donny Cottrell, to take you through for the next hour.
Scotty Edwards, great calling, mate. Good stuff. Got tape beside me here. What are we up to, mate?
So we're just rounding out second heat, round 2 of the reserve female surf boats here in the North area, as we see the Shugan Surf Lifesaving Club in the background. Corrimal ran us out here. Fantastic row out of that 4-boat race. So we now look to heat 3 of round 2. Getting up the results here for Mr. McManus, and yes, we will be starting with the Allura Rhythm. Will be in Alley 1 from New Zealand, rowing in the blue and white trim of the Met Caloundra boat is the Paikakariki Mums. Alley 3, the Alexandra Headland Manta Rays. Alley 4, the Dicky Beach Dreamers. 2 boats have been listed. Unfortunately, Tweedhead's Coolangatta Team A will not be rowing, and also as a scratch is the Lawn Reserve Women's Crew, the Dolce de Leche, fortunately with an injury, running out their reserve crew for the 2026 season.
And what a difference a day makes, even a morning. The conditions have well and truly calmed down from what they were yesterday. And even this morning it was pretty ugly out there. The wind has spun around from the northeast and is now from the west-northwest. It's taken the top off this surf. Dicky Beach there in front of us. They won the 180 Masters yesterday. Susie Estrich sitting in the second stroke seat there. Steve Davies at the back of the Alex crew. Gunn gets him away.
Clean start as they possibly can with the Dicky Beach Dreamers on screen, looking to double up in their medal tally from this week. Hits the wave first, and unfortunately they'll just get checked a little bit as Alexandra Headlands make the best of the play here alongside the crew from New Zealand, Paikakariki. Allura with the work to do with the rhythm. They've managed to find it here, but there is work to do and a few boat lengths to make up here, Don.
Yeah, and at the back of the rhythm, Grant Wilkinson. I'm sure they are a well-prepared crew as they start to creep up on the boat beside them. Paikakariki, the Kiwis, just Allura just inching away on them now.
Oh, Alex Headlands get hit and gets checked. But now Paikakariki and Dicky Beach have managed to play up here. There's a bit of a play now again, and might be just another one of the check. Paikakariki dropped back. Alexandra Headland struck back. Their stroke is all the way out of her seat to try and stable the boat. Dicky Beach will have another wave to contend with here.
Oh, keep it upright. Have they got all the rowers left in the boat? Yes, they have. Sweep needs to reach back and grab that sweep oar. And the Kiwis, they're away, and Allura down the other end. Grant Wilkinson at the back of that, and we are with Paikakariki there at the moment.
Fantastic over the contingent of New Zealand crews coming over. Paikakariki, New Brighton and Tatahi Bay. In that crew from Paikakariki, Eleanor, Sophia, Amy and Rachel. And our race leaders here at the moment. Arm and cool is collected, has flattened out a little bit, but the conditions are still very, very tricky, as they have been all weekend. Gordon Crosby at the back of their boat.
Yeah, reaches down, turns off the pumps. Boy, didn't they cop a bit on the way out. The 2 crews on your right-hand side there of Alexandra Headlands and Dicky Beach.
Bit of a tit for tat, as we've seen throughout this weekend. It has been very, very challenging getting out of alleys 1 and 2. So it's a bit surprising to see it coming out of the southern alleys in this race here. But Paikakariki with a commanding lead over Allura Rhythm. They'll turn around in first, a boat length ahead of the Allura Rhythm crew. Dicky Beach with the work to do alongside Alexandra Headlands.
Paikakariki, not a bad turn there, but have a look at Wilco, whipped it around. You mentioned a commanding lead. I think that's been cut back. And Allura are right there with them. Paikakariki just coming across a bit. Maybe it's the camera angle. All crews around and on their way home now, and the wave gods will have a little bit to do with the finish of this race, I dare say.
There is one building out the back that has just passed the past the far cannon will now start hitting the gate cans. Paikakariki sitting in front here at the moment. And there's a little bit of life building under the Dicky Beach boat. It unfortunately won't fatten out for them, but it will fatten out for Paikakariki. Desperately trying to find anything to try and extend their lead. Sweep calls a little bit more easier strokes, and now they'll start to go again. He's starting to really flatten out here, so this is where in this last quarter of the race, legs are burning, but you're just trying to find something to catch on here, Don.
Yeah, they'd be hoping for something here. They certainly found it on the way out. And North Caloundra, Dicky Beach there and Alexandra Headlands are both hoping for something they got on the way out, on the way home. Paikakariki have just kept their noses in front of the Allura crew. Allura running the top of that one now, but Paikakariki there. Sweep looks over his shoulder. What's coming? Not much.
Much at all. They'll drop off the back here, sitting in a touch of dead water. Will be picking up at Alexandra Headlands. Have started to make a bit more of a play as well. Probably sitting a wave behind Allura, but they might just be able to catch up here. Paikakariki have found their little runner to sit in first here at the moment.
Sweep up on the chocks, grabs hold of the sweep oar, gives it a pull up to correct the steering of the boat. And they're in some bouncy water there, but they are in front. They're going to hope that they can hold that one. The crew leans forward, comes forward now and takes a stroke. And can they hang in there? I just saw Alex on the other screen coming at them as well.
Now. They're coming in hot in third place. Unfortunately, Dicky Beach, it's a bit of a ghost boat. The rowers get back in. Sweep is missing out of that boat, but it is a battle for first and second. A very late takeoff for Paikakariki to cross over the finish line in first and cement those 10 points. But a battle for 9th place here between Alexandra Headlands and Allura. It's too close to call in the commentary booth, but what a row from the crew on screen at the moment, Paikakariki.
Absolutely. Again, they don't make the travel across the ditch for no reason. You don't send a dud crew all this way. They've had a boat loaned to them by Molly of JDB Surf Boats, formerly South Coast Surf Boats, has a good relationship with the Kiwis. Here comes Dicky Beach. They will be looking for a result in the next one to continue through this event.
Thompson, sweep of that crew, try and catch up, make sure to just get the points to go through to hopefully the next round, but work to do for them in round 3. They'll go back to the tent, rest and recover.
Yeah.
So
No matter what the result.
Don't worry about the result of this one. Rest up and then go hard in the next race.
Yeah, and again, no matter the result here, they've already picked up a gold medal in the 180 female division in the Masters racing yesterday.
Great to see as
A couple
well.
of big names there, just flashed onto the back heads of some of our officials. Left-hand side there is Craig Burgess. Virtual, apologies.
I was speaking to Elton, who's been a fantastic line sitting as a starter.
Oh, he can put anyone under a crew just as good as anyone else, mate. Don't you worry about that.
He's been doing it, but he has said it's been a lot easier as the day goes on. Still quite challenging conditions, so big shout out to our officials putting in a power of work as they do every year.
We've got a camera up on the starter stand. This is a good initiative.
Bit of a sense, as I said, the lay of the land here in the northern area. Round 2, heat 4. The reserve grade female surf boats. On screen at the moment is the Kyneton Rocks Misfits, who will be at the bottom of screen. Alley 4, but from the top, Wombrel Wasabi Warriors, the Coogee Overwavers, and Cape Hawk Team A. Kyneton will be on the bottom.
Guns
Gun
up.
goes up. Gun goes away. Kyneton Rocks Misfits on screen at the moment. Susie, Jessica, Georgia and Kate off and away with Darren Hocking at the back of the boat there. A little bit of water to come through. They just get checked a little bit and that won't, they'll push them back through. And Coogee, the Overwavers, have got a very commanding lead going out at the moment. Cape Hawk with the work to do as well. But the Wombrel Wasabi Warriors coming in, will be second place at the moment over Cape Hawk from this angle. But it's the Coogee Overwavers with Rod Coleman as their sweep, getting the best of the runs here, Don.
Yeah, second of the Termites is Rod Coleman. Mentioned previously, he's a journeyman in our sport. He caught me on the beach and gave me a slap around the back of the head and said, you make me sound like a long-time loser. I've won 2 Australian gold medals and 3 bronzes. I said, fair enough, mate. I will correct that in the commentary. Glad to see someone was listening. And there we are, Rod Coleman on screen there, the Termite, still sweeping in his Speedos, holding the line there of sweeping in Speedos. There's a couple more, Graham Hugel, N.R. Perry, Michael King, to name a few, are maintaining the Dick Togs.
Certainly, as you see, Wombrel just getting pushed back a little bit, and they've now dropped into 4th place, and it is Kyneton Rocks sitting now in 2nd, who got a little bit checked off the start, but the crews who managed to get checked harder have now fallen behind. Cape Hawk, what an effort it has been from Benjamin Stevenson. Benno, who has put up a lot on Cape Hawk and done a lot of social media work. It's been fantastic to see both his reserve female crews, but they are sitting in 3rd place at the moment behind Kyneton Rocks, so work to do, but it is Coogee over Wavers sitting in front at the moment. Wombrel, Wasabi Warriors, a few boat lengths to try and catch up here.
Yeah, left-handed sweep, Rod Coleman. Watch him flick this boat around when they get to their turning can. He's starting to angle in now, just pushes the sweep oar away. They hit the can here now. He doesn't grab the strokes oar. Being a left-hander, he's going to push that boat around, and around they go and head back for home.
There's a nice set building out the back, which might make a little bit of trouble for these crews coming through if they're not in the right spot. But Rod Coleman and his crew from Coogee are out and away here on screen at the moment. Is Katie, Gemma, Tarina and Tracy Lee.
Running the top of this one here, the crew from Coogee, Kyneton Rocks in hot pursuit. Back there with Rod Coleman again. He gets through on the inside of his gate can, which is where he needs to be. Leaning over, chatting to the girls, letting them know what's going on. Weight on the legs here, girls. They're on a little bit short for me. Would like to see them come forward with a bit more length.
Stevo having to overcorrect to make sure that he's in the line for Cape Hawk. But they're still sitting in 3rd place, but it is between Coogee and Kyneton Rocks from New South Wales to South Australia. A little bit more effort to do. Coogee on screen at the moment, sitting in 1st place, but right hot on their tail is Kyneton. They might just be able to pick up a few extra lengths here. They might be likely sitting on the same wave, but maybe even Kyneton Rocks has managed to pull in the wave in front. Their nose will go down. They've got to just try and get those heavy legs trying to catch that wave and try and catch the next one. But sitting just in a touch of dead water is the crew from South Australia.
Oh, this is a bad dream for rowers. Rowing across the back bank without any assistance. Little wave here for Coogee. Late takeoff. He calls them back. Oh, 2nd strokey there. Struggled. Oh, the Termite. Is he out of the boat? He's hung on. He is hung on. Has Rod Coleman. Gets himself back. The girls need to get the oars back around. The Bowie just having trouble getting hold of her oar. Look at her go. She is a beast.
Just
ripping it back around.
Desperately trying to get over there. Benny Stevo from Cape Hawk goes around as well. But it is Kyneton Rocks with Mr. Hocking in the boat. Managing to get the chocolates here.
Hocker, he'll be loving that one.
Fantastic row from Susie, Jessica, Georgia and Kate.
And as you mentioned before, Kyneton Rocks picking up their 1st Australian medal ever in the Masters division. And the sweep young fella, Sammy
J.
Sammy J. And Coogee have been able to correct themselves and get themselves over the line in front of the crews trailing behind them. Termite oh so close to getting pushed out of that boat as they went around.
Right on the edge here, still very tricky conditions, even though it has flattened off a little bit. Coogee will get 2nd place. Cape Hawk will get 3rd on screen at the moment. It's Misty, Georgia, Carla and Chelsea. Wombrel, Wasabi Warriors of Helen, Sheridan, Christina and Amy. John Clark in the boat rounding us out in 4th place in that race.
And you would think if these conditions continue to flatten off as they are, we had a low pressure system sitting off the east coast of Queensland. They're slowly moving towards New Zealand. We've got a westerly wind, a low moving away. This swell is predicted to drop substantially, and it has done so. I would think if this continues, may see helmets disappear if they reassess the surf hazard rating. Mate, we are on to the open males.
We are. North Cronulla Juice will be on the top of your screen. Rosebud and McRae Angry Otters will be in alley 2. The Bulleye Gold in alley 3. McMaster's Team A in alley 4. And the Kyneton Rocks Cray Raiders will round us out in alley 5.
We had a bit of a glance down the southern end there. The open men about to go into the water down there. As we are back here, Hocko has had to run from one boat into another as he leaps out of the back of his winning reserve grade crew and down to his open men's crew. The Cray Raiders.
Fantastic to see Hugh, Jack, Joel and Damien and Cray Raiders crew. On screen at the moment is the crew from Victoria, Rosebud and McRae Angry Otters. The two Matthews, Tom and Adam. Gun goes up. Bulleye Gold on screen at the moment. Keeping an eye on them throughout the entire weekend. The two Mercer brothers, Fraser and Dean.
A couple of sets of brothers there in the Bulleye crew. A couple of good looking fellas there. The commentary team.
You're just talking about yourself, aren't you, Don?
There is Bulleye, 3 times Australian champions, the Goats. They have won this event 4 times and they are on a 3 in a row. Have a look at these guys go. Just missed out on the Australian gig this year to Currumbin Barbarians.
And goes down again. Still not as clean as a course as we'd like. And on screen now, the McMaster's Team A, Lachlan, Alex, Kieran and Campbell with Bradley Norman. It's their sweep. Gun goes back up. Gun goes back down again. Are we still just waiting for that clearing wave opportunity? A lot happening right on the edge. Stars are looking just potentially for the entire wave to go down. Elton's there telling the crew on the probably McMaster's probably just to push back a little bit on the angle of which Ware is pointing.
With the flag in the air though, he's reasonably happy with the line. They wait patiently for the gun to go up. Bulleye on screen, guns up. That was quick, in and away. Shane Golovin gives it a good push, jumps into the back. And Rosebud might have just got a little check. And have a look at Bulleye go here.
Bulleye go, McMaster's go sideways. Kyneton Rocks are having a little bit of trouble, but it is currently the crews on the northern end of the beach on screen at the moment. None getting the better runs better than Shane Golovin and the Bulleye Gold. Kyneton Rocks with the work to do as well, try and get over this wave here. But still very, very messy water. Rosebud go over, not getting too pushed back, sitting in second place at the moment. Work to do for the Juice of North Cronulla sitting in third. Kyneton Rocks in fourth. McMaster's Team A, as soon as the boat started going out, they went sideways and now have the work to do sitting in fifth.
Kyneton Rocks not quite finishing their stroke off at the end, just cutting it off. I'd like to see them draw that oar handle up at the finish and just pull back. Get your hands away. Their shoulders coming up with their hands.
Just heaps of work to do here. But they'll start to lengthen out now once they're past the break, hopefully. But it is Shane Golovin's crew, the Bulleye Gold, out in front at the moment, on screen at the moment.
You want everything going for you when you line up against Bulleye. Speaking to Shane Golovin a week or so ago, asking how the crew was going, and he said, we're coming here to rewrite the record books. There's no crew that has ever won 5 open male championships. These guys are sitting on 4 as they hit their turning can now, and around they go. Left-handed sweep. Shane again gives it a push.
Going to be a very, very wide turn for Kyneton Rocks, who've had to recorrect their course. They might lose a few lengths against McMaster's. But going around in second is the wide turn of Rosebud and McRae with Hickey at the back of the boat there. Shane Golovin on screen. They are leading the pack at the moment by about a wave in front here. A lot of work. Shane will be, say, very telling his boys, yeah, we can go here in the nicest possible manner, do you think, Don?
Yeah, he's a gentleman. not. I shouldn't say that he is a gentleman, but he will be revving it up, the boys, and these other crews are going to get a run on the top of this. Let's see what Bulli can do. It has dropped off behind them. There's a little bit of something under them. They're just going to run the top of it. This is going to open it up for the crews behind to have a go at them. And these crews, Rosebud, they're going to drop down this one.
So it's Higgy's crew from Rosebud and McRae, definitely with the cleaver oars trying to catch up. They might be able to stay on the wave here. This is what the V8s of surf boats, Donny, going through here, coming up right next to Bulli. Yelling on screen is Shane Jeloven, gets up on the chocks. It is a party wave for first and second here. As we saw earlier today in the north area, Higgy goes around and slews. Shane Jeloven holds it very neatly, holding, just giving that little bit of an extra push. They'll row over the line in first. But a fantastic effort from Rosebud and McRae to try and catch up to the crew that we're going to be definitely keeping our eyes on throughout the weekend.
Yeah, that's Bull on. I think they've got another gear to go yet too, mate. They're going to cruise over here for maximum points. Shane steps back up on the chocks, just keeps it straight as they go over the line. Rosebud have come through, and there is North Cronulla there. We haven't mentioned them all race. That was the Juice.
Just a bit unfortunate for the Juice, just not being able to quite catch up to the other crews. McMasters have rowed themselves back into this race as well. Against Kyneton. Kyneton had to do a very large turnaround to make sure they were in line so they can get to their can correctly. Very tight racing, and it's been fantastic to see a strong crew from Victoria in the Open with the Rosebud and McRae Angry Otters. They do a lot of work. With some of the junior crews across the state as well to bring up surf boats back across both the peninsula where they're from, as well as the south coast. As we now start to make our way over to the South Marina. So we'll just get this up on screen here. Maybe Don, how's the conditions looking from your end?
Mate, just quieting off, really. I can't believe how much it's dropping and how quickly it is dropping. There is barely a broken wave on that screen there. And there is South Curly. We can tell you they're in there. Queensie are in this race as well. You're going to jump onto the live heats and tell me who else is in there.
On screen at the moment was the South Curl Shakers, who will be in Alley 4. To the left, going to the right, Currumbin Vortex, the Queenscliff Sharrows Angels, Surfers Paradise Spice, South Curl Shakers, the Port Kembla Parasites, and the Point Leo Abyss. There
we go. That sounds like open female to me.
It is round 3 of Heat 1 in the open female of this race here. South Curl start to angle in first. Alongside them is the crew from Port Kembla in Alley 5, alongside the Currumbin Vortex in Alley 6. Shakers are on screen at the moment with Georgie, Abby, Michaela, and Lara. A little bit more pushing through here now does Mark Spiteri. Good two-boat, or probably a boat length lead over the Parasites and the Currumbin Vortex, but still something building behind the back here, Don.
Yeah, that offshore wind is really flattening the ocean out here, making it hard for these boats to climb onto these runners, unlike what it's been the last couple of days where you could just about turn the turning can and just jump straight on a runner, then a wave. And these crews are working hard here. Vortex on the left-hand side of your screen there. Sorry, we were South Curly there and Gus Spiteri. Interesting to see the different styles of these sweeps. See Gus with that left arm bent at 90 degrees. Don't know what that's about. I might have to ask him the next time I see him. As he tries to lift on not much at all. He's going to run the top of this one. Currumbin down the other end are trying to get on it as well.
Currently leading is the Port Kembla Parasites. They've caught onto a nice little runner, and they'll finish over the line in first, well held by John Patterson, with Renee, Samantha, Shannon and Morgan going through, looking like a good place in first here. Second place between Currumbin and South Curl. Just trying to get over the line here. Point Leo with a bit of the play as well. They were behind the pack going out to sea. Have caught a nice little run. They're probably cemented 4th spot at the moment. The Sharrows Angels and Queenscliff and Surfers Paradise Spice can't quite catch up to them. But it's important, all important points to get through the cuts for today. Very tight racing there, Don. I don't mean to potentially put on a commentator's jinx on any of the crews in the open female, but is there one that you are particularly looking out for to take it all out this weekend?
Yeah, they're going to hate me out there, but I'm thinking Mooloolaba. They've got so much experience in that crew. They've got the GOAT in there sitting at second straight, Sarah Weston. But as we get a little bit deeper in, we'll see who's come to this event in form. Certainly the New South Wales State Champions, Port Kembla, need to keep an eye on them. A couple of Currumbin crews, the Hunters, the Cockatoos. Vortex rode nicely in that one as well. I'm spreading myself thin here, aren't I? I'm going to say Mooloolaba, mate.
Certainly a very classic race at the Mooloolaba. Chop Suey's had at the ASRL Open. Dominant win there as we span out to Coolangatta and Kirra. And what a fantastic, I know, like, you're from Queensland, it feels silly saying this to you, but what a fantastic venue we're here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I was walking down the path there, and the Paikakariki crew came up and said, look, you haven't got a tow ball on your car, have you? We'd like to go for a warm-up row, and our hire car doesn't have a tow ball. So anyway, I grabbed them, took them down to Currumbin. They had a row out at the alley, went and picked them up at the end, and they just said, oh my God, what a spot you guys have got, dead set spoilt. And we are, the Currumbin Creek there, a lot of surf boat crews train on there. You can sneak out into the alley, catch some big green waves.
Big contingent on the Strava for all of the rowers coming out of Currumbin Creek as we now look to round 3, heat 2 of the open female surf boats in the south area. So from the bottom of your screen, in alley 1, on screen at the moment is the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Broadbacks as they are out and away. Next to them is the Wanda Wahoos in alley 2, Currumbin Hunters in alley 3, Avalon Beach Sweet Feet in alley 4. The best of the runs is the Northcott Chin Chin in alley 5 and the Currumbin Cockatoos in alley 6. It is the tight racing between the two Queensland crews and the WA crew here, Don.
Yeah, and again, you see two Currumbin crews in this heat. I think there's something going on with our draw system that keeps on putting clubs together as they hit some small waves and punch through it. Burleigh, the Broadbacks, punch through that one. They've got North Cottesloe beside them.
Just a little bit of trouble going over does Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They've dropped their coming into second place and now sitting in third at the moment. Northcott, the crew from WA in the all white caps, are leading the pack at the moment, but the Cockatoos will be trying to catch up to them, and you've got to watch out for 1 and 2 here, Don.
Yeah, just had a chat with Jeff Hegarty on the beach, and he was hoping for his girls to go a little bit better. There is some tall timber in that crew. I stood next to them on the beach and felt like I was standing in a hole as the Currumbin Cockatoos, whether it's the angle of the camera, I'm not sure, but they seem to be taking stroke by stroke, just moving slightly forward here, and might have got their noses out in front. We'll be able to tell at the turning cans.
No gate cans to speak of for this area due to the conditions, but we'll get a better sense of the lay of the land once we hit those turning cans. A fantastic effort as well from Matthew Smith and the boys out in the everyone out at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, the Broadbacks as well, doing really quite well. Coming into the cans now, Northcott Chin Chin, Jeff Hegarty starts to angle them in, followed by Currumbin Cockatoos, a boat length, or half a boat length rather, behind. They'll pick up a few. Burleigh Heads go around in 3, followed by Currumbin Hunters in 4, Wanda Wahoos in 5, and Avalon Beach Sweet Feet in 6. But Northcott is having a very nice row here, Don.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they made up about half a boat length on that buoy turn as well. Currumbin turned with them, but didn't get as good a turn as what Jeff Hegarty did and the Northcott girls. He will be much happier with this row, I would imagine, Jeff. Burleigh Heads, there's a reason they are the Queensland State team. Have a look at them go. They have come up. They are not out of this picture at all. A little bit of energy coming in behind the Hunters here now as well. They've come up to join the leading crews.
Matt Smith had a look back, seeing this wave here as the Hunters are starting to pick up the trail here. They'll fall off the back of it here, as well as the Cockatoos. Northcott, Chin Chin also fall off, but there is one building as well behind the Cockatoos and the Hunters coming out now. And the Hunt and the Cockatoos are out and away here, Don, skipping across the water.
Yeah, they're going to have to send it down, shoulders into the bow as they drop over the front there to join North Cottesloe. And it is Northcott coming down the face of that. He looks across and sees Currumbin beside him, the Cockatoos. Can these sweeps hold it?
A little bit of a touch and go here. And it's saved, does Northcott, to cross over the finish line in first here at the moment.
Yeah, Currumbin quickly back around after slewing off that leading wave. Burley coming past them here now. And Currumbin, the Cockatoos, getting their act together here. That was pretty quick work to spin the boat around and start heading for the finishing line. And here come the Hunters through the middle of the pack. Burley look like they're going to get over in second position. The Cockatoos, and then followed by the Hunters.
Certainly is a very tight line in the finish. The finishing judges here. Fantastic race as well as the Cockatoos very desperately trying to catch up to that last little, get that last little push as Avalon Beach Sweet Feet cross over the finish line.
And the Sweet Feet, I don't know whether that's come from the fact that, did you know that Nathan Wellings used to be a foot model?
I did not know that.
There you go. Keep hanging in here with me, mate. I'll get you all of the good stuff.
Is it something that you would bring up to him on the beach?
Well, he was getting presented with a silver medal yesterday. And the mail that I got then on him, I had to talk to him about it. Hard to believe a Bodie being a foot model. But there you go, Nathan Wellings. Left-handed sweep from Avalon Beach. Has been very successful in the reserve grade categories with his men and women, and they've both moved up into the open division, and they're handling themselves quite well.
Now to see the results, the Chin Chin taking out that race, the Cockatoos coming in second over the Hunters, Burleigh Heads Murray Park in fourth, probably just got stuck in that dead water as the other two Currumbin crews made it through, and Avalon Beach Sweet Feet will be finished off in fifth as we now look to round 3, heat 1. And the Surfers Paradise Shaggers, who are in Alley 1 on screen at the moment, with Harry, Flynn, Max, Finbar, and Jan, Matthew, Silka at the back of their boat.
Yeah, that's not the sweep.
Oh, isn't it?
Matty Colker is not sweeping that crew.
Apologies for that. I'm sure that Matt will have a crack at me later on the beach today. But in Alley 2 is the Avoca Beach Got Crabs. Alley 3, the Cronulla Sea Slugs. Alley 4, North Cottesloe Moose. Alley 5, the Glenelg Team A. And Alley 6, it's the Queenscliff Beef Wellingtons.
Pretty handy crews in this race here, under 23 male. Last opportunity for these crews to gather points here to make the cut. They want to finish above the line. When they add the scores up of their 3 rounds of round robin, they will cut the field nearly in half. Name on the front of that surf boat there, Cassandra Sedgman. She is the president, a female president of Surfers Paradise Surf Club. Has rowed a surf boat back in the day.
North Cronulla Sea Slugs on screen. Kane, Jack, Sam and Rory be the third boat up from your screen in Alley 3. Check starters are happy. Likely Scott Tannehill and Shane Maslin on the starters stand all the way back as you see them elevated in their high vis on the left part of your screen at the moment. Waiting for that clearing wave. North Cottesloe as well, the Moose on screen. Hoping to maybe pick up a bit of the magic that the Chin Chin left in the boat from the last race. Gun still remains down at the moment. Gentlemen looking very relaxed here, Don.
Yeah, got crabs on screen there. North Cottesloe. Check starter happy with the line.
Two Mitchells in the boat of the Avoca Beach Got Crabs in Kai and Brooklyn. Big family out of Avoca.
Yeah, there's a gazillion Mitchells in Avoca. I think, are they in the Andy Hoban boat? Mike Tamlin and Andy Hoban, both co-commentators of ours, who've got their names on the Evoca boats, both rowed for a lot of years. The moment of reflection happens tomorrow morning at 7 a.m, which Mike Tamlin is a big part, where we honour the memory of boaties that have passed in the last 12 months. Quite a moving event. And that will be happening at 7 tomorrow. And have a look at these under 23s jump into the boat. Away they go. They are lightning fast, and the Shorey offers no challenge to them whatsoever. They are straight out and through that. And we've got a race on here, Tate.
Absolutely. From the bottom of the screen, Surfers Paradise Shaggers, the Evoca Beach Got Crabs, Cronulla Sea Slugs, Northcote Moose, Glenelg Team A, and Queenscliff Beef Wellingtons. And it is the crew from Surfers Paradise who've managed to get the best of the runs here. There's not much white water coming through then. It'll hit the south part of the Cairns first. And they're out and away, and they're right on hot on their tails is the crew from Evoca Beach and the crew from North Cottesloe. But it is very, very tight racing here, Don.
What's impressed me about North Cottesloe, they've gone up a few ways, but they've been able to reach over the other side without losing too much momentum. What you don't want is the boat to drop and just sit there dead. They've been able to reach forward in the North Cottesloe crew, grab a good spoonful of water there and move the boat forward. And that is good work from them. They probably had to go up and over more than any, and have a look at them here. They are up the front of the pack.
Nice strong finish for the Surfers Paradise Shaggers on screen at the moment. Holding the lead down is Harry, Flynn, Max and Finbar. Work to do. Lumping. Still waves are still very lumpy and still very uneven on the course at the moment. But right hot on their tails is the Evoca Beach Got Crabs with with the two Kais rather, Reese and Brooklyn, going stroke for stroke against the Queenslanders. Northcote with a little bit of work to do as these crews start to angle in, and it looks like Evoca Beach will probably get the best first run here now.
Yeah, let's just see how they spin these boats around. We've been seeing this is where you can quickly pick up a bit of ground here, and Evoca, they might have just done that.
Just a bit of a slight wide turn, but it hasn't really hasn't really affected them too much here. Northcote has lost a bit of their lead as well over the rest of the pack, and now coming right up to them is the crew from South Australia, to Glenelg Team A, alongside Queenscliff. Northcote begin their run now as the rate goes up. They'll drop off the back of it here. Surfers Paradise start to get their nose down, but it's Evoca Beach trying to find something, anything to come through. There's nothing coming behind them here, Don.
Yeah, they've had a good second half of the race. Have Evoca as the sweep looks over his shoulder. The crew at the bottom of your screen, Surfers Paradise, swept by Stu Trail. Oh, Evoca just battling with the sweep all there. We're probably not appreciating the wind that's blowing offshore here.
Glenelg Team A as well is making a play, trying to catch up to Northcote. They're sitting about just a hair's length in front of the crew from WA is the crew from South Australia. Surfers Paradise with nothing behind them here at the moment, but Evoca Beach Got Crabs sitting in dead water. Here come Queenscliff as well, and here comes Surfers Paradise. It might be a bit of a party wave. Northcote now really pushing through. They might just be able to pip over the line here. Oh, goes down around does the Northcote crew. Glenelg trying to catch up. Boats nearly sideways. Has managed to stay on straight. But it is looking like now Glenelg Team A who have got the best of the shoots over Evoca Beach. It's a battle between New South Wales and South Australia here, trying to find something, anything that crosses over the finish line. It might be the South Australians here, Don.
Yeah, Peter Tinzel at the back of the Glenelg boat there. He has done well with that crew, swept nicely there, and he will take out maximum points. There was a bit of action going on behind. Queenscliff have gone around sideways. Surface now over. Stu sweeping the back of that boat there for Surfers Paradise. North Cottesloe over in fourth position. Here comes Queensy. And is that the Cronulla crew there, mate?
That is correct. The Sea Slugs. Kane, Jack, Sam and Rory, and Steve Tatham as their sweep. Fantastic to see Cronulla having a 23 men's crew. Strong across the board. Speak a lot about the clubs that are sort of up and coming at the moment. We've got a few in Victoria, a few in New South Wales. What would be a club that you would be looking forward to sort of seeing grow up here in Queensland, Don?
Talabudra. No, it's probably a couple of the southern clubs. It would be good to see TH&C and Coolangatta get back into the water a bit more. They've got great traditions in surf boats. The numbers have dropped off there a little bit in the last couple of years. I'll tell you a club that has grown, and that's the one on screen here now, Marcoola. Steve DeLawrence at the back of that, and we go to Surfers Paradise. You would recognise that sweep there.
Surfers Paradise with the Ron Payne boat on screen at the moment.
Guy McKenna, I think it is, at the back of that boat, mate. Victorian. I mentioned earlier that he'd seen the light and moved to the Gold Coast from Victoria. And have a look at Marcoola start here. They are tremendous getting off the line. Oh, they've got a check, but they're moving the boat quite nicely. Oh, who's that at the top of the screen, mate, in the blue boat? South Curly. Oh, the Burleigh. Of course it is.
Of course.
That is your Australian team on the top of the screen there. And have a look at the rate coming out of that crew there.
I believe it is the man himself, Mr. Alan Perry, in the stroke there, really rating up high on screen at the moment with Mark Spaturi at the back of the boat, and they are powering through there. They'll be in Alley 6. Next to them from Queensland, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Bailey's, followed by Marcoola, then South Maroubra, then Moruya, and then Surfers Paradise Sharks. But it is the Australian representative crew in South Curl who are leading the pack here, Don.
Yep, and shout out to the twins in the centre of the boat there. David and Angus had their birthdays a couple of days ago. And they are a powerhouse in the centre of that boat. And of course, I cannot leave out Jack Rivet in the bow. Funny fella. Wicked sense of humour. I've had a little bit to do with this crew in the Australian team, and they are good guys. And have a good mentor in their sweet Mark Spateri.
Great to see. Fantastic club in Surf Curl.
All tradies. They're either carpenters or boat builders in that boat. Alan Perry, as you mentioned, son of N.R. Perry.
It's great to see some surf boat fraternity and surf boat families coming through with father-son combos, father-daughter combos, and mother-daughter combos in some respects. Yep. South Curl barely go around in one.
Yeah, Marcoola are going to follow them around. And then beside the South Curly Burleigh, that was Burleigh Heads. So we have the South Curly Burleigh out in front. And there's a bit of a blanket to chuck over the rest of the crews there. Marcoola looking nice there with the orange boat, orange caps. Just got their nose in front of Burleigh here, and Surfers Paradise, bottom of screen, and the white boat battling it out in there for the miners as well. But South Curly Burleigh, they are putting these crews to the sword. They just want to get themselves back to the wave area here. Bit of energy building up behind them here now. We saw them catch a cracking runner, which they turned into a wave earlier on. And they're going to try and lift here as this little bit of energy comes up underneath them. You can see the crews at the back there. They've just benefited from the top of that wave. And have a look at South Curly. They've annihilated the field here, and they will pick up this wave coming now. They will definitely take away on this one as they dig deep. South Curly Burleigh. And Mark Spateri says, let her run.
A good run from South Curl there. And they'll take out the 10 points. A well-hold wave by Mark Spateri. A little bit of exertion coming through. Just giving a little bit more extra push. Marcoola as well, trying to get the minor places against Surfers Paradise and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They're sitting a little bit, now sitting a few lengths in front. Oh, Marcoola go around. Here's some South Curl. They'll finish with the 10 points. Just going a little bit sideways on the wave there.
Oh, Steve DeLawrence won't be happy with that. Surfers Paradise going around as well.
And all to the effect of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park with Matt Smith at the back of the boat there. The Bailey's.
Yeah, they'll pick up 9 points for this. And it is a race on here for third position. As they come across the line, we will leave that up to our judges to determine. But boy, Steve DeLawrence will be beating himself up over that one. But dominated by the South Curly Burleigh. Put a little asterisk next to them. They did get knocked off by the Dribblers in the race previous to that. They're stable mates from South Curly. So very strong in the under 23 male division are South Curl.
As well as other divisions as well. The Runaways taking out the under 19 female championships at the ASRL Open. As we now look to heat 3 of round 3 here at the south area of the under 23 male surf boats. And speaking of the Dribblers, they are on screen at the moment. Levi, Cody, Finian and Sam with Mr. Rob Lowry at the back of their boat. Next to them in the yellow trim is the Bulgola Fireball from New Zealand. Is Titahi Bay Twin Turbo, Bilgola Beach, Bilgola Backshots will be in alley 4, the Yira Buckyear in 5 and Currumbin Cars in 6. At the moment not looking like Titahi Bay is coming up to the line. So we'll go down potentially to a 5-boat race here. All the points. Currumbin Cars on screen at the moment with Anthony O'Toole at the back of the boat with Luke, Elliott, Hamish and Jack. Bilgola crew, likely you'll have to maybe correct me here, Don. Got the 2 Bilgola crews here in the same boat build. The Fireball on the left and the back shots on the right. Tahi Bay not in this race. Oh, actually.
Yeah, they are.
Correct me. Tahi Bay is just making their way up to the line now.
Just watching them before, had super aggressive as they chase runners. Titahi Bay, they really hook in when something comes in up underneath them. Sorry, mate, was there a question re Bulgola then?
I wasn't quite sure. And this shows my... we've got Neil Jones at the back of the Fireball boat, and we've got Miles Nicholas on the... Mark Fitzgerald at the back of the Backshots boat, and I couldn't just quite tell which one was which from the camera angle.
Yep.
And now we've got a better sense of the lay of the land. There's 6 boats here in round 3, heat 3 of the under-23s.
Roman Drakkar on the line, current Australian champions in this division.
Jack O'Toole is father Anthony.
Yes, yeah, father-son combination in that boat.
Anticipation's always building on the line, isn't it, as we're sort of waiting. Gun hasn't gone up yet.
Yeah, just hoping they're not wasting too much energy there on the edge.
On here, Titahi Bay. Fantastic to see Liam, Christian, Alex and Connor with Tim Marsden at the back of the boat. The current Australian champions, the Currumbin Cars.
I reckon Tim from Titahi Bay would be one of the fittest sweeps on the beach. He's buff.
Bringing back as well and keeping the traditions of the togs, wearing the togs as a sweep alive, Don.
Yeah, I love that. Hold the line.
Fortunately, just a little bit too cold in Victoria to do so, unless you're talking to Scott Hasty of Altona, who always manages to pull it off.
He's not scared of the shrinkage.
Good old Seinfeld reference there.
It was cold.
I was in the pool.
Good to see you're into Seinfeld too, mate.
Just good television. Gun goes up. Yira Buckyear on screen. Out and away is the crew in the from New South Wales.
Oh, what's happened here on the edge? They've fired the gun again. And we don't mind seeing that. That is a false start there. There was 2 crews that just jumped in and got absolutely whacked. Might have been Titahi Bay, might have been one of them, not sure. It was certainly South Curl, the Dribblers. And Rob Lowry, we're pretty happy that they fired the gun a second time for a false start there. He was backwards onto the sand.
So just for our audience, Don, what usually happen? What would usually occur? What would make a false start occur? Crew jumps in before the gun goes off. Sometimes a little bit more uneven if they haven't quite. If the stars haven't quite realised there might be a double up wave coming through.
Yeah, haven't seen a restart based on a crew jumping in early. That's, you know, they generally wait for the gun to go before you jump in. But certainly they want to see them get at least 3 or 4 strokes into the race. And those crews jumped in then, 1 stroke and bang, got a boat full. So correctly, they have fired the gun for a second time for a restart. They will pull these crews back and they'll have another go at it. And the turnarounds have improved markedly. When I was down on the beach earlier, they were looking around about a 13-minute turnaround between races, and they've been able to get that down to around about the 7-minute mark now. And they're really getting on with it. Obviously, the ocean conditions have helped. Just been advised we're going to leave our 23s here and we're going to go to the northern area, where we're hoping to catch up open females in the northern area. And Tate, you are so quick on the fingers with the live heats, mate. What do we got?
So we're looking now, 5 boats in this one, and it's looking like it will be Fremantle at the top of the screen. I apologise, we're looking probably more so at open men at the moment. Just making sure, because Corrimal's on screen at the moment. As we get it up here. North Cronulla will be beside them here. Goes over the top, does the Corrimal crew. It will be in Alley 5. It might likely be the Secret Harbour Screaming Seaman in the Fremantle boat up in Alley 1 as we're getting it up. I feel pretty confident in saying that. Yes, Whale Beach Moby Dicks will be in Alley 2. Mona Vale Dirty Oars will be in Alley 3. The Cronulla Weapons in 4 and the Corrimal Blackjacks in 5. Weapons on screen with Vaughan Meldrum at the back of their boat, Don.
Yeah, and a couple of waves here coming up for these crews. They're going to punch through that one.
Oh, Corrimal go back. Unfortunately, getting backshot a little bit there, but it is the Weapons getting the best of the runs here, and a nice clean start for them.
And are we looking at opens here, mate, or 23s?
23s at the moment.
23s, okay. 23 men and the crew out in front there. Corrimal, mate, is that how you've called it?
Corrimal, so currently it's North Cronulla sitting at the front at the moment. They're being followed by the Mona Vale Dirty Oars sitting in second. Secret Harbour Screaming Seaman in the blue trim of the Fremantle boat at the very top of your screen, sitting in third. Whale Beach Moby Dicks sitting in fourth on the far left of your screen. Unfortunately, Corrimal just out of picture at the moment, getting checked really hard by that massive wave that hit their bow.
Through the gate canes they go. North Cronulla, our leading crew here. And they are rowing nicely. You see the length and the finish on that crew there. They are sending the boat, reaching through and letting it go. And they are drawing away from the opposition with every stroke. They're going to hit this turning can here shortly. Let's have a look at how they turn. The sweep reaches forward, grabs hold of the strokes oar, pulls it back towards him. 3 strokes are right around here and away they go. Might have even got a 4th stroke in there.
4 strokes in for them going around the can. Even taking that extra stroke hasn't really affected their lead all that much.
There you go. That's why they had to take the extra stroke. They had to get away from Corrimal, who are rowing out towards their can. And that would give the reason for the extra stroke there. This offshore wind just blowing offshore and across, not allowing these crews to run down these runners like they were earlier on in the day. There's a bit of hard work here on the way home for these rowers. Power on the legs, pushing on the feet, little wave energy building up behind these 2 other crews here, mate. And we've got this screaming, someone's down the top there, mate.
Screaming Seaman from Secret Harbour, and up on the top of your screen in Alley 1, just fall off the little bit of the wave here. Mona Vale will start to pick it up to sit in second place, but it is the North Cronulla Weapons who are sitting comfortably in first. Have found their runner, trying to get their nose down. They might not just be able to do it.
Into the wave area here now, I reckon, for the North Cronulla crew. They might be able to do something with this one. Rake comes up here. You can see them throwing the shoulders into the bow, running along the top of it. It's not helping them. It has fattened up there and has not helped them at all.
Mona Vale now start to pick up. Their rate goes up. They might just fall off the back of it here. There is nothing going on in the northern part of the arena here. Is Secret Harbour having to actually row all the way to the end of the course here. But it is currently North Cronulla sitting in first. A nice little runner for Mona Vale to try and cement their place into second. Whitewater catches up to Vaughan Meldrum and his crew. A nice, just easy coasting along for their final race here.
About time they got a wave. They rode across the back bank with absolutely nothing. North Cronulla would like to see those oars sitting down on the water, not sailing up in the air like they were. But anyway, they won the race.
Good lead. No, Mona Vale fall off a little bit of the back of it here as well. Then there's a little bit more life building under there. Keel at the moment to try and get over. They'll finish off in second place. The crew from WA, the Secret Harbour boys, will finish off in third. Whale Beach Moby Dix finishing off in fourth if Corrimal can't just get over the line in front of them, and unfortunately they won't. The black and white checkered caps of Corrimal. But a fantastic opportunity for them to jump up and build up their club again for surf boats. Fantastic to see does Corrimal the Blackjacks. We now look to heat 2 of round 3 of the under 23 male surf boats here. Be from the top of your screen, the Corrimal, Le Coleroy, rather long necks, alley 2, the Palm Beach Petrel, alley 3, the Tweed Heads, Coolangatta Goons. I don't think have packed up for the day due to an injury. They might be a scratching, but we'll get a better sense of the lay of the land. Stockton Sluggos will be in alley 4, North Cronulla's Funky Colts will be in alley 5, and the Bondi Betweeners will be in alley 6. Interesting. So we do have 6 boats in this race. So Tweed Heads, the Goons are in. On screen at the moment in alley 6 will be the Bondi Betweeners. Looking back, Check Starter is happy here at the moment. Gun goes, and they are away. On the top of the screen will be the Coleroy Long Necks, and then the Palm Beach Petrel in alley 2. Tweed Heads, Coolangatta Goons in alley 3. The Stockton Sluggos in 4. North Cronulla's Funky Colts in 5. And Bondi Betweeners in 6. And it appears to be, looks like the crew, it is from Stockton going alongside the crew from Tweed Heads, Coolangatta have managed to get the best of the runs as North Cronulla's Funky Colts pull up here at work to do for Bondi and for Palm Beach Petrel, Don.
Yeah, and the classic up and under there from North Cronulla off the start as well. They lifted up a little wave on the shore. He dropped down into the next one. Got a decent check. Coleroy Longnecks at the top of the screen there. Definitely got the best run out here. And a bit of clean water. Haven't had to deal with too much on the way out. Bondi, bottom of the screen here. These are all first-year rowers from Bondi, and they've done well to even get to the Australian titles. As mentioned earlier, the club had no surf boats competing last year, and they've got 6 or 7 on the water this year, and it's great to see. Congratulations to the Bondi team led by Phil Stevano.
Certainly one of those clubs that we're seeing time and time again over the past few years, more clubs getting into surf boats. It's been fantastic to see, but it is Coleroy currently sitting in first, going through the gate cans, getting the cleanest run of the lot over these 6 boats here. The other crews, it's throw a blanket over from 2 to 4 there, 2 to 5 rather there, Don.
Yeah,
all
it is.
going through at the same time.
Palm Beach, Tweed Head, Stockton and North Cronulla Funkies. I'd probably just keep an eye on the Funkies. They are second from the bottom of your screen, right-hand side in the white boat. As the long necks from Coleroy go around can number 1, Funkies are in also with Palm Beach. See them spin around and get going as well.
Stockton on screen at the moment, the Sluggos with Tom, Angus, Aidan and Nick and Gregory Ross at the back of the boat there. Starting to build a little bit of life, which will be interesting as they're catching these runners and going into the wave zone here, Don.
Yeah, second fastest of our categories, the under 23 males. And it is Coleroy that are going to come through the gate cans there. Bit of energy in the ocean here now, mate. What can they do with these? The trailing crews will be able to run the top of them. They won't be able to get down them too far out, and also this offshore wind now, which is affecting the ability to run down the face of these waves.
Also had to deal with contention, making sure that they are on the right can coming back into shore, as we saw from the crew in alley 5. The North Cronulla Funkies Colts just managing to get through, but a life under the boat here for North Cronulla, trying to push through. They've called it easy, does Mark McDonald. Just waiting for the next wave to come through as we see Tweed Heads, Coolangatta trying to run onto it here. drops off the back. Here come North Cronulla's Funky Colts, who are getting a nice little run, bit of life under the boat here. Collaroid Longnecks have called easy. They're going to try and catch up alongside Palm Beach Petrol. Lake Trail here, Don.
Collaroid Longnecks, they've done everything to win this race, and then they've just they've bounced over that one. It's gone straight past them. Where has Palm Beach gone?
Green room for Palm Beach. Their dark green sheen was hidden underneath all of that white water as the boat flips over, and it is now ghosted out as the North Cronulla's Funky Colts will finish off the race in first here. All the boys getting back to their seats. A fantastic row from then, Don.
Yeah, it was. I said to keep an eye on them. They're a pretty handy under-23 crews, and they've been able to come through for maximum points there. And the battle is on here for the minors, is it?
Stockton and Tweed Heads, Coolangatta.
TH&C would be pretty happy with that result. And Stockton over the line as well. And wow, one of our leading crews, Palm Beach. They absolutely disappeared. And my co-commentators called them in the green room, and they are now floating in the gutter.
Following off as Tweed Heads start to finish off the line. Great representation from Queensland, especially in this part of the world. We're going to be changing over, bringing in another Queenslander into the commentary booth, with Tom Parrott taking over me.
Thanks, Tate. Good stuff, mate. Dead set holding the line here.
There you go. So we almost had our moment just before. A couple of hours ago, Donnie and I hopped on for about 30 seconds, and then he's subbed out to Scotty. I was keen to get my time in the sun with Donnie. Two Queenslanders in Queensland. Pretty keen to get it going and be totally impartial.
Yes, mate, as I try and figure out how to get a bit more power into my phone.
Very necessary.
As you know, I'm a little bit challenged by the technology. I'm glad I've got a couple of young blokes next to me who can sort me out.
Yeah, well, don't dish it if you can't take it, you know, calling other people Stone Age rowers.
You don't like that one?
No, well, it's memorable, but it's only
true
because it affected us, you know.
It is. It's true. They are out of the Bob Stone age, mate.
It's true. Yeah, there you go.
Big shout out to Bob Stone.
Yeah, ASRLQ life member.
Yeah, president for many years in the glory days of Queensland surfboat rowing. Bob Stone was our long-serving president, and his stepson Michael Brooks has followed in his footsteps.
Yeah, Corey Stone.
Round Rolex, wooden sweep oar. And here have Bluey on screen here now pushing in, and we are into round 3, heat 4 of the under-23 males. We have Palm Beach, Mona Vale, North Narrabeen, Bateman's Bay. If I'm on the right, no, I'm not on the right.
Looks like
race
Coogee
here.
out front, and if that's the 23s, it's probably the Cobia out to a screamer. Goodness gracious. They have picked that well, and I've been harping on about this rip that's been going through the centre channel, and you can see there, yes, they are getting waves, but it's just not forming up like it is for everyone else. So they're getting a pretty clean run, and as I say that, they get checked, and they've lost their 2-seat.
Yeah, he's a bit tangled up there in the second bow seat. They are side on, not going anywhere. At the mercy of the ocean, they're getting thrown around like a rag doll. The Coogee crew, who you've given them the commentator's curse off the start there, mate.
Wow.
They've gone from front runners to back runners. Well done, Tommy. Welcome to the commentary team. And we are looking there at Allura Pirates at the bottom of the screen. Cannot see Mermaid Beach, the Maydays.
I think they failed to register, like they didn't check in this morning.
Okay, North Cronulla in the white boat there. That is Bluey, who's got his nose out in front there. And then if we go to the top of the screen, the Bondi Bullheads, that may well be Phil Stavano at the back of that boat. Palm Beach, Pentecost, also just going through the gate cans there now. And the crew from North Cronulla, they are leading us out here. And the crew from Coogee, who got an absolute whacking off the start there, trying to work their way back in. But North Cronulla hit the tins there now. Turning with them is Palm Beach and Bondi.
They've taken about 4 small strokes on that bad boy, and Palmy are getting around. There's a bit of a delay in there. So North Cronulla off to the races. They're up to pace. Palmy's going with them. And in fact, Ali 1 is making a bit of a surge here. They've pulled back into it out of that turn. And that's great for them.
Yeah, Bondi.
Bondi has been representing quite well. Phil's been building that section there. And they're doing remarkably well. They've been in top form through the last few heats.
He's going with some of the hottest crews in New South Wales here at the moment. He is going with Palm Beach in the centre of the screen in the leading pack there. Then he's got North Cronulla on the bottom of the screen in the leading pack in the white boat. And Phil Stefano will be egging the crew on here. That is for real. He doesn't mind a chat, does Phil? And he'll certainly be letting his crew know what's going on there. Can he lift them here now? A little bit of a wave coming under all of our 3 leading boats. They're only going to be able to run the top of this, or are they? It's building.
There's a tiny little bit of run there, and you can actually see Coogee has not given up the ghost. They are still tracking this down. But our top 3 here, all on the same wave, going stroke for stroke. Bondi's sat there. Palmy's trying to pull ahead, and they're doing it.
North Cronulla working really hard here to try and stay with these leading crews. It's fattened up underneath them. They don't have the momentum of Palm Beach. They're rowing quite nicely at the bottom of the screen here. But it's Palm Beach. They zip down the front of that one, and they might just beat these other crews to the line. Line ball for second. Is that North Cronulla or is it Bondi?
I'm putting on NC. That's my pick.
There we go.
You've just seen Bondi get sucked up into a doubler, and yeah, Phil's not happy with it either. They really should have been paid out for that one, but just not there. Allura getting across. Coogee must have lost it a bit on that wave. Is that Wilco in the back of that one? Maybe
I don't
not.
think so, mate.
No.
No, I do not think
That
so.
Bluey.
No, Timmy Nesbitt at the back of the Allura boat there. Mate, it looks like we're heading into the last of our under-23s in the northern end here. We are going to have Palm Beach, the Finns in Alley 1, Mona Vale Black in 2, North Narrabeen, the 4-strokers in 3, Bateman's Bay in 4, and Kyneton Rocks in Alley 5.
The people's favourite, potentially.
Yeah, good fellas.
Got about Kyneton Rocks. They've popped up onto the map from interstates, probably 2024 or so, or at least in my consciousness. You know, my fault if I wasn't around prior to 5 years ago. But they've been doing quite well. They've built a bit of a section there, under 19s, under 23s. And I think they even had Masters.
They did, picked up their first Aussie medal for the club ever. Did Kyneton Rocks with their young sweep Sam. He was pumped as the gun is up.
On screen with Bateman's. A little bit of a trip up there, but they're off to the races. Good hurdle for the first run. Checked a bit in the second. And goodness gracious, Alley 5 has been put a little bit sideways on that wave there.
Yeah, top of the screen there, we are looking at Palm Beach, the Finns. That would be Peter Spence, I would imagine, at the back of that boat. Mona Vale going along next to him. That Mona Vale boat has Bryce Munro as the sweep, and his son William, I think, is in the bow. And they stop and have a look at this wave here. Certainly the crew at the top of the screen did. That was Palm Beach. Peter Spence just held back there. Bryce Munro has taken it on, and it has paid off for him. He's going to bounce over that one, as we're Spency. Airtime there for these other crews, especially at the top of your screen there. And Bryce Munro from Mona Vale Black has got himself a boat length in front there, and fortune favoured the brave on that occasion. He charged at that when the other crews hesitated, and that has given him a boat length lead over these other crews.
Kyneton didn't flinch either. They've just charged that head on, and they dealt with it pretty well. They might not have that back end speed, though. You can see Palmy's winding up now, and they're closing in. Mona Vale as well.
Yeah, Palmy, one of the top under-23 crews in the nation. you would have raced against plenty of Palm Beach under 23 crews in your day, which wasn't that long ago, Tom.
Yesterday.
What's happening, mate? You're not getting back in the boat, or what? I know you're focusing on your rugby.
Yeah, we'll see how footy goes. I love surf boats, absolutely, but it doesn't pay too well. Whereas footy still has a possibility. And the wondrous part of this sport is that, in theory, I could go play to 35, retire from footy, and go do another decade in A grade.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of old gold either, mate.
Yeah, round the Cairns here, that would be, I think that's actually Mona Vale getting around first.
Palm Beach and Mona Vale around with Kite and Rocks, bottom of the screen. So Palm Beach has made a bit of a move here. They hung back there on the way to sea as they were going through the back break, gave Mona Vale a bit of a lead. But, man, Peter Spence, pedal to the metal. He has rode through Mona Vale. And as he comes back through the gate cans, this is why this crew is one of the top crews in the nation in the under-23 division. Possibly the only ones coming close to these are the South Curly crews who are racing in the southern area this morning. We will row in two separate areas and cut the field, and then they will come together. But Palm Beach, can they run the top of this little swell that's coming underneath them now? Can they separate themselves now from the rest of the field? The rating... Sorry, mate.
Oh, yeah. This one's inverting a bit of the trend here. As you've noticed, the last hour or two, we've been having death by Ali 1, essentially, where it just wasn't forming up for him. And there's probably a little bit of the trend here, unless Kite and Rocks is just going hell for leather. But you can see Ali 1 and 2 picking up here, Palm Beach and Mona Vale. Mona Vale's down there and sit.
Yeah, Palm Beach have done well then. They were in a bit of dead water, but they've been able to row onto the same wave as Mona Vale. Late takeoff at the back here. That's going to be hard to hold. And around they go. And will they go over? They stay upright at this stage. Two boats going around sideways there as Mona Vale and Palm Beach sprint to the finish line here for 1 and 2. Kite and Rocks will be in third position. And there will be a battle on for the miners. North Narrabeen need to get their act back together along with Bateman's Bay to get themselves some points here as Mona Vale get across the line. And who have we got here? Bateman's Bay, Neil Innes. Looks like he's got the crew sorted and he is heading for the finish line in fourth position there, Tommy.
Yeah, shame for Narrabeen, I think. They were there or thereabouts, but they've just lost it on the way back in. They were doing a bit of tandem there for a while, both crews turning to the north.
And, mate, back to your rugby career, mate. The guy sitting beside me, 6'5", Tommy?
6'8".
6'8", get under the house.
Yeah, I weighed in at 132 last week, so...
Fair income.
Hence the... it's incompatible with rowing, I'd have to say. One sport wants you heavier, one sport wants you light.
Yeah, well, focusing on your rugby, and you certainly have the stature for it. Mate, where are you headed? Who are you playing for, and where are you headed?
I'm hanging out with Souths at the moment, Souths Magpies in the Queensland Premier Rugby. And if I get some good highlights under my belt, who knows? Maybe international.
Yeah. What division, mate, are you in the A grade currently?
Yeah, well, we've just finished our pre-season testing. I'm trying to push for a spot there, and we'll have to see how selections go. I actually have a game tomorrow against Brothers, the Filth.
Yeah, right. I'm assuming you're not a halfback.
I'm not a halfback, no. Hanging out in lock and making sure I can try and put some shots on.
Are you lifting, or are you lifting others?
Oh, I've got some hops for 130 kegs, but, you know...
I pity the poor bloke that's got to lift you, mate.
I pity the poor accountant that's got to face me tomorrow. Looks like we got Cape Hawk on screen. It's good to see them make the trip.
Mate, have we gone to open female here? Help me out, mate.
That will be the go, I believe, yeah. Or
is it under 23s?
I think we might be res women.
Can't be under 23s.
Res women are due for a round.
Yeah, reserve grade women, we think.
You've caught me while I'm a bit busy checking out the stats. Look at this. We've got almost a 30k an hour wind, west-northwest. So that hasn't changed angle, but the breeze has picked up offshore heavily. That might be why the top of these ones are flattening out. Not that you could tell based on the lure here. Everyone's getting checked off the star.
Yeah, they've certainly punched through that, didn't they, Allura? As I hand my phone over to Tate to get me sorted with who's racing here. We think this is the reserve female, mate.
Round 3, heat 1 of the
Northern
Res
area.
Women's.
Okay, we've just been advised Lawn is not in this race. They are on. And have a look, they've stopped here at the back. There must be a set
Oh, yeah.
coming.
Bingo.
They're going to charge at it here now. The Allura Sweep just calling halt there.
So off we go. And another one. Have a look at how they catch on the flip side of this wave. Cape Hawk didn't do it too well. Allura's pulled back and off they go. They've probably got the cleanest run here. Although it's not really cresting like it used to be. It's deceptive. I walked down the beach and I had a look during my break time, and there's pretty shallow waves, to be honest, probably a metre-ish, but there's a lot of motion going on, especially in the ocean. We're about midway on an incoming tide.
Motion in the ocean. Sounds like a line out of a B-52 song. One of your best, Tommy. And it is Corrimal. It looked like they're sneaking their nose in ahead here.
They must have some pace out the back there. And you can see, have a look at them. I almost said motion again. Have a look at that action there of the rowers themselves. They're all in time. They've got a pretty good rhythm. They might be rating up a little bit, but it's working. They're pulling ahead on everyone else. Allura's going well. Look at this. Ali 1. Hello. Pulling back into the mix.
Yeah, that is the Bulleye crew, I think, up there in Alley 1. That is swept by Paul Jones. And Jonesy, left-handed sweep, around he goes. His father was one of Australia's top sweeps. And he is taken to it, been doing it for a number of years here now, Jonesy.
He is animated. Look at his mouth. Look at him.
Yeah, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, mate, but apparently he's got white line fever.
And it's panning. It's really working out for him. Look at that. They've pulled a length on everyone else.
Yeah, that is good rowing. They were pretty close with the rest of the crews, but they've separated themselves here now as they go back through the gate cans. Bulleye there. That crew, Sophie, Ella, Olivia and Emma. With Paul Jones, left-handed sweep there. Looks pretty casual on the sweep handle. Has a look over his shoulder. What's coming? Egging the girls on here. We need maximum points here, girls. Let's get through this cut. We want to race another day.
So nobody's getting free rides here from Huey. It's really just not enough to sit on. So they're having to do the work, and you can see Bulleye throwing the weight to the front, milking it for all it's worth. There you go. Good throw. Shoulders back. That's a good sit there. And there's something out the back for them now, just coming up.
Yeah, they're going to have to... Oh, he's stopped them from rowing. He doesn't want a late takeoff here.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, you would have kept going, Tommy.
I would have kept going, but, you know, I'm not a sweep. Here's another one. Maybe they stop for that.
He's not taking it. He's not taking a late takeoff, and who's gone down that in front of him?
Oh, my goodness, and for good reason. Corrimal Black Spice have rolled on the way in, or I tell a lie. What? They've just pulled it back, high side.
Bulleye taking a late takeoff there, even after letting that one go.
They've had to slew to the south to get away from Corrimal.
Oh, broken oar there from the bowie from Corrimal.
Oh, that's not what you want. They're trying to get back to their seats, and Allura, Sea Power, Cape Hawk. If they can Rio this, they might be in contention.
Absolute chaos going on here. That has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons on the way home. Has the surf there. Bulleye had a commanding lead there. And Paul Jones just let a couple of waves slip underneath him. And Corrimal now rowing to the line, top of the screen.
With 3 oars.
Yeah, Bulleye with the advantage of all the oars and rowers in position. They're going to row to the line in first place. Good effort from Corrimal there.
Yikes. I hope the Bowie's okay.
Yeah, she's fine.
Is that all busted?
Yeah, it certainly is. The blade is broken off.
Okay, all right.
The Corrimal oar.
Oh, whoa. And the strokes, throwing her hands up. No more oar for me. It's gone. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Dry land, please.
And this is why we've got helmets on. I'm taking it.
Yeah. So don't be fooled. The surf's maybe a little bit smaller than it was yesterday, but it's just as powerful, if not more so. It's deceptive. And what you may not see from the live stream, given that glare, is that there's actually a bit of a bank out there, probably 150 metres offshore. Back when it was a bit shallower, you're seeing these waves sucking up sand. And it's just, yeah, you can see it there where break is now. Causes chaos. It's really difficult because those waves will sit up and just do unexpected things, spit you, throw you around.
Yeah, seems to be a bit more of it going on in this northern area rather than the southern area. Seems to be a little bit more passive. But there's a little bit more action in the ocean in the northern area here, which is the area we are currently in. And we have the second heat of our reserve female coming up. The Kurrawa Cowgirls are in Alley 1, Alexandra Headlands in 2, Maroochydore Bolts, you might be able to give me some intel there, in 3, and Brighton, the Broncos in 4, and Warrnambool in 5.
So the benefit of my break, I've found out Kurrawa Cowgirls have withdrawn. One of their girls copped it in a wave previously and had to go off to hospital. She just clipped her ankle on the front of the seat, which can be a bit nasty at times. So she should be all right, but that's her done for the day. The Maroochydore Bolts there punching through a wave. They might have had an early lead, but they've just been checked. Speaking of the Stones, we've got Bob Stone, his son Corey, down on the beach supporting Corey's daughter, Darcy Stone. So it's a full family affair. And you've got Michael Brooks, the stepson there, sweeping out the back. People around the grounds call him Brooksy. Those who know him exceptionally well, or at least from Queensland, probably call him Megsy. It's not self-explanatory. Bob Stone, there you go, labelled him Megsy because he looked like Ginger Megs back in the day with those freckles. So yeah. Brighton's pushed through that bank there, and you can actually see Alex has got a pretty good run as well.
And the Bolts just trying to fire up there. And this is the crew that has Corey's daughter in it, mate, is it?
That's the one. So that's Darcy in 3-seat. Rookie, you have, almost called her Hoffy.
Lauren Hoffman.
Lauren Hoffman, yep. So this is a generational switch. Corey and Hoffy rode for about 10 years, and their daughters are both in this crew now.
And the second bow there that you see on screen there now for the Maroochydore crew, Amanda, she is the real deal. She comes from Victoria, has rode a bit of Stillwater, and she is a gun rower. Plenty of power.
Yeah, plenty of experience in and around surf boats, Stillwater as well. I believe she coaches Stillwater up in Maroochydore in the river.
Yeah, good on her.
She's probably hating rounds at the moment.
Yes. Yeah. You got no choice though in that boat, do you? You go to Maroochydore, you're rolling with round gear, that's it.
1 step backward, 2 steps forward. Higher ceilings, I believe. Now, coming into these cans, you'll look, Alex and Maroochydore are neck and neck. If Maroochydore get their classic turn, that's probably a 4-stroker around. Megsy struggling to get bite there.
They've stalled there at the can, have Maroochydore.
They've probably drifted a bit south as well.
Yeah, not atypical turn for Michael Brooks. But he has still got his nose in front there, mate. Alexandra Headlands have gone around with him as well.
Here's the weight. See that wave there? Alex has been passed up. Maroochidore's got a little bit of a bite there. And have a look in the southern alley. Making a move. That's probably Warrnambool.
Warrnambool from the...
Trying to catch back up.
Newcastle area. As Michael Brooks just clips the gate can on his way through. And he's still out in front here is Michael Brooks from Maroochydore. And he'll be looking for something here, but wow, with this offshore breeze that you can see there now blowing the tops of the waves back off. He is, it is a battle going back into this breeze.
Have a look at that set coming through. How good. All right, so you can see as you come towards that bank, they're really standing up, unlike what we've been expecting. And with that west-northwest sitting about 30K, you might even be struggling with the cruise. You really got to sit into that breeze offshore.
Wave here now. Let's see if they can pick this one up here. They've got the wind against them, but the swell building behind them. Alexandra Headlands on the left and Maroochydore there on your right-hand side. We're riding with Maroochydore. And Michael Brooks is getting the sweeper onto his hip.
No, Alex has lost it. They've gone north.
Around they go, which has opened the door for the trailing cruise here. Maroochydore, though, they are straight for the line.
Look at the bowie
maximum
there.
Points. Oh, is that a crab there? No.
It's possible. You can get crabs in rounds and recover. If you over feather, it turns the other way. So Brighton might be undertaking Alex here on this one. Bit hard to call from this angle.
Gary Fazari at the back of the Brighton crew, Brighton, South Australia. Unlike the other Brighton, New Zealand that we have down in the other area. And here comes Warrnambool. They come over the line here now as well. There is Steve Davies there now. Flicks the pump off. He'll be disappointed in himself not holding that. He was in a position to challenge for top points there, and he's just slewed to the north. But that will wash off him, Steve Davies, and he will be back to fight another day. Well, back to fight today.
Yeah, and he's up for, I believe he's one of our new ASRLQ Hall of Fame inductees.
ASRL nationally.
Oh, yeah.
Was inducted into the Hall of Fame a couple of years ago now, and well deserved.
He is quite experienced, and has been around how many years?
Yeah, lots. Picked up a gold medal in the Open Division. Gold? Silver. I take it back. I think it was a silver medal.
He would have...
back at Swansea in the day. It was North Cronulla in first position. Then I think it was Maroochydore. And then another of the North Cronulla crews. But I'm going back a ways there, Tommy.
Yeah. I think he had a junior crew as well. Or what do you call them? Colts. Back when it wasn't under 23s, it would have been an under 21s crew or an under 18s crew.
Yeah, as a sweep, he definitely would have picked up some Australian medals.
So if I've got my calling correct, we're now eyeing off round 3, heat 3 of the Res Women's. We've got Tweed Heads, Coolangatta, Team A, Batemans Bay Banshees, Allura Rhythm, Wamberal Wasabi Warriors, and City of Perth Peaches on the line here.
That looks like Wilco at the back of the Allura Rhythm. Reserve female gun gets them away. Up and over the gunnel, the Allura girls go. And the Banshees on screen there now will punch into that. They've already got the gold medal in the Masters, 200 years under their belt. And that Batemans Bay crew is made up of Alison Wayman, Tracy Innes, wife of Neil Innes, the sweep, Megan Reeman and Donna Marie Clark. And haven't they had some success in surfboat rowing? That crew was handing them the medal yesterday at the presentation for the 200 female. The little one pops up here in front of them there. They will bounce over that without too many dramas.
Ooh, Rhythm copping one on the nose and another mounting just as they reach this bank.
Tracy Innes has won.
Ooh.
Yeah, big hit and a back shoot there for the crew at the bottom of your screen.
That'll be City of Perth, I believe.
Kate,
Oh,
Stephanie,
another one.
Sarah and Sally, swept by Jeff Wilson, ASRL Vice President at the back of that boat there. Good to see Jeff back sweeping.
So a pretty good run here for Wamberal Wasabi Warriors and TH&C Team A. Or actually, that will be Batemans Bay Banshees.
Yeah,
Team A is off screen.
If I can just get back to the Banshees, mate. Tracy Innes, the wife of Neil Innes, she has won Masters gold medal in 120s, 140s, 160s, 180s, and yesterday she took out the gold in the 200s. An unbelievable rowing career. The Batemans Bay Banshees, one of the big names in Masters and Reserve female surfboat racing.
And that's what you like to see. You know, you might be a master, but you're still pushing for those reserve honours, and some of them are still in opens.
Oh, they are a fair income crew. They are a fair income crew. They do the work, and they're hitting the turning can here now down in alley 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. And around they go, and they are going to head for home in the lead of this race in Reserve female.
Around go Wamberal as well, followed by Allura Rhythm. And if anyone was going to bring him back into contention, I'd trust Wilco will find a way.
The Prince of Piha up the back of the Allura boat.
He's got quite a few crews going for him, and I had a bit of a chat this morning. We're looking at Golden Era Sports, reposting a few things from the 90s. God, he holds a wave, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly does. Out of the Ironman world. Neil Innes on screen here now. Ali Wayman in the second bow seat there. She had a broken neck about 12, 18 months ago. I think it was now. Recovered. And she is back in there. Had a fall off her horse.
Oh.
Maruya girl. And have a look at this. Recovered nicely here.
So you can...
Her husband was having a chat to him. He's the lesser famous Michael Wayman, who played for St George and Australia, represented his state as well. But he ain't got nothing on Ali. More gold medals in the house for Ali Wayman yesterday in the 200 Masters division as they row down the front of this one. That is the Batemans Bay Banshees. You'll be hearing a little bit more about them over the weekend, I would imagine.
Thing of beauty there. Great sit. It'll probably not take them all the way, and off they go. There was another one up the tail, but they're at least one wave ahead.
Yeah, they're going to cruise across the line here. Pretty dominant win here for the Batemans Bay crew. Neil, you're going to have to look a long way back over your shoulder to see where the rest of the crews are, mate. Allura coming in second position there and about to drop down the back of that one, I think, is Warrnambool. Batemans Bay over the line.
So Warrnambool Wasabi Warriors here tailing in after Allura Rhythm. And, City of Perth have gone sideways. They've lost their sweep as well, and they're not in their seats.
Jeff Wilson, out he goes. Yeah, he is an ocean swimmer. There is no challenge there for him. He doesn't mind swimming. And I don't reckon the crew will wait for him either. I reckon they'll get back to their seats and row away.
Yeah.
Have a look at Jeff. Straight on the back of the jet ski there for Jeff.
He swam all of 2 strokes.
Yeah. Saying what a good swimmer he is, and he's straight onto the jet ski.
He's confident in his girls.
He's hanging on for dear life there.
So I believe, according to the rules, now he can't be involved. He's outside assistance.
No, they've changed the rules for this carnival. I don't know if they've changed them back again, but you're allowed to return to the boat with the assistance of the jet ski.
Right.
Hugs all round. Neil Innes. Oh, there's a man-love hug there.
Wow.
That might be the grandkids.
Wow. I was told he's like the nicest guy in surf boats.
I reckon Matty Giblin, Dr. Matty Giblin challenges him.
What a great competition, you know.
Yeah, to be the nicest person in surf boats.
So City of Perth kind of a bit stuck now. Trying to figure out what to get up to. Looks like they've borrowed a Freo boat as well, Fremantle.
Where is their sweep? He was on the jet ski a minute ago.
Ladies, we do have a time limit, so I'd even, back it up.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Do something. Here he comes. Here
Hand
comes
to
Jeffrey now.
The swimmer. Here's the problem. Look at this sweep. As soon as he stops,
keeps
he's getting
moving away.
dragged.
Yeah. God, we were talking him up about being an ocean swimmer.
Oh, God. Are they sitting in the middle of that rip too?
Can the girls help him? Please, girls, can you start backing it up towards your sweep? He gets on the back of the jet ski for the second time.
Take 2.
And he's going to head over as the girls get sideways to the ocean. That's not smart.
And you see it mounting. Okay, so that's broken for him. That's it. Turn around. You got this. You got this. What's he missing? He's dropped his watch.
Yeah, Jeffrey, get into the boat. Now, there's one thing getting to the boat. Let's see how he goes getting up the side of it now.
There are a couple of sweeps who need a bit of a hand in. I can't recall if it's the same guy. Someone had 2 hands on a slippery bonnet before.
Mate, Jeffrey hasn't got the greatest shoulders either.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the poor fella.
No.
This could be a battle for him.
Uh-oh.
At least you can tell the girls, hopefully, what to do here. As he clambers over the side, he's going to get himself back in the boat there.
Nice. All right.
All right, girls.
So as long as we finish and as long as we're within the time limit, we should be good for points.
10-minute time limit.
10 minutes is phenomenal. They got time.
They do.
We got this.
Even though they're pointing the wrong way at this stage.
I wouldn't be doing that one. Tell you that much for free. High side. Bang.
Yeah, let's get it around, ladies.
Let's get a move on. We can't be sitting here adjacent to this wave.
Probably not the spotlight Jeff was after. He was hoping the camera was down in the southern end and not the northern end for that race.
It makes for good conversation. It's all in jest, and we will clarify these things over a beer or two at the bar. I'm sure.
He's an absolute workhorse for the ASRL, along with the bloke sitting behind me, Scotty Edwards, our Vice President. Jeff from Western Australia has been a VP of the ASRL for a lot of years now, and he is a quiet achiever. He just gets on with it. Up on the chocks there now, just guiding the girls. They are going to get themselves over the line inside the time limit here, and they're going to pick up some points. And I'm going to hand over to Scotty. I know you're staring at your lunch right there, Tommy. I reckon Scotty can handle this on his own for a second, can't he, while you hook into that?
He might be able to. I've got to figure out who's getting what. We're going to have to divvy these things up. Oi. And I'll hang on for 2 seconds while Scotty's here. I've been salivating. Have you ever looked at the Pavlov experiment of those dogs dribbling?
That's you, mate, is it? With the Aussie taco and the steak sandwich sitting in front of you there, mate. They look very
I've never
good.
heard that called an Aussie taco, but I'm going to run with it. That is so fresh. I'm going to steal that.
Mate, the old mystery bag and one bit of white bread, it is the Aussie taco.
And for good measure, they've put onion on it, just to make sure we're a little step better than Bunnings. Tugan does it better than Bunnings. Off we go. This will be, is that New Brighton, I believe?
Yeah,
Let me
that's
check
like
my notes. That'll be New Brighton. No, Paikakariki in the Metcal boat that Molly has lovingly handed off to them and is actually down on the beach helping them handle it.
Yeah, another one of the true legends of the sport is our Jace Bean, or Molly as he's affectionately known. Not the most exciting nickname. I thought, what's Molly got to do with it? And it's purely from the fact he come from Mollymook.
From Mollymook, there you go.
So he just got christened Molly, and it's stuck for now. But yeah, always willing to help out, especially the guys from across the ditch, and lend a boat. And this wind, Tommy, has really swung offshore now and cleaned things up a little bit. And earlier we were talking about how it was a bit finicky in this north area. That offshore wind now has really cleaned that line of surf up. I was sitting up on the Tugun Beach balcony, Tugun Surf Club balcony, just having a bit of lunch earlier with a good friend of mine. And it's great spectating up there. So if you're at home wondering whether to come down, get on down to the Tugun Beach Surf Club and support them, and maybe have a cleansing hop juice and a nice steak or something, and watch some red-hot racing going on here at the Australian 2026 Surf Boat Championships.
That's an absolute cracker. This guy's full of colloquialisms. Sounding a bit like the honey badger there. We've got Kite and Rocks Misfits on screen. Great to see them representing. Same race right now. We've got Coogee Overwavers, Alley 1, Dicky Beach Dreamers, Alley 2. Our current, I think, 220 Women's Masters Australian gold medalist from yesterday. 180, there you go.
Correction from the back there, Don, on the ball.
He is. Don's locked in. I'd call him Don GPT, but I feel like it's more of a Wikipedia or a encyclopedia, really.
He's more of an encyclopedia.
He's a paper kind of guy.
He's been fact-checked too, unlike Wikipedia, mate. In and around now, all crews starting to head for home here.
So we've got a tenuous lead here from the Dicky Beach Dreamers, followed by Kite and Rocks Misfits. Looks like Paikakariki Mums getting around in third, and Coogee Overwavers. A little bit of work to do, but they're not too far off the mark just yet. And we'll work our way towards that break I've been talking about so often. It's a bit flat now, but as soon as that picks up, off you go. So we're trying to sit here and get a comfortable rhythm. You can see the DB Dreamers here.
Just looking over their shoulder, looking for something to help them on the way home. A bit of a line there on the split screen on your left at home, ladies and gentlemen. You can see some lines of surf building there.
That'll be Benjamin Thomas in the back of that boat. Just had a double check, put on my reading glasses. So Coogee Overwave is actually catching up into the fray. I don't know if they'll be able to catch that wave, but it'll help people out in the front runners. Have a look at Paikakariki down here in the southernmost alley. That'll be right for everyone at home. They might have got a lead here. They've just picked something that the other crews couldn't get, and they're milking it.
Bit of a run coming here for Hocko and Kite and Rocks too in the middle of those leading three crews. But no doubt about Dicky Beach, they have picked up a wave and going. But I think just as we're going out of shotty, they have slewed a little bit, but he's managed to straighten it. Look on the other screen that I have available to me. Here it is back now at the drone. He's just heading a little bit north. That should be enough to take them over for the all-important maximum 10 points. And in second place is Paikakariki, and then Kite and Rocks coming in on a little bump now. Unfortunately for Termite and the Coogee girls, they've had to row it all the way home. But maximum points here for Dicky Beach. On your screen now. Little one just on the edge. He jumps back up on the chocks just to make sure that they get safely to that edge. Seen a lot of boats just slew right on that edge today. Still a lot of moving water. And as I say that, Paikakariki does the same and slews to the south.
They should be already across that line, so they'll probably be second place for them. We're looking at third here, Kite and Rocks getting across. The Misfits, followed by the Coogee Overwavers, and they were in the Masters as well yesterday. I think, actually, I tell a lie. No, they were just racing alongside the Masters in reserve grade.
So that's our round robin complete at this stage. We're going on to a round 4 in their areas, it looks like. So we're going to have in Heat 1 the Palm Beach Fins in Alley 1, Corrimal Blackjacks in 2, Coogee Cobia in 3, Kite and Rock Monsters in 4, North Cronulla Funkies in 5, and the Palm Beach Petrol in 6.
So these should be some pretty sharp crews. The Cobias before did quite well off the start, and I jinxed them and they got absolutely nailed, which let the Fins slide through, or maybe it was actually the Petrol in that race. I'm excited to see this through the day. You can see that offshore breeze. I'll double check the stats if they're willing to comply. Having so many people in one space really makes the internet
Log up a little bit, mate. Lots of traffic over the digital space here today.
It's probably all those socials, everyone getting the social media going, pumping it. And if you do, please tag SLSA or Aussies 2026, ASRL, ASRLQ. We'll all be happy to see them. Get a bit of a replay going. So yeah, that west-northwest has been a consistent breeze offshore throughout the day, and it's no less right now. You're looking at 24k an hour winds and 35k an hour gusts. I wonder if I should really be reading this out in knots.
Well, it is a maritime sport, this, mate. It makes a lot more sense for people with the nautical terms of knots. And just a shout out here on the socials. We've got a shout out to Kevin Harbridge from Rodox 168. And H Marina, some of the Bondi Rescue lifeguards do compete in the Master Swim, and that hasn't been broadcasted. There is another channel for the other events a little bit south of us that you can look up. But we're here with the 2026 Australian Surf Boat Championships. Day 3 of competition so far, and we have seen some fantastic racing, and a massive shout out to Big Voice Media who bring you this fantastic footage so you can follow along at home and look back later on and critique or celebrate your victories or commiserate your losses.
I'm kind of chuffed, to be honest, Scotty, that he believes we're skilled enough to be top-grade commentators. But yeah, this one is Boaties exclusive, probably by Boaties for Boaties, which is nice to be involved.
Yeah, no, very honoured to sit here and call some of the races, mate, and have one of the best spots to watch it from here. You can just see Kite and Rocks on screen there.
Never a bad time to see Kite and Rocks. They're always lovely gents, and if you get to catch up with them later, please do.
And I'll tell you what, mate, just a success story out of the Sweeps Academy that we've been running for the last few years is Sam there in the Kite and Rocks under 23s. Come to do our inaugural Palm Beach Sweeps camp. Took a lot of learnings. Was in the boat with Shane Jalovan, so he got a lot of pearls of wisdom off Shane. Took that away, kept working on his craft, got recently signed off as an S3 this year, and was fortunate enough to get himself a medal yesterday in the Masters. So that is a massive thing for young Sammy, and really learning his craft down there in SA. Palm Beach on screen here, just looking around, suggests gun is not up. The boys are still looking fairly relaxed.
So following on from these rounds, I believe Donnie's been in my ear. Thank God someone switched on. And he's telling me we should be set to merge arenas in a little bit, so we'll have some downtime, but he's going to help me out. He can see me sweating over this beef sandwich that they've given me from the lovely Tugun volunteer workers, and they actually do put it together real well. So
I was going to say, what a host Tugun have been this weekend.
Yeah.
They've been fantastic. Nothing's been a problem as we are underway here in the under-23 male as the voice of surfboats. Donnie Cottrell sits back down beside me, and we have North Cronulla here just moving through some messy water, just trying to get some traction in that with their blades, and a little one for all crews to pop over here, Don, as they enter the back bank.
Yeah, mate, I can agree with you with the Tugun workforce. They've got a great bunch of old boys here. And we've had a couple of carnivals in Queensland here this year. And they've done a fantastic job, have Tugun. Their president, Brett Butel, is a boat sweep, so he gets it. The big bear. And the bear, we found out bears can swim. He's had a couple of dips so far this season.
Knocked his proficiency off for next year already,
Absolutely, mate. Yeah.
So back to the racing, I'd suggest it's the North Cronulla Funkies there, just with the lead, which should be second from your right at home, ladies and gents, leading this race as we go through the gate cans. I suggest we've got a drone battery change happening at the moment, so we just got from the beach footage at the moment. We zoom in here on the Funkies. So along there with Mark McDonald, we've got Jack McDonald, Rylan Pritchard, Jed Loader and Harry Payne in that crew. We've got a few crews just starting to make the angle now into the cans. Been some good turns today, Don. I've been impressed with the sweeping.
Yeah, mate, certainly. And we saw some fantastic sweeping on Wednesday in the Masters event when we had swell about 3 times, 4 times as big as what we're looking at now. The drop-off in the ocean has been remarkable in the last, I'm going to even say in the last 6 hours from what it was first up this morning. As we are riding with Mark McDonald there, the funky man. He is out in front there. Pretty handy crew, under 23 male surfboat. But there's a race on here.
A little bit of life coming under the boats now from this wide shot as they come through the gate cans. Looks like there's a run down in the northern alleys. That'd be the Finns there with Peter Spence on board in alley 1, making a little bit of a dent in this race right now.
Yeah, they had a dominant performance earlier on in the last round, the Finns. They showed why they are one of the top under 23 male crews in the nation. But the Funkies challenging them here at the moment, and they are the ones that are on screen. Mark McDonald, the sweep of the North Cronulla crew, as they lift on pretty much nothing underneath them there, Scotty. They're running that. They've got about half a dozen strokes out of a bubble.
They've milked every drop out of that run. That's absolutely right, Don. That's a nice bit of rowing there by these colts. And I think Spency's been able to get something there on your left of screen at home. And alley 6 is on here with the Funkies now.
Yeah, another Palm Beach crew, mate. That is the Petrel. They've come up alongside the Funkies. And we may well leave that one to our line judges as the Funky. He might just got his nose in front. Better run of the wave to the beach. And he is in first or second position there, along with the Palm Beach Finns down the other end.
A little bit of work to do just on the edge, like I've been saying all weekend. It's not over until your bow is on that dry sand.
Yeah, and a race on for the Miners here. It looks like we might get one boat giving the other one a bit of a nudge. They've gone into the Kite and Rocks boat, and Hocko might have come out of that boat. All's well that ends well. An apology there.
Yeah, Matty Leary walking over to apologise. It's good to see.
Yeah, Hocko just saying all good, mate. Yeah, good stuff there. Good sportsmanship on camera right there. And that's doesn't always happen, Scotty.
No, mate. There's been quite a few blow-ups on the water's edge.
I'd like to say they all ended like that, and maybe they do in the end, but yeah, sometimes the adrenaline's running and you get a boat running into another when there's a sheep station on the line, and they don't always react like that, but good on them. The Coogee sweep just going over to apologise for slewing into the Kite and Rocks boat.
It's like one of the Kite and Rocks boys may have been injured in that little collision. He was Oh, he's up now. He just might have,
Yeah, he's just doing a shimmy, mate.
might have been a bit jelly-legged, mate, after working hard on that race. So coming up in Heat 2, we're going to have the Palm Beach Pentatokos, the Stockton Sluggos, the Bateman's Bay Strokers, Collaroy Longnecks, and haven't they been moving the boat nice today?
Mate, you weren't here for their last race. It might have been round 2. They absolutely dominated the race and then got done on the back bank on the way in, and they've gone from first, leading by about 4 or 5 boat lengths. I think they came in at about 4th or 5th position. But yeah, man, didn't they move the boat? They are certainly one. Put an asterisk next to the Collaroy Longnecks.
And then next to them to round out this race, we have the Allura Pirates and the Mona Vale Dirty Oars.
The Allura crew swept by Timmy Nesbitt.
And Kai Cooper there at the back of Mona Vale. In a way, nice jump start there by the Mona Vale crew. And they've probably just got the better of the starts from that drone shot, along with the Stockton Sluggos. Big shout out to Greg Ross there. I apologise, actually, the Bateman's Bay Strokers, the other white boat, going real well. But Mona Vale Dirty Oars with the best of the starts here, Donnie.
Yeah, they certainly were. Or is that Bateman's Bay alley third from the top of the screen, and the bottom of your screen there we have got Mona Vale. They're just going to bounce over this one. The rowers come forward, get the weight out of the nose of the boat so it can lift, and they're going to have to do it again here.
Decent wave.
Yeah, they're going to squeeze through there. They got themselves out and over that one, but I go back to alley 3, mate, and that is a crew from Bateman's Bay, the Strokers. Neil Innes again. Don't know how many times he's been round the Cairns over the last couple of days. Plenty. And he will be hoping for plenty more in the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, got all these crews moving the boat nicely, mate. He said all crews have put in a good block of training this year. Had a great day at the ASRL Open earlier this year, and also had a great day at State, picking up multiple medals in both of those major carnivals. So he's hoping to continue that trend here this weekend. Yeah,
how did he go in the Open men's? He won the ASRL Open. And in the State, pretty sure he was in the final.
He's in the final. I think he snuck in for a bronze, mate. I'll just try and jump back through live heats and find that for us.
Question without notice, thank you. And it is still Mona Vale and Bateman's Bay slogging it out here at the front of the field, but everyone is in touch here. And the way the ocean has been working, it ain't over. They're going to hit their turning cans, and this is where we can tell whether you can get a bit of movement here in the positioning. And it is Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay hits it first. There are the long necks there. Around they go. Under 23 males, heat 4. Sorry, round 4, heat 2 we are looking at here on your screen.
No doubt about our leaders there, Donnie. Bateman's Bay as they come back into the gate cans, followed probably by the long necks and Palm Beach Pentatokos up there in alley 1. Life coming under the northern boats now. They'll get a run out of this little bubble here, mate.
Yeah, they will. You see the bow drop back down into the trough, and you know there's something coming for them after that. Split screen there. Bateman's Bay on your right-hand side of your screen. There is a little bit of a swell happening here. Some of these crews will run the top of it. Can others, the leading ones, turn it into a wave? I don't think so. They just might be a little bit too far out the back. Bateman's Bay are running the top of it. Shoulders into the bow as they go, but no, they couldn't turn it into a wave. And here they go. Opportunity here from the wave from behind, mate.
Bit of a late one here, I think, Donnie, if it stands like it has been. But could be all right. Who's this in the middle here coming strong? That'll be the long necks, mate. Yep. They're on.
Bateman's Bay, late takeoff. Neil Innes loses it there.
Buried the nose a bit too much to pull it back.
And he's back to his feet and he's trying to Rio that down the wave, and he may well have done it as well. And there is Currumbin on screen there. Is that Dwighty there? Or is that Tooley, sorry? Take it back. There's not even a Cronulla. A Currumbin crew in it. That might have been Mona Vale.
That's Mona Vale, mate, with Kai Cooper.
And wow, I took my eye off the screen for a second there, mate, and it all looks like it's swapped around a bit there. Is that the long necks in the centre, mate, that have come over?
Yeah, long necks have come through with the win here, mate.
And might be Palm Beach down the other end, along with Mona Vale coming across the line there now. But yeah, a couple of late takeoffs there. Cost Neil Innes from Bateman's Bay. They were sitting in a pretty handy position. And Unfortunately, couldn't get on the wave in front and ended up taking late the wave behind. And that caused him to slew sideways. Didn't have his crew set properly. And down the face he came and around he went.
Yeah, nice racing there in the under-23s. And what a strong division that is this year, Donnie. Like, there is some really, really strong competition there. I'd be hard-pressed to pick, you know, even the top 3 crews I think would feature for the gold medal.
Yeah, mate, I was down on the southern end on the commentary down there a little while ago, and South Curly are in that area. And the dribblers took one off the Burley, and then the Burley took one off the dribblers from South Curly. They are both going really quick.
And everybody's crowd favourites on screen there as it pans across, mate. The Buffheads from Bondi with our co-commentator, Philly Stefano, are going pretty well today also, mate.
Yeah, he had a good race there before. He was keeping up with one of the Palm Beach under-23 men's crews, which is no mean feat. And he would have been pretty happy with his performance of his rowers. And as we've mentioned, he's taken Bondi from no boat section to about 6 or 7 crews on the water this year. And there he is at the back of the boat. Phil Stefano, the Doctor of Love, he calls himself.
And so he'll be an Alley 6 mate next to him as we move north. We'll have North Cronulla Weapons in 5, Whale Beach Moby Dicks in 4, Mona Vale Black in 3, North Cronulla's Blueies in 2, and the Secret Harbour Screamin' Seaman.
Yeah, I think they might be in the Fremantle boat.
It's had a few trips around the Cairns today, the Fremantle boat, hasn't it?
Yeah.
A number of clubs are using that, which is great to see. The big family of surf boats, I call it. Everyone is really keen to help each other out and get us on the water.
Yeah, Michael Cameron, he'd be challenging for one of the nicest guys on the beach as well, from the Fremantle Club. No doubt you would have spotted the state titles over there in WA with that big Shorey, where Michael Cameron told his junior crew to get out as they rode themselves into a spot that was pretty ugly, and he had them bail. Gun gets them away. North Cronulla just with their nose in front from the start, and can they go on with it? They are going to punch through this. And out they go. Not too bad a start. Possibly the crew at the top of the screen, Secret Harbour, going up in the air when others were going forward. That crew on the screen there now, that's not bad technique. That is Bluey's Colts from North Cronulla.
Nice high rating there, mate. And I was really liking the strong finish into the chest, hitting that oar in hard to really send that oar as you finish the end of your stroke. And you just see them start to drop the rate now. They're clear of the break, so they'll start to lengthen out a little bit more and get into a bit of a rhythm as they go to the sea.
Yeah, I'm liking the hands around the back, mate. They're very fast with the hands away, holding their shoulders just a second or so into the bow, pushing their hands away, and look at the length on them as well. And that's got to help in these conditions. The longer you can keep that oar in the water, the more you're going to level the boat out and send it forward. And bottom of the screen, the Bondi Buffheads. Phil Stefano trying to go with the 2 North Cronulla crews that are sitting in first and second position.
Vaughan Meldrum there at the helm of the Weapons, and they are your current leaders in this Heat 3, Round 4 of the under-23 man.
Yeah, may have called them Blueies there before. That is the Weapons closest to Bondi at the bottom of your screen now. Through the gate cans there now. And Phil Stefano hanging in there with the Buffheads. Mate, tell me about his sweeping style.
Yeah, one of our left-handed sweeps. Gets sort of front on, likes the one hand. You know, when we're teaching people, we sort of encourage 2 hands. As I just say that, he puts it back in just to make an adjustment. But as you get a little bit more comfortable, you go to one hand. And this is the perceived advantage of the left-hander, mate. They can just push that sweep oar away to help flick that bum around a little bit more. They got bogged down. I'd suggest they got caught on the can there, unfortunately, Don.
Yeah, didn't get away like the 2 North Cronulla crews did. We've got the Weapons and the Blueies there out in front from North Cronulla. There is the Weapons on screen there now. We were admiring their technique. The good hands away there. Shoulders into the bow. Getting full purchase. And Bluey does a runner through the gate cans there. He's picked up a little run, which might have got his nose out in front here now.
Yeah, I think he's got about a half a boat length lead over his stablemate, the Weapons here, but it's a race of 2.
Yeah.
Way for the back markers here, mate. Ken Phillies bullfeds do enough to get down. I think it's going to be too fat, but the North Cronulla weapons will have a run at it now.
Yeah, they've just run on the top of that, separate themselves a little bit more. You would think they would be able to pick this next wave up, the two leading North Cronulla crews. Stavano, bottom of screen. Can he get down this one? It's a big ask for the boys from Bondi.
Great road here.
Yeah, that would be Secret. Is that Secret Harbour?
No. That's Secret Harbour. We're still Solar Cairns. That's Mona Vale Black. Bryce Munro, no slouch at sweeping on the big stick. Can find a wave and a runner. And is a well-credentialed and has a big resume, does Bryce Munro, when it comes to surf boats.
Yeah, 3 open golds in a row for the Mona Vale Club. I'll correct that, maybe not in a row, but 3 open gold medals to Bryce Munro. And he's managed to weave his way in between the 2 North Cronulla cruisers. One of them slews around.
Louis slews the line, and that should give Bryce the maximum points available in this round.
And there come the weapons, who were probably led for most of that race, just didn't get the rub of the green on the way home, did the weapons. And there is Phil Stavano working hard, leaves his rowers in the seat, nose goes down, digs in, but he manages to hold it. There's a bit of a look round. And should not be disappointed with how the boys are rowing. They give themselves a bit of a pat on the back. Well done, boys. And their Secret Harbour is coming over the line there now. Have you been down to Secret Harbour, mate, in WA?
No, mate. I've only been over the WA once. I've never competed over there, just as a teenager with mum and dad. And we got down as far as only Bunbury, mate, unfortunately.
Well, you've driven past Secret Harbour.
I have,
on your way to Bunbury.
There we go.
Mate, they've got a magnificent surf club. Not a bad beach.
Holds a pretty good wave too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Makes a nice surf boat wave that they've spoken about.
Yeah, when they go looking for a wave, that's where they head.
You've heard it here first, folks, but it looks like a bit of a sweep school this year over at Perth. And hopefully we'll get down to Secret Harbour on the Sunday for some wave work in combination with the AGM, which will be at City of Perth Surf Club the last weekend in June. So I better pack my wetsuit, mate, for that one, I think, to help out there.
Absolutely. Getting that Indian Ocean water there. And you're pretty close to the Southern Ocean as you head further south along that coastline.
Okay, we're moving on to round 4 of the reserve females, and this will be the last of the events before we have a little break, mate, as they combine areas for a couple of more rounds of elimination today. So we are going to have in Heat 1, Alexandra Headland Manta Rays, Bulli Gold, City of Perth Peaches, Dickey Beach Dreamers, Maroochydore Bolts, and the Brighton Broncos. Bit of dancing on the screen here, mate. Bit of an interesting warm-up by the Dickey Beach girls.
Did they have a combo going there, mate?
Mate, they were. There was hands in the air, waving and dancing and jumping. It was unreal. Good to see some enthusiasm on the edge.
Seems to be a thing, mate, doesn't it? Doing the dance warm-up. Cab Savs has just figured out the jump, mate. I don't know if you saw the photo of the Cab Savs yesterday doing the celebratory jump.
Did we get much hang time, mate, off the ground? Was there a bit of air time for the Cab Savs?
It's our best this season.
I like it.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Boats just pushing into position here now for the last round of the reserve female. Last opportunity here for these crews to gain some points. Mate, I'm not game to leave the screen that I'm on, mate, but can you tell me, you got access to the leaderboard here, mate, for this division?
Funny you mentioned, I was just trying to do that. And
great minds.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit, mate. Give me a chance and I'll come back to it this way. Now, there's no leaderboard that I can find up yet on the screen that I'm on, mate. Working hard, though, to find it. A little bit of a hold up here, maybe a bit of a course adjustment.
Yeah, there's no rush to push the boats in at this stage. Just zooming in there on the crew there. That might be City of Perth, or is that Brighton?
That's Brighton with the red gunnel and red helmets.
Gary Fazari
I'd suggest the hold-up would be City of Perth are using the Fremantle boat that was just in the previous race, mate. That's what would be our hold-up.
Maroochydore bolts on screen there. That is a quick turnaround. They were only just rowing about 20 minutes ago. Michael Brooks at the back of that crew.
Just a bit of a, this is actually an elimination here, mate. Hawkeye, previously from Maroubra, has just reached out. They're down to 12 in this area. They're taking 4 through from this race, and his daughter is in the rhythm.
Okay, 4 through. In the first of our eliminations. It's where it starts to get real.
Bit of a different style there. Meggsy has his sweep ball around, and he'll push that boat and come in and let the momentum of the boat bring that sweep ball around into his hands. A few sweeps do that. I've never liked it myself. I just like to have it set in my hand. I'm always worried that it's going to come at the wrong pitch, and I get thrown straight back out, mate, which is quite embarrassing on the edge as a sweep.
Bottom of your screen there, New Brighton. Sorry, not New Brighton, Brighton Broncos. Brighton, South Australia. Maroochydore, the next crew up. Then we go to Dicky Beach Dreamers. Maroochydore on screen there now. In City of Perth, Jeff Wilson gets another opportunity at the back of the boat. He'd only just be getting his breath back from that swim. Bulleye Gold in this as well, and in Alley 1, Alexandra Headlands. Guns up. Starter gets him away, in and over the edge. Who's going to get the best of the start here? It looks like the Dreamers have gotten away quite nicely here. As mentioned, the up and over and down straight into it.
And they got back shot a bit there, mate.
Took the momentum out of the boat, filled it with water, and the Dreamers, who got the best of the start, got the classic up and over, up and down into the next one.
Left a little bit of an opening there for Jeff and the City of Perth girls there in the blue boat, currently sitting in 3rd position. But no doubt about it, they've been going all right. All morning has the Bulleye Gold crew there with Paul Jones at the back of them.
Few swells to bump over here. Maroochydore on screen here now. He's going to call them. No, he doesn't. He just rose straight over that. I thought he might have called them forward just to get the nose in the air, but up and over, he does it there now. Up and over they go, Maroochydore, and that crew down the other end. Bulleye, didn't they get some good purchase on the back of that wave? Bulleye,
beautiful
great
catch.
Skills. They might do it here again, up and over, and they dig in on the back of the wave and try and pull the boat down and forward. You don't want to come down and land flat with no boat speed. And it is Bulleye and Maroochydore that lead us out here. But looking like most boats still in contention here. Even Dicky Beach, who copped a fairly ordinary start there. You can just see them in the centre of the field with the yellow bow there, sitting at about 4th position, but they are not out of it either. And as mentioned, they picked up a 180 gold medal yesterday in the Masters Women's Rowing, and they backed up here again in reserve grade.
Always good to see when the Masters back up in reserve grade and give it a red-hot shake, mate. I really like watching that and seeing that happen. But it's sort of like a race at the moment of 3 lines in a way. You've got the 2 clear leaders, the 2 other ones that are at this stage comfortable for the all-important 4th place, and our 2 bookends, Alexandra Headland and Brighton, with a bit of work to do on the return trip. Hopefully pray for a wave to get them back up into the field, mate.
2 left-handed sweeps lead us into our turning can here. Paul Jones is going to hit it first for Bulleye, and he's going to push that sweep oar away, and around he goes. And Michael Brooks reaches forward, grabs the strokes oar, and look at him spin that boat. But Bulleye, probably the winner out of that. And they've got their nose down as soon as they've turned as well. They look good, Bulleye.
Both probably stayed in 1 stroke longer than they would have liked, mate, with the Southern crews on both sides coming into the cans late, so they would have had to stay in to make sure they're clear. We like to come out a little bit wide to not wash too much run off the boat and try and pick up the runners as good as possible. But we've had a great turn there by Alexandra Headlands. They're back in the play here, mate. Probably just Jeff needs to whip his girls a little bit here. They're just dropping off in the middle of that pack of 3. But here comes Faz with the Brighton Broncos as well, having a bit of a dart to try and get through for that all-important 4th place.
Steve Davies, top of screen, trying to stay in touch here with our leaders. We're taking 4 through here, we think. And it looks like Bulleye are well and truly out in front and reasonably safe, but it ain't over till it's over. Here comes a bit of energy in the ocean. These back crews run the top of it, half a dozen odd strokes before the bow lifts up and drops off. Michael Brooks get his opportunity now. Watch them throw themselves into the bow, that classic Maroochydore style as it passes them, and then it moves on to Bulleye. Didn't get the same sort of run as some of these back markers did, but he has now pushed himself into the wave area, has Bulleye. And Maroochydore, a little bit of a swell building underneath that. 4 through, mate, and we are going to have...
If these back markers can pick up this wave, mate, this is going to make it really, really tight. Little runner under Brooksy here. Is it enough for the girls to get over? The Maroochydore Bells coming through. They're going to fall off. I'd like to say Jonesy is safe. Probably Brighton are the only crew out of it at this stage. Jonesy's looking around, hoping for some waves.
Dickie Beach back into the picture in the centre of the screen. As a matter of fact, they've just pushed their nose into second position, and they've got momentum there, and they're going to... Jonesy's headed down the front of that one, and he's going to be safe, and I think Dickie Beach are going to be safe there as well. Paul Jones, left-handed sweep, gives it a push. He'd be happy with that. Maroochydore over the line as well, and that last boat there, mate, what are we going to call
City
that
of Perth, mate. I think the wave gods were just enough, smiling just enough there on Jeff and the City of Perth girls to get their all-important 4th place. And unfortunately for Faz and the Brighton girls and Steve Davies of Alexandra Headland are going to miss out today, unfortunately.
Yeah, Steve Davies a bit unlucky there. City of Perth coming from just behind him on the momentum of a wave. And there is a Dickie Beach crew getting dragged up the boat, up the beach. Robert Flood there in the photo, Floody.
He's got a few medals in the cabinet too over the time. A quite successful sweep of the Sunshine Coast is Floody.
Yeah, he's
Donnie.
a great sweep. He is one of the good sweeps.
There's a bit of footage around on YouTube if you're a young inspiring sweep of his communication. There's a few helmet cams and audios of him on, which I've had a look at times, and he's a really good communicator with his crews in the boat, mate.
He's a surfer. He knows how to read the ocean, and I think that helps. He's a waterman, that's for sure.
Coming up here in Heat 2, mate, we have the Banshees in Alley 1. The Pakariki Mums in 2. Allura Sea Power in 3. Coromel Black Spice in 4. Kyton Rocks 5. And Allura Rhythm in 6.
Couple of Allura crews in this. Timmy Nesbitt at the back of the Sea Power. And I think Wilco at the back of Allura Rhythm. There we go. We'll swap sides of the drone. That is a good look. We're not looking into the sun now. Thank you very much to the team who are operating the drone. They've got themselves on the northern side.
It's the shout out to Timmy White back at home, mate. He's looking after us. Bulleye Gold went 3 from 3 through the round robin. Kyton Rocks Misfits were next on 28. Dickie Beach Dreamers 27. Bateman's Bay Banshees 27. And the Brighton Broncos were on 27 until that last elimination. And Rookie, you look very comfortable on the lounge back at our accommodation, mate, with a can of hop juice in your hand. Hopefully I'll see you down here later to help me get the boat in for the girls.
I don't think that was a question, that was an instruction. Get yourself off the couch and down here to help out with the boat.
Nothing looks set just yet. Neil just got his nose out in front there a little bit due to the banks here. But there's enough wave action there, mate, that the check starters aren't going to be too concerned.
No, not too stressed about a few metres on the start line here. And sweeps can choose to pull their boats back into shallower water. Gunners up and away they go. And again, it looks like the Banshees have got themselves off to a nice start here at the bottom of your screen.
little bit to contend with here, mate, in the first few strokes. A little double bounce there. Nice hold at the front of the stroke there. Like you were saying before, mate, just get that weight out of the nose, allows the nose to lift and pop over those waves. Well, what a race we have on here, Don, as they make their way into this gutter.
Yeah, it's on as we hear the jets taking off from Coolangatta Airport in our ears. And it would only be the crew there from Paikakariki in the blue and white boat, second from the bottom of the screen here, that is just off the pace as the Banshees get their work together up and over that one. Oh, they didn't land very pretty there, just not quite at the right time of the stroke there. But have a look at them, Ro.
Ooh, big stop there by Allura in Alley 3, which are the
Sea Power, Timmy Nesbitt. The Allura Rhythm is at the top of our screen with Grant Wilkinson, and beside them is Kyneton Rocks there. Looking pretty good too, Kyneton Rocks. I'd imagine Hocko is at the back of that boat. And they are going with it with the Batemans Bay Banshees. Fall through in an elimination here. Two of these boats will drop out, and that will be the end of their campaign at the Australian Championships. And how much better is it with the drone on the north side of the field here, mate?
Makes it a lot easier to see, mate, and that is good viewing. You get a little bit of the other area too in the distance as we look back down towards Kira.
Yeah, Balinga in the distance there around the North Kira. We came from there a couple of days ago, or yesterday actually. We were down that way trying to hide from the big swell. You wouldn't know it today though. And the Banshees, in they go. They're going to need a fairly sharp turn here as they try to avoid the boat coming out in the from Paikakariki. And the Banshees, away they go. Pretty dominant lead at the Cairns. And you would be thinking, don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but you would be thinking Neil Innes would be one of the sweeps you want to have up the back of the boat as you were heading for the back of the break.
And he's certainly got his eye on. He's had a few trips around the Cairns today, has Neil. So come back through the gate Cairns now. Nice and relaxed there, just leaning, talking to the girls. A little bit of life coming under
Kyneton Rocks.
And the other Allura crew down there in Alley 5 and 6.
Paikakariki not going away either in the white boat there on the left-hand side of your screen. And as we mentioned before, they don't come all the way from New Zealand for nothing. Got to be a half-decent crew to bother making the trip to the Australian titles. And let's see what Neil can do with this little swell under him. He'll run the top of it only. As they pick the rating up a little bit and they surge forward and they separate themselves even further from the rest of the pack. They've run about 6 strokes on that one. And this next one might turn into a wave for him. It seems to be breaking either side of him, not jacking up behind Batemans Bay. Oh, let's hope he doesn't have to have a late takeoff here. I think he's going to get himself across that back bank with no assistance whatsoever. He's going to get into the gutter here now. And that is the crew from Kyneton Rocks in the light blue boat that you just saw zooming into the screen, along with Paikakariki. And we are riding with Batemans Bay here on your screen, trying to get themselves over the front of this one, but they've done enough. They are safe. They will qualify. And I think we have our top 4 coming across the line here now. It will be Allura.
Rhythm.
The Rhythm with Wilco up the back.
Kyneton Rocks Misfits.
Yep, and Paikakariki.
The Mums. And unfortunately for the Sea Power and the Black Spice from Corrimal, that appears they're going to miss out.
Onto the trailer for those 2 crews. And that is the first of our elimination reserve female. Where do we go to next, mate?
And we're going to head down to the South Arena, mate, and have a look at a few races there before we combine the areas. Once we finish down there in the South, mate, we're going to have round 4 of open men and open women. We're going to have an elimination race of the under-23 men in a combined area, and then the open men are going to have a quarter final. And then following that, subject to it running, so I'm assuming what all the stars are on my run sheet here, we'll have one of my favourite events of all, the boat relay.
Yeah, there's a bit of question mark as to whether it would run or not. And it appears that they're getting along quite nicely here. What have we got on screen there, Nate?
Reserve grade female. Just trying to find the heat we're on. This would be it here. We've got the Queenscliff ship-faced, another Masters crew that won medals, I'm pretty sure, mate, yesterday. South Maroubra Streakers in 2, Freshwater Freaks in 3, Talabudgera TBCs 4, Surfers Paradise Sugars in 5, and the North Bondi Brats in 6.
I'm with you now. Got it up on the live heats.
I think it was still, like, just when I was up having lunch up on the balcony, mate, still a little bit bigger just down here in the south area. So we might see a little bit more action as they go through the shore break, through that gutter, and then hit the back bank. You might see a little bit more size in the waves, a little bit more energy in the waves also, Don.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at it here shortly. As a check starter is happy with the line there. We're in the hands of the starter in the southern area. What we're looking at is heat number 2 of the elimination, taking 4 through South Maroubra in and away.
A little bit of white water for all crews to contend with there on the edge. They'll start to get the momentum now as they hit this slightly deeper water in the gutter. And you can pretty well throw a blanket under everyone with the exception of perhaps North Bondi just a little bit behind now as we make our way through the gutter to this back bank, Don.
Yeah, and they are in the gutter here right now. Don't know if there's much coming to them in the back bank. Certainly the crews in the centre here might be able to pop over Talabudgera. They're going to pop over that one. Yes, they are. Not much damage done to any of the crews here. North Cronulla on the right-hand side of the screen probably bounced more than anyone. But all crews here just trying to get themselves out into deep water. One here to beat. Talabudgera crashes through that one. That's taken a boat length off their campaign. And that could hurt them in the final result. Man, over here on the left-hand side, just out of the screen, Queenscliff ship-faced. They have bolted.
Yeah, I think they're clear leaders now, mate. And right on their tail with the Streakers from South Maroubra. And then I reckon it's the Freshwater Freaks.
And NR Perry at the back of the Freshwater Freaks.
I can see the black blades there. I'd suggest he's using his cleavers. As the Freaks come through the gate cans now, along with South Maroubra and the ship face from Queenscliff. Sherrow at the back of the Queenscliff crew there.
And the Freaks pretty sure that they were the New South Wales Reserve female crew. So fairly well credentialed is the white boat in the centre of your screen there with NR Perry at the back of it, rowing with the cleaver blades. North Bondi might have rowed themselves back into this down on the right-hand side as well.
Yeah, Stevie Lennar always has some pretty slick crews. He does some excellent work coaching there.
And angling into the turning can there now, it is Queensy that is around on the left-hand side of your screen. They've got a bit of a lead here. South Maroubra goes around, so does Freshwater, and down the other end is Bondi. They are leading 4. Not sure if Talabudgera and Surface can make it up into this top 4 qualifying. It will be the end of their campaign if they cannot get themselves in the top 4 here. Surfers Paradise. This is the Sugar, one of Graham Hugel's crews. He has the Spice in Open Women. He has the Sugar in Reserve, and he has Old Spice Masters Women.
Coming back through the gate cans here, Don. Probably, I don't know, it's pretty tight to tell from this angle. I think Shipface still in the lead. South Maroubra hot on their heels.
Yeah, Shipface on the left-hand side, just out of our screen vision at the moment.
Little wave coming behind the Freaks here. NR Perry will pull the whip out on the girls, getting the beat up a couple of notches on the rate and see if they can get down this little bump.
Not much there for Queensy. The sweep keeps looking around, but there's nothing much to look at here. They're going to lift a little bit on the top of this, but have a look. They've rode across that back bank there with nothing. And the trailing crews need something here. That pink boat of Surfers Paradise, they need something here to bring themselves up. Talabudgera, they're out of it. Glasses down for them. Hugel, is he able to get onto this wave? He's rowing hard. He's rowing hard. They cannot just drop down it. Oh, there's a slew here.
Harvey Barrett's slew to the north and come into the ship face. They're just trying to untangle themselves and head towards the line. But North Bondi are safe. Freshwater is safe. Has it opened up enough for the North Cronulla crew to come in here and challenge?
Taking 4 through, I think it's the pink boat of Surfers
Paradise. Apologies there.
It's going to miss out, and Tullabudgera on the left-hand side of your screen. They are the 2 crews to miss out. We have our top 4.
Queenscliff safe, South Maroubra safe, Freshwater and North Bondi.
And mate, that may well be the last of our eliminations before we go to one area, mate. Have I got that right or not?
It looks like it to me, mate. I'd say we'll have a little bit of a break in proceedings now. We might have a little bit of a break too, Donnie, and give people their ears a rest from us, mate, just for a little bit. And we'll get back to you when we come back to the combined area to see our open men, open women, under 23 men go around again, and then hopefully everybody's favourite event, the boat relay this afternoon.
So about 40 minutes, mate, would you say, before we're back on?
Yeah, half hour, I'd say, mate.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're just moving to an area, or which I would assume they would do. I don't think they're going to move and go to one, because we'll need 2 areas tomorrow morning.
No, they talked about moving to the northern area. So you're looking at the southern area at the moment, and those boats are going to head north. Those ones that have qualified through.
As you see, the Great South Curly Army just shouldering up the boat and doing exactly what you said, mate. I'll move them up to the north, ready to go.
All right, and we are going to throw back to our team, and they're going to throw to the break, and we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to day 2 coverage of the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships Surf Boat Arenas. For those just tuning in, we are in a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment as we have now completed all of our regular heats this morning, and we are just getting set for all the finals action happening this afternoon. So please bear with us. It will be about a 20-minute delay until we get things back underway. So enjoy the music, enjoy your day, and we'll be back again in just a moment.
I'll let you take point on this one, Tash. Welcome back.
Yep. Okay, welcome back to racing. We're into our afternoon program here. We are with our Open Women round 4. We've got the first race on the line. I can see we've got Currumbin in Alley 1, Mooloolaba Alley 2, Queenscliff, I believe, in Alley 3. And we're just catching up with the app to get the other 3 crews. It's another green boat, so I'm going to say Mona Vale, Currumbin, Palm Beach.
That's Currumbin. Vortex on screen there. That'll be Will McDowell in the back of that one, I would assume, if I'm...
Lyle.
Oh, it's Lyle. Interesting. That might not be the Vortex then. We've got the Chop Suey here, Surfers Paradise Spice alongside them just to the south. We're just catching up with our registrations. Oh. So we're actually doing a little bit of technical work in the background, but off we go with this heat here. And this is a good one to watch. You've got Currumbin, Mooloolaba, Surfers Paradise, Mona Vale, Collaroy taking a beating, and that'll be the BHMP Broadbacks as well. You've got a number of good crews in this one. And it looks like Mona Vale got the best run of it, which is awesome to see. I don't know how much that middle channel is going to be helpful, but if you have a look at that water, there's a bit of still water through the middle. I suspected it was a rip yonks ago, and you can see exactly what's going on. Mona Vale and Mooloolaba getting a clean run out, where Currumbin is just taking those hits. Now, they're a good enough crew. They should be able to pull back into this fold, but we've definitely got Mooloolaba, Chop Suey out front, Mona Vale in 2, and they're getting pulled up alongside by BHMP Broadbacks. Tet Della head there. And you've got a bit of a secondary peloton out the back there with Collaroy, Currumbin, and Surfers Paradise got checked about 3 different times on the way out. Not handy. So we'll be going through the gate cans here. Really good angle here that we haven't had before in the Northern Arena. For context, we have now merged both arenas as we come into finals.
Okay, we've got Burley just on the little focus screen there on the right-hand side of screen. So you can see Matty Smith having a look around, seeing where the rest of the field is.
Yeah, he's having a peek around, and hopefully he's the only one in the boat having a look. Look at this can. So BHMP have pulled right back into it using their...
That's a good can turn.
Good stroke, and they've got maybe half a length on the Chop Suey, who themselves are pretty good out back. Then you could throw a blanket over third, and they'll start to duke it out. I don't know if these waves have flattened out. I'm going to have to look at some of these conditions.
I can see there's swells building. You can't see it at home, but I can see that there is swells building. So whether they're going to roll through before these girls get back to the beach is yet to be seen. But there is some lifts coming.
And have a look here. The Chop Suey making a bit of a move. We'll have to see if that filters through to the Broadbacks. There was an angle on the wave before, but obviously it's flattened out a fair bit, I'd have to say. And the Broadbacks are running with it. That's a really good stroke pattern there.
Got Currumbin just trying to hold on to that third place at the moment. Matty Smith sweeping Burley on screens.
He's done
Here we
well
go.
to
Here's
rebuild.
that bubble we could see.
Wow, big bubble.
Oh, Burley, are they going to miss out down the end there?
No way. So, Mooloolaba getting down it. They're going to keep tapping away. No, I said it too soon.
Oh, Mooloolaba off. Brings them back in line with Burley. And here we go. Here's the party wave.
Goodness
We've got
gracious.
1, 2, 3, 4 on. Burley, just sneaky little one ahead.
Chop Suey.
Oh, Chop Suey. Oh, they almost did
Goodbye.
a repeat. Good Lord.
So they've almost candlesticked. Mona Vale have lost the boat. Coleroy coming through on the surprise.
Wow.
How you doing? And it's staying with them.
Trail here. So what's happening here is there's the wind direction at the moment is coming onto the ocean. So as they're trying to catch these waves, it's actually holding up that boat speed. So they're trailing, thinking that they're going to get the wave, and then they're getting held up.
So across this line, late drop for Surfers.
Oh, is it going to lift up? Yes.
That's all right. Hughes has done well there. And I think he might have even overtaken Currumbin on that finish. And he's chuffed. He's happy about
Pumped
it.
with that one.
Yes, on to the next girls.
Wow, Chop Suey's. I mean, they earlier... Wait, was it here at Chugan?
No,
they
this
did the
one was at
candlestick? Was
Burleigh.
it at Burleigh? So almost a repeat.
So we've had a bit of a remix to what we're so used to on the Gold Coast. We're used to all these banks. And you can see in the bottom here, before I get onto that, the Chop Suey finishing up the race. Looks like one oar has been let go of. They've lost someone. 2-seat gone.
Someone's having a swim.
Is that no.
Nassar is in
Sarah's 3. Might be Susie.
Hope the girls are all okay.
I hope so.
It's pretty
Bit of a
quick
relaxation
when
of
that
rules.
happens.
Yeah. The RWC should be able to just take her right into shore, and I think they have. So we're very used to some of these back banks. Holy dooly, look at that. Mona Vale still putting the pieces back together. I wouldn't be standing so far upright if I was that rower there as you're trying to get people back in.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, you can't come better than last right now, so I'd just put your pieces back together and make sure you've got
Finish the
time to get
race.
in.
Yeah, they should have time, I think, to get themselves together and get back in. Hopefully, again, these girls are all okay and the equipment's fared well.
Well, that was a pretty fast race up until that point, so I would have said that happened around the 3-minute mark, maybe
See
a bit
that.
longer. You've still got at least another 4 or 5 minutes.
Just pulling them back off the line while they wait for this crew to get themselves together and get everything back in. So in that race that we just saw was Currumbin Vortex in alley 1, Mooloolaba Chop Suey's in 2, Surfers Paradise Spice in 3, Mona Vale Mayhem in 4, Coleroy Giants in 5, and Burleigh Heads Moro Park Broadbacks in 6.
So the Mayhem on screen, getting their act back together. I think the sweep's lost his noddy, or he just doesn't care at this point. Oh, look at his sweep all. The tip's gone.
Oh, the handle's snapped. How bizarre.
What has happened? I reckon they've... Sometimes those things go
handle's got
wild and
caught.
face the other way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, lucky we have Croker on site.
Yeah.
Just outside where we're doing commentary up the back of beach, and they have been extremely busy. I think they may have not bought enough spares.
They've been piecing people back together all day. I've been seeing it.
Yep.
Conveyor belt of aggrieved rowers. So, yeah, with that cyclone, I think it was last year, or at the start of this year, it completely reconfigured some of these banks.
Right. Oh, yeah. It was Aussies last year, just before Aussies hit last year.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so that's why we went back to the sunny coast, actually. It was due
Yeah.
to be Gold Coast this year, or last year, sorry. And there was no beach to race at on the Goldie.
Yeah.
So that bank has fully changed.
Changed, yeah.
Especially like Kira. It's probably overdue. Bit of a blowout.
Yep.
Change it out.
Okay, so we're on the line here. We've got round 4, heat 2 of the open females. Alley 1, South Kilkel Shakers, Gus Spiteri sweeping them. We've got Port Kembla Parasites in 2, Palm Beach Pursuit in 3, Coogee DMGs in 4, Allura Wilco in 5, and we've got Queenscliff Sherro's Angels in 6. So we've just got the Coogee team on screen here in alley 4. You can see Elton in the starters' hands, so the flag is up, so it's over to the starters now. Just telling the crews to spread out, move along.
If I was alley 3, 4, maybe even 5, I'd be trying to squeeze in and get the best of that run in that channel.
Yep.
It's been...
See that dark,
Yeah.
water run out there.
You can see
You
that
can see
rip.
Wilco's got his nose in it.
Yeah. Off they go. Bit slow for Coogee. Allura. Wilco's been pushing really well. Look at that.
Yeah. Someone who's not so tall.
Oh, instant check. So Queensy get a nice run out of it. And Allura
Shakers getting a
sitting
couple
in
of
that
hits
channel.
there.
Queensy's going good,
They
but
have blasted out of the gates, haven't they?
maybe a bit too fast. Have a look at those strokes. You can see the backwash as they're getting the catch. They've
Yep.
calmed down now, but that was costing them a little bit. May not matter. Another set coming through here as they hit that bank. And you'll see that exact spot, Allura and Queensy have just threaded straight through. And it's not too much here, but you can tell even getting the front half of your boat out of the water is just enough of a disruption at this level for some people to pull a quarter length on you.
These girls really settled into their stroke here. You can see the big heavy finish really cranking with the outside arm, trying to send that boat.
I'm always really interested to see the different pre-race routines that different crews have.
Yeah.
A lot of them seem pretty chill. Some of the junior crews, the pre-race routine is try not to spew. My crew used to fail at that, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Took it dead serious. Through the gate cans here, we can see that's our yardstick. So Queensy's probably a length ahead of everyone else, followed by Port Kembla. And you can see that
Throw a blanket over the rest of the field there.
angle.
South Curly, though, Ali 1 are not on screen, so those checks that they got at the start of the race has really held them up. They're a great crew, last year's gold medalists.
Yeah.
So I expect to see them if there's any lumps coming through, which at this stage I can't see, but I would expect to see them in the mix.
Queensy's angle into that turn is interesting. Oh, no, and it's cost them. It's cost them big time.
Oh,
Maybe even caught
Wow.
up on the can. Look, Port Kembla's pulled a length out of that. Maybe even a length and a half. They're back into contention in front of everyone else. Queensy's rhythm should see them going pretty strong on the way in, but here,
with Paddo. Port Kembla Parasites on screen. You can see the constant work that he's having to do with the sweep or that water's moving a lot around out there.
so you're looking at a west-southwest. The wind has picked up a little bit again. It's just that offshore, and it's going astern these boats, which is not what you need. What is Port Kembla doing to be pulling away like this?
Long and strong.
Wow, there's no help
No,
that I
they're
can...
just moving together.
Everyone else isn't really there. Allura is
look at the
actually
run.
struggling. Right out the back. They might be in the channel on the way back out. It's a nice conveyor belt, but look at Port Kembla.
Good, strong rowing there.
So you can pay attention to those catches as well. They're pretty much all in time,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
perfect. The synchronicity
wow.
is amazing.
Nice. Busting out the dictionary on this one.
Oh, look at that. That's really good rowing from those girls. That's top notch.
So it's cleaned up enough.
Here we go at the back. Coogee,
Surely they're not
Palm
getting
Beach,
tracked down.
South Curly. Told you they're never out of it.
Look at the curve on that wave. That's going to pump South Curly right back into contention. And Port
just
Kembla's in
fattened
dead
up.
water.
Oh, now Palm Beach here have had to hold up
Coogee.
because of Port Kembla. They've come up on Port Kembla there, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yep, so that's... I think that's Palm Beach has contested something.
Yeah, they did see the arm go up, so it'll be interesting to see whether that has any effect on the results.
I don't
So
know if that one had merit.
going across in fourth place, we'll see if that changes.
I don't think you get penalised for anything. So that you stand nothing to lose, unlimited shots on goal.
So across in fifth place there.
And Queenscliff, who had the strongest start,
Yeah.
getting
Just that
across
can
last.
turn, I think. Not
Something
sure.
seriously went wrong.
Just whether it was the approach or
Yeah.
getting caught on the can. I know, sitting in stroke seat, quite often at the can, it can get. I've had it wrap around my blade before, and so you've gone to then take it on, and it's actually flipped over on your oar, and you can't actually row. So there are a few things that can happen out at the can and make it challenging.
And I always get nervous whenever you start to see the angle and they've turned and have to take a stroke or two. Like, I don't even really want to see both oars going anytime near that turn. I want to see one side lock in
Yep.
and the other one get you around. Ideally, depending on if you're right or left-handed as a sweep, probably three-stroker would be reasonable for most crews. And the really good ones are getting like 1.5, 2.
Yeah, I can get two with my girls. I'm a lefty, but my girls are light. And I think if you've got a lighter crew, it's really easy to spin that boat.
So on the line here, we're
We've got-
currently looking at Currumbin Cockatoos, I believe.
Yeah, Hunters, they're in Cockatoos. Hang on,
Yeah,
they're both in
that's
this race.
Lisa.
So if we go down the field, we've got Maroochydore Bells in 1, Avalon Beach Sweet Feet in 2, Currumbin Hunters in 3, Palm Beach Pirates in 4, Currumbin Cockatoos in 5, and Collaroy Crusaders in 6.
Megsy is the first alley magnet. I don't know what he's done. Every time he pulls the first alley. And hey, look at you go. You know, like Coogee and South Kelly made a pretty
It's
good
been-
shake of it.
Yeah, it's been okay. It's not, I don't know if it'll be Death by Alley 1 this year.
Potentially not. Have a
Could be
look
alley
here
6.
on this line. So we're pretty much following the exact start line angle, and you can see everyone's got a bit of
Difference.
difference here. Collaroy is pretty much half a length on everyone as guns go up
Here we are with our starter.
and back down
Oh,
again.
just dropped the gun. So here in Queensland, we do still use the shotgun to start the races, which is traditionally how they've always been started. Other states, it's now a horn, it's sort of a digital sound, I guess.
I think it's pretty difficult to keep licenses
licenses,
going,
yeah.
especially as we have our lovely officials are usually a bit older. Not all of them have licenses, and the young coming through don't tend to have it.
Radio, so Cockatoos getting out well, Maroochydore top of screen also going out well, Palm Beach and Crusaders hot on their heels.
Palm Beach here on screen.
Plenty of bumps here for the girls to work through. Trick is to keep that bow down and keep the boat moving forward.
Bit of wash coming through this bank here. It's cleaned itself up, but it's just checked Maroochydore. Not that they care. Here's another.
Palm Beach
Bang.
copping that one. Oh, that stopped them dead.
That's cruel. So I think that will be... That's... I can't pick whether that's Lyle or Chookie.
That's the Cockatoos. That's true.
That's the Cockatoos, yeah.
Yeah.
And Collaroy going just fine. They've had a good run of it, and based on memory, that was where that Rip was sitting last race with Allura and a few others. Now, it actually didn't help Allura all that much, especially on the way back in. But Maroochydore,
Great start from them.
have a look at this sit back. So you really need to get that catch in order to be able to do that. They drop that rating, and in theory, that should give you a little bit in reserve towards that finish. And this turn will be pivotal. I believe they're going through the gate cans now. Wow, okay, the angle's a bit different.
It is.
Collaroy in lead. Followed by Currumbin, but not much in it. And then Maroochydore, maybe half a length.
Yep. Back to the Hunters. There we go. We've got the beautiful Gold Coast skyline in the background. It's pretty impressive to see that in the background, isn't it?
That's the money shot right there. Coming
we
into
go.
this turn, Currumbin's gone direct. Collaroy's gone a bit of an angle. Maroochydore has the classic Megsy
Lefty.
turn. 1.5, in, out, good night, off we go.
That's the lefty
Collaroy
advantage.
caught up on the can.
Ah,
So it's the Hunters and the Doorbells sitting there.
Collaroy,
Collaroy
though.
don't care. Look at this. Back into it.
they're just going to bring it home. Look at them.
And who's that pushing it?
Powering.
Probably the other Currumbin crew.
Yeah, the Hunters have come up into play now, so they're challenging the Cockatoos. Sitting in third place, Collaroy pushing for fourth, over to Palmy in fifth, and Avalon Sweet Feet in sixth at this stage.
Megsy's probably got a length and a half on the rest of the crews. Not that that's going to mean much as they come into the wave zone. But
Is
they
there
will be
anything
running any little dribbler. Megsy's right up. He's only got 1/4 bar. But he's right
Collaroy.
up at the tip of that. And here it comes. Here's the surge underneath them.
I think Collaroy have just used a really good run there underneath them.
Building for Megsy here. Off he goes. Throw it to the front. Throw it to the front. I don't think it's going to get them the whole way, but they've just milked that an extra 3 strokes. There you go.
Oh, here we go.
So
From the
they
back.
need this. Oh, look at that.
Hunters.
Mistimed it, but it didn't matter.
Beautiful
And
work
they
on
trail
the trail.
now.
Oh, dear. Hold. Oh, no.
They've lost it. Uh-oh, Megsy. Oh,
Oh, they've both gone.
Megsy's holding
Oh,
it just.
Mexie's held it. Out of the whitewater.
Wow, talk to me, Goose. That is
And on-
crazy. And off they
On
go.
the back, we've got 3 on Collaroy, Palm Beach, and Cockatoos, all on the same wave.
No, no, no. That's not what you want from Currumbin. They've
Great
dived for the
work
line.
there.
They dive about half a metre short of the line. Maroochydore in dead
Maroochydore,
water.
dead water there. They
Palm Beach
should-
crashing down. That'll be 1 and 2.
Oh, Palm Beach may have just snuck the win there from Maroochydore. Cockatoos in dead water. Coleroy just going to get a push on the wave there. See them across in third place. Cockatoos fourth.
My heart.
Hunters, they were in, they were out, they were on, they were off. What a race. And Avalon,
The Sweet Feet.
Sweet Feet, not really featuring. We just didn't see them. They just weren't able to hang with the rest of the field. Oh, bit of a crab in the bow there.
Is this one? That's just round 4 for them.
Crossing fifth place for Avalon Beach, and it'll be the Hunters.
They'll be counting fingers and toes to see if they've made
Made the
qualifications
points, yeah.
for the quarterfinal upcoming.
We are. So just for those of you that are following along at home, if you are also trying to follow along on live heats, I'm just refreshing my screen to see if we've gone live. We are live now. So there was just a bit of a delay while they were working out the 23 male draws and getting them sorted and published. But we are on and live. So next up, we'll see us move into the open males, round 4, heat 1. And we've got Mermaid Beach Kennards in Alley 1. In 2, we've got Queenscliff Go Like the Clappers. Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship, love that name, in 3. Bateman's Bay Black in 4. Avalon Beach Pinkies in 5. Mona Vale Mona Megalodon in 6. And a 7-boat race, North Canada Brooks A's in 7.
Hot.
Rightio, who's your pick?
Ooh,
Bateman's? I'm going to go Bateman's. Won the Open.
let me have a peek at that list. I've been mucking around with all the stats to look at the weather. Queenscliff have been pretty good. I'm going to have to say, I reckon it's going to be Mermaid Beach Kennards will be up there. North Cronulla and Bateman's, that'll be my top 3 pick.
Rightio.
I can't really give you more than a top 3 pick at the moment. The surf is
Are
doing
you
some...
boxing your trifecta?
Yeah. Anytime.
All right, I'll go Pinkies, Bateman's, Mermaid.
And so just having a look at this weather at the moment, west-northwest, you're looking at 13 knots of wind, which is about 26 k's an hour, gusts of 15, so up to 30. It's just
Yeah.
consistent.
You can see when the waves break in the spray coming off and sort of pushing back out to sea. And particularly for the girls, they just don't have the weight and the power. When they're chasing those waves, it's just hard to get down, and it's on the way home. Your legs are tired. It's really challenging. So that's going to make it just a little bit harder for those crews. Nice little set rolling through the area now.
I have to say, I have a sneaking suspicion some of these crews practice that trail with the emphasis on throwing the weight to the front
Yep.
as they let the oars go. Now,
Yep.
I've never really been focused on that because it's such an effort for me to get back. But we always threw the weight to the front, and sometimes I think it's a miracle send when, for example, you look at the Hunters there, got the weight to the front on the trail, but had they not trailed, they wouldn't have got down it,
No.
which is impressive. Unfortunately for them, it didn't quite pan out as they wanted to. And that just speaks to this swell. It's not entirely even.
No, you can see when we're coming in with the drone footage, there's that curve and bend in it. We try to counteract that with our finish line and make sure the finish line is in line with the angle of the wave. You can see Matty Collins there, just lifting his hand up.
That's one of the Queensy boys. I recognise that face anyway. Why? South Curly Underdogs. One of my long-time rivals. And I have to say, they're actually really good blokes. But I think that is...
So we've been in the starter's hands for quite some time now. So here we
Guns
go,
up.
guns up. Very clean start here for these crews. They shouldn't have any trouble pushing through their stuff here as they make their way out to sea. Looks like Bateman's have got out nice and clean, followed by Pinkies. See on the other end of the field how they've got out. And we're with Bateman's Bay there. Neil Innes sweeping the boys. Current ASL Open champions.
With that 7-boat spread, I think they've actually all spread to avoid that channel. And that's fine, to be honest. It's been a bit of a kibosh on people. They get a nice run out, but it hasn't been really helping them all that much. And I guess we are here for surf.
I think North Cronulla Purds down in Alley 7 have got out well. And we've got Avalon Beach Pinkies sitting up there as well.
Just on that northern edge as well.
Northern edge is the Kennards right up in Alley 1. So,
And Queensy, go like the Clappers. That's it. Taz Farrell in stroke, formerly of the Underdog South Curly. So
there's been a bit of a South Curly Queensy thing going on this season. The Hoosier were down there for a little bit for short course.
for a little, as in then, are they not racing now due to injury?
Hoosier are racing back in South Curly now, but they were at Queensy short
Mid-season,
course.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to have to
Had some
suss that out
injuries
later.
with Nikki's ankle. So,
yeah. Surgery for that one.
Yeah.
Didn't realise it was broken, as you
All
do.
right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats. And I tell you what, it looks even. Bateman's Bay going in first.
Queensy up
Mermaids
there.
hot on their heels. Queensy.
Avalon getting
Pinkies
around.
around. North Cronulla.
Have a look
Coffs. It's a very tight race.
And look at the angle from Alley 6 here. Mona Vale Megalodon.
Oh, a little run just out of the cans for a couple of those crews there. Queenscliff making particularly good use of it, and Kennards in Alley 1 have really pulled away, I think, from the rest of that field.
Now, the Kennards have been right up there in the Queensland ranks for quite a while. They've been the state team this year, I believe, up against Currumbin Green, the national team.
Oh, I think we can just see here Queensy just feathering on the top of that wave. Mermaid again. There is swells building. We can see those lines out there behind the crews. They're just coming through the gate cans, that swell. And I think you'll see a few of these crews pull onto this.
Avalon now on a wave. Bateman's getting hit aft as well.
Oh, Av, are they going to pull down it or just... Come on, Tommy.
Teetering.
Get down it.
Oh, there's weight to the front. Go on, boys.
Oh, he's too little.
Not there. Bateman's getting the late
Bateman's
drop and they're
and
losing
Kennards.
it.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Right in front of Avalon. And look at
See if
that.
he can
Off go
Rio.
Mermaid Beach Kennards. They actually caught that wave and they're holding.
Great work out the back here. North Cronulla are on one. Just trying to hold it straight. Oh, Avalon here coming on top of Bateman's Bay, right up behind him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, straight through.
You can probably see the whites of each other's eyes.
Good job by Nath there, just trying to avoid that crew.
So that's actually Alley 6 making
Coffs
a bit
Harbour.
of a move.
Oh, that was North Cronulla, I think, who have snuck across from 7 into 6.
They've switched.
You had Mermaid across first, then I think possibly North Cronulla, then back down the other end to Coffs and Queensy, then Avalon, Bateman's Bay, and Mona Vale bringing up the rear of the field, I think, but I could have made that up.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of eyeballs.
We'll wait for the officials'
My
results
pick
to
would
come through
be
on that one.
Mermaid Beach. I think Bateman's actually had a pretty good wave. Oh, no, but they lost it, didn't they?
Yeah, Bateman's had a great race, and then just that wave, just a little bit of a
Yeah.
later takeoff for them, and just too much weight in the bow. It's the challenge with the open men is they're typically big, heavy crews, and when you've got weight in the bow of the boat, when that wave gets behind you, the tuck lifts up, and it becomes really difficult to steer the boat. You need the butt of the boat in the water, the bow up, and light. And if they're all sitting in their seats, it becomes quite challenging.
That's the sweeps perspective I was lacking. I did not know that about the tuck.
Yeah, so when that, when the white water lifts the back of the boat, it kind of loses contact with solid water, and it's in that white water.
Power
and
steering goes.
Yeah, so it's like you've lost your steering, and so it's not so much the slewing isn't the bow turning; it's the back of the boat sliding around.
So once we got to a more advanced level from juniors, our coach used to actually get us to skim the oars, and
Yes.
you were to skim aggressively at
And
times
help.
to help him steer.
Yeah, hold water.
And you'd learn to basically surf the surf boat as well as leaning where you wanted to go.
Okay, so round 4 of the Open males, we're going into Heat 2. We have Allura Wilco in 1, Wanda Weapons in 2, McMasters in 3, Talabudra Team Myths in 4, and Queenscliff A-Rollers in 5, Currumbin Barbarians in 6, and Paikakariki
Paikakariki
in 7.
in 7. They'll be racing out of the Metcal boat, I believe.
Great to see them making the trip over here.
Although,
The Metcalf boat, yeah.
is that the Paikakariki
Paikakariki.
club colours? I have New Brighton Open Men, but they're in a different boat, so potentially that is to the...
Paikakariki on the draws, so we'll go with that.
Yep, the trains.
Nice even start here from the cruise. And we're off racing. Currumbin Barbarians on screen. Oh, big hit for the boys from Currumbin there.
Immediately checked.
Wow.
So that's our current national team sitting at the back of this race at the moment.
Bugger.
Allura Wilco getting a good lead alongside Talabudra Team Myths and Paikakariki. No strangers to surf over in New Zealand. They're at home. Look at this break coming through. Bang. So the Tally Myths will just cruise straight through. No dramas there.
Allura Wilco doing well there. These boys copped a massive hit. Actually, it wasn't these boys. It was the other Masters crew on Wednesday. It's one of the biggest stacks I've seen in a long time. How they didn't break or damage anything, I don't know. But they're out well, the Allura guys, coming across to 5. I'm going to count them across.
That's Currumbin Green. Sitting there in alley 5. We've got Tally Myths, probably a boat length ahead, but look at Allura drawing them in.
This is Queenscliff here out in front.
Oh,
A-rollers.
yeah.
It's the A-rollers.
The A-rollers. My
So definitely hitting
apologies.
those gate cans first. And then down the other end, I think we go to the Allura Wilco, followed by Wanda Weapons. And potentially then coming back to Tally. Down the
Queensy
end to 7.
hitting the cans here. You've actually got Allura right up front, probably in first, sitting alongside Queensy A-Rollers.
Great turn from Allura.
Picking up,
Blasted out of the gates there.
and Wanda Weapons in there as well, alongside Paikakariki.
Queenscliff just bringing it up to Allura, although we'll see as they go through the gate. So Allura hitting them now. So they've got a decent lead on the rest of the field, a good boat length on Queenscliff A-Rollers and Wanda in second place, coming across third into Talabudra. Then I'd say Kakariki.
Yeah, Paikakariki.
And Currumbin and McMasters bringing up the rear of the field.
There's a bit of a surge
There's
here.
Bubble here for these crews.
So here we go. Rating goes up. Paikakariki closest to screen, making a surge. Currumbin Green on the way back in, and they probably need that. But Wilco used a run, and he's got another one up the tail. And a number of them do. Wanda making a move. They might tune this one.
Queenscliff just dropping off it. Wilco is going to have a crack at joining Wanda.
Wanda have the best form of that wave there, especially with that curve, and it's put him a length in front just now. In
Just
fact,
fattening up for Wilco. They've dropped off that now.
they're back on oars, Wilco, and they're getting closed in on by a few other crews. They're in dead water. They're getting washed back up. Queensy,
I think they'll get across just ahead of these crews. I think they can just get there. Oh, they may have got a third there. So a good row from Allura Wilco, but just getting caught in dead water and where it's just fattened up and the swell's dropped out. Looks like Currumbin across in fourth.
That looks like Tally Myth's getting across there.
And McMaster's potentially difficult to see from the
lighting.
The light. Wanda, strong, solid race for that crew there.
So it's probably not the race that Currumbin Green wanted, but they've done quite well to make it back into fourth from dead last there. You've got Peter Mackey, well, Peter Mackey's son there on screen. Had to go and ask him how he felt after his son made it. Good fella too, and he switched out his DTs, thank God.
Oh, they were terrible, weren't they? Those bathers were shocking.
They must have been a generational hand-me-down lucky pair.
Okay, so next we will move. Where are we up to with our open men? Have we? Which heat are we up to?
Heat 2, so we're moving into Heat 3 now.
3.
Of the open men, and of course they've closed the...
So we're going into Heat 3. So we've got South Kilkeel Blitz. Oh, here's our results here. So Wonder Weapons, Pi, Kikariki coming through in second. Allura Wilco getting that third place. Queen's Cliff Rollers fourth. Currumbin and Barbarians in fifth.
Wow.
6 to Tally Team Myths and 7 to McMasters there. So some good racing. The conditions are making it challenging. You can't pick it. You really can't pick from the start of the race or even the turn how things are going to finish. So as we move into Heat 3 of the open men, we've got South Kilkeel Blitz in Alley 1, North Cronulla Purds A's in 2, Wanda Wild Hogs in 3, Mermaid Beach Merthays in 4, BHMP Bobsleds in 5, and Rosebud Macrae Angry Otters in 6.
So the Angry Otters here hanging around in Victoria at a few different clubs, and I think they were the national team a few years ago.
Yes, potentially.
Under a different banner.
St Kilda, was it
There
St
you
Kilda?
go, St
There you
Kilda.
go.
They've been Fairhaven. I think there was another one in there at some point.
So boys, pretty relaxed here at this stage. We've just gone flags up.
Some of these North Cronulla boys have been super competitive. A couple seasons ago, I believe, they came up and took out the ASRLQ series. Prize money and all.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. Took it out of the state and went back home.
So we'll just be waiting for an even start here. We want all those bows down. So we've got to wait for these waves definitely to come through. Bows down and for that surge of the wave just to move through. Oh, a bit relentless at the moment.
So we can see Rosehaven. What, have I just merged words? Yeah, Rosebud Macrae. Goodness gracious. Rosehaven. Sitting there with the cleavers oars.
Rosehaven. Where did that even come from?
Fairhaven.
Fairhaven, Rosehaven.
Rosebud. I don't know, the fellas that go fast. You'll see. Looks like guns up and away we go.
Oh, Rosebud.
Rosebud, no.
Just not getting the clean start, but it may not impact them too much here. Get some length on,
Bang.
and they're through. Oh, a
Have
little
a
back
boat
shoot
full.
from Mowbray. Barely heads Mowbray
Bobsleds.
Park backwards. Bugger.
It's not what we wanted to see.
They'll need to just recollect themselves and get going here. But from the rest of the field, it looks like Alley 1 and 2 have definitely had the cleaner starts here. So South Kilkeel Blitz and North Cronulla Purds A's probably, I'd say Purdy's crew in Alley 2's just had the better of the start from this angle. We'll see as they hit the gate cans what position they're in.
Yeah, I think the angle is going to be a bit deceptive here. We got top two right in the northernmost alleys. I almost thought Rosebud had it, but they're probably sitting about fourth or fifth now.
And we can see the oars at the bottom of the screen here that Rosebud Macrae are using. They're called a cleaver. It's a bit like a meat cleaver, the shape of the blade. Just a different style of blade. The spoons, which is a sort of longer, sort of more elongated blade, is what's typically used. There's a few clubs out there using them. I know the Freshie girls are using them. It's a preference thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
different styles and theories behind it.
Yeah, Stillwater rowing typically use the cleavers is what they race with, so that's where you'll see that in every boat.
Supposedly it's a bit more forgiving, which is nice. You can put some of the junior crews on it or some of the masters. it'll take a little bit more flexion, and so that probably takes the emphasis off that immediate sit-up and pressure on the back.
And just Perd's Aids heading in first there, followed really closely by South Kelkel.
That's the blitz.
Great turn from Perd's Aids there. They have shot out of the cans. Now we'll see swells building. I can't see a great deal. There's a few little bubbles, but it doesn't look like there's much coming through at this stage. So these crews are going to have to work through to the gate cans.
Is that South Curly that's made a bit of a move there?
South Curly's in alley 1, so
Yeah,
we've got Perd's in 2. So I'd say South Curly just ahead of alley 4, which is the Mermaid Beach Merdays. And then 3 Wonder Wild Hogs.
So we've come
Just
through the
stuck ahead.
cans. And the top 4 are still hanging in there. They're not giving up.
Oh, the Merdays having a little bit of a run here.
There's a surge underneath. Not that you can see it too much from this height.
Oh, look at Perd's Aids. They have just turned on the afterburners there.
And we're
milking
walking.
that runner.
Off we go. Rosebud making a bit of a move to bring themselves back into contention on this swell.
Oh,
I think that breeze is going to get them. Look at the Merdays.
coming up on North Cronulla, all of that work. They're going to join the rest of the field here on this wave.
But it's not over yet. See this
North
dead
Cronulla,
water?
It's fattening up for them. Will it give them a lift home?
The Merdays are still lifting that nose. They're pulling down that wave. There's a bit of a doubler in front of them that isn't in front of the other 3.
They're going to pull down this.
They have to break through now. And they do.
North Cronulla Perds coming across in 2nd. Up the top to South Kelkel. Wonder Wild Hogs in 4. Oh, tight racing, isn't it? There's really no break. They've got to race the whole way home.
That was awesome.
Even when you're on a wave, you don't know if it's going to die out. You've just got to keep rolling.
There's no security here. And you can see that. If I was the Merdays, I'd be super chuffed with that row. They've pulled themselves directly back into contention. And when your opportunity arrives, you have to take it with both hands.
Burley Heads, the bobsleds here, they just got checked off the start, and that'll be disappointing for that crew. Not the points they were hoping for.
No, not quite.
So that'll see the 3rd heat for our open men. We've got one more heat to go before we move into an elimination for the 23 males, and that'll be followed by a quarterfinal for the open men. Today, there won't be a boat relay. Originally, we were planning, if time allowed, to put on the boat relay, which is made up of an open crew, male crew, an open female crew, and an under-19 crew of any gender. That won't happen. The time pressures aren't allowing for that in the programming at this stage. So we'll revisit tomorrow and see whether the boat relay can be delivered. But stick with us. We're going into round 4, heat 4 of the open males.
This should be some pretty solid racing. We'll be having a look. We've got Palm Beach Probation, Alley 1, North Cronulla Juice, Alley 2, Northcott Hunters, Alley 3, Bulleye Gold, Alley 4, Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs, Alley 5, and the South Curly Sneaky Nuts, Alley 6. Sneaky Nuts have been
Around for a while.
dominant for a few years, 23s and opens now. That's Gus Spadiri there on screen. He's probably starting to lose his voice right about now. You'd be hearing a bit of what I determine to be an Aztec death whistle from the crews of Jason. And tell you what, it's effective because it really throws me off my rhythm when I hear, I'm not going to attempt it into the mic. Yeah. Something similar to that. I actually don't know what he's saying. I really do wonder.
Well, Megsy, his voice was already gone after like 2 races, I think, this morning. He was already struggling with his voice. So here we go. So flags are up. We're in the starters' hands in this 4th and final heat of the open men round 4.
So that'll be Bulleye Gold, our multi-champions from previous years.
In alley 4, we've just got...
They've got a clear run. They're sitting right in the middle of that rip, and they always have a really hard start.
Hard turn.
Hard finish.
Hard finish.
So if you just race fast, fast, and fast, I'm pretty sure you win, in theory.
Off we go. See who can get out clean and fast.
And I asked them a few years ago, I was very surprised to see them having a few beers before the Trans-Tasman down at the ASRL lawn, and said, what's the secret? They said, well, when you spend 10 years together, you kind of know your rhythm, and look at that rhythm go.
Wow.
Straight through the break. Here's a bit of a lift of the nose.
Got some white water coming here. Each crew's going to cop some, I think.
Sneaky Nut's got the rhythm perfect. Bulleye Gold getting a very neat finish over that as well. Bang.
More for
Boat full
those
of water.
crews.
And who makes the most of it but
Avoca
Ali 5.
Beach.
The Got Crabs.
Avoca Beach cheese dogs.
That's right. I'm so sorry. The Cheese Dogs have been up there as well. I don't know what I've done to the Avoca Beach cruise, but every time they're doing well, I curse them and they don't fare well. So that's probably our top 3 there. Ali 1 trying to push back into contention. Palm Beach Probation.
So an interesting race on our hands here to see how Bulleye and the Sneaky Nuts, very good quality crews, see if they can pull themselves back into this race by the can turns. And I think as we hit those gate cans, it could be the Sneaky Nuts just hitting first. There you go, Sneaky Nuts down the bottom of the screen, Avoca Beach in third, Bulleye in second, Bulleye in third, and then the rest of the field very close for the minor placings.
I wouldn't put it past some of these crews to be foxing just a touch. However, it's not secure enough. So,
I think Bulleye now are going to be going into that can turn first.
yeah, a bit of a wampo, a bit of a wide turn there.
Watch the lefty spin
2,
and take
3,
it on.
off we go.
Off we go.
That was a whip turn just north of Bulleye, though. Holy, you've almost come out in a straight line there. No one's willing to give up the ghost.
Great catches. You can just see the blades just dropping in, the backsplash coming off of them. All these crews, I mean, in this calibre of racing in the open men, they're all going to technically be pretty good. It just comes down to those little 1%ers, those things that those crews are doing well that other crews aren't.
Now, I like to talk about the layback and the throw in the bow, and while they somewhat do that, I think more so Bulleye Gold just absolutely ergo the hell out of it. They just don't seem to care about physics or anything else. They stand on other crews and they start walking.
Here we go.
And away they go. Rev it up, boys.
They're very long. They've got a lot of length. Like if you look at the catch angle when the blade's going in the water and then the angle of the blade at the finish, they've got an incredibly long stroke. They're
There's
just strong though.
Little bit here for them, and Northcott actually taking a bit of a run as well. The Hunters just to their north, but Bulleye's walked with it. Off you go.
One stroke rest. Refill the tank and off they go again.
That's all they needed.
Wow, coming through on a little wave here down the bottom of Oka. Got a nice little wave here to bring them up into potential second, and up the top. Palmy doing well, but just again the swells dropped out for them there, and these bottom of the screen, South Curly and Avoca, are going to come across in second and third place.
Yeah, not what they needed in the Northern Alleys. The North Cronulla Juice and the Palmy.
Palmy crossing fourth.
That's actually the Northcott Hunters going across alongside Palmy. And I
place.
think North Cronulla got squeezed. It's very unfortunate for them. The Juice rounding us out.
Coming across the line is our last boat, the Juice. So that sees our open men rounded out for round 4. And we will move into the under 23 elimination. So how many 23 crews did we go down to? 23?
4.
We've got 25 crews left in the division. So they've already had one elimination. So this is their second elimination for the 23s.
By the numbers, this is probably one of our more heavily laden divisions, is it not?
I think, or it would be after
Resis.
reserve grade. So you got Resi men at 67. The Resi women were sitting at 40 something, 43. And then into your 23 men.
23 women wouldn't be too far behind. They've got plenty of crews, and I love to see the socials going as well.
Here we go. We've got 23 male, next second biggest. So we've got 45 crews in 23 male, 67 in Resi male, 38 in the Resi women, 36 in 23 females, which is really good to see. 28 in the 19 males, 27 in the 19 females. So good numbers. In the 8 open divisions, we're sitting 3 crews less than the ASRL Open at Wanda. So very similar sort of size, which means everyone's coming and everyone's racing at the big events, which is good to see.
Sweet. So those are our results. We've got Bulleye Gold in first, Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs second, South Curly Sneaky Nuts in third. Very unfortunate for them. They were neck and neck. And then Palm Beach Probation and the Northcott Hunters rounding that out. And with the change of this division into the 23s, I'm going to swap out. I'll give you a bit more of the Mr. Tate. He's seriously a great statistician. Oh, stumbling on that one. Statistician, there you go. He's got the facts, he's got the numbers, he's got a little notepad that helps even me. You're in safe hands, and I get to go catch up with the open women here.
Okay, so with 23 males in Alley 1, we've got Avoca Beach Got Crabs in 2, Palm Beach Petrol in 3, North Cottesloe Saints, Palm Beach Fins in 4, Bilgola Fireball in 5, and Bateman's Bay Strokers in 6. Some very good quality crews in this elimination.
Yeah.
Getting to the pointy end.
The cream of the crop.
So we're going to see 4 heats in this elimination. So we have 3 6-boaters, 1 7-boater. And I think we'll see some hot racing.
Yeah, we are. The term has been used for the open men as being the V8s of surf boats. That's what I grew up with. And this is the V6s. We're watching down in the Southern Alley earlier. The fastest race that we had there was 3 minutes and 37 seconds from start to finish for the winning crew. So these boys are moving these boats quite quickly, as we just see now. The South Curl crew, the dribblers, starting to move into line there. 6 boats will enter into this heat from 25 down to 16, would it be? 4 to go through in each heat.
Yes, potentially.
All these
Trying
crews.
to get these numbers down so that we won't see them coming back tomorrow. We can then move them into the Sunday program. So that's the goal with the extra racing today, is just to get those numbers down and open up the program for tomorrow.
Especially we even get to see 19 women and men and the under 23 girls who had one of the largest growths at the ASRL Open. In the ladder division there, the under 23 women. Fantastic to see more boats representing that crew, and none more so than your girls down at Glenelg, Tash.
Yep, 23 girls down at Glenelg, and I've got 19 girls that I sweep, so there's some good things happening with youth in SA. So here we go.
Gun is up. And away they go from the top of your screen. Avoca Beach Got Crabs. Palm Beach Petrol will be in Alley 2. North Cottesloe Saints in Alley 3. Palm Beach Fins in 4. Bilgola Fireball in 5. Bateman's Bay Strokers will round us out in 6. And it is the northern end of the arena here. And it looks like that the Palm Beach Fins have got the best run out here, Tash.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Palm Beach, and then over next to them it is North Cottesloe Saints, a really good quality crew over from WA. I'd say they've just got their nose in front there, looking at how they hit that wave.
It is a battle between David Hunt and Peter Spence, and there's a little bit of whitewater coming. Spencer goes over, no problem whatsoever. Bilgola just getting a little bit shot back. Neil Innes and Bateman's wave go contend with this wave here, and they will
stop dead, both them and Bilgola. That's unfortunate for those crews.
I'll have to contend with one more wave going out here, but they are far out of the pack, and it is a safety for the northern end of this arena. Peter Spence and the Palm Beach Fins on screen at the moment, with Benjamin Thomas, Amaric and Jack making their way out to sea.
They're not out of it yet. You know, we can't see those two crews, but the way we've seen the other racing is that those swells that are coming through and the sets that are coming through really can change things. So stick at it. And as we go into the gate cans,
it is the Fins sitting in front at the moment against the crew from WA in North Cottesloe.
say Avoca Beach up the top of screen in 3rd, and then into Palm Beach Petrol. an appropriate name at the moment with the petrol prices.
Oh, well, they're looking like they're going to be providing the goods here, maybe putting a little bit more extra money on them. Do not count them out. The Palm Beach Petrol with Rory Egan at the back of their boat. North Cottesloe turns around in 1, followed very closely by Palm Beach in 2, but it is a dead heat for 1 and 2 and for 3 and 4 as well, Tash.
Yeah, great turn there from North Cottesloe and Palm Beach, both coming out together really cleanly. I think up the top of screen, Avoca Beach Got Crabs have made some good distance there, and we've got our Alley 2 Palm Beach Petrol just a little slower around the can, so they've just lost a little bit of distance.
David Hunt on screen at the moment with Tex, Harper, Blake and Liam from North Cottesloe. They make it through the gate cans now, and you can see up the top of your screen on the left, it is Avoca Beach making a bit of a play as the Got Crabs. They'll fall off the back of it here, but here come North Cottesloe getting a nice little run through, but it is looking pretty flat at the moment, Tash.
Yeah, they can see there's not much coming through for these crews, so it will be a race all the way to the beach. Unfortunately, these legs aren't going to get a rest.
Yeah, a bit of life, just a touch, but nothing to throw over the pack and cement a lead here for the North Cottesloe crew as our provisional race leaders. A little bit of life built under Rory Egan and the Palm Beach Petrol crew in Alley 2 alongside Peter Spence and his crew of the Finns from Palm Beach in Alley 4. But North Cottesloe now putting on the afterburners. You can see that nose is desperately trying to get down here. They'll just pull over the top and cement their position, hopefully into the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, that's going to fatten up, so they're going to have to row again, take it on just to stay on it. That should see them home. And then coming through on another little bubble, we've got Palm Beach just trying to get it.
Just trying to get through. Spency just can't quite get his nose down. And he'll fatten up again. Northcott will be going through to the rest of this weekend, and you'd be safe to say that these 4 crews will be likely doing the same as well.
It's really tricky through that gutter there. You can just see the water depth is just getting deeper again, and then those swells are dropping out, which is making it really challenging for the crews, particularly difficult for the sweeps to pick as well.
As we see as well, very challenging. None smaller than Neil Innes. Unfortunately, his Bateman Bay strokers will be rounding out this weekend. But again, a fantastic effort from Bateman's Bay. A lot of surf boat pedigree, but being a regional club has its challenges.
Yeah, I think these boys won gold at the Open.
They did win gold at the Open.
They did win gold, I think. So, yeah, they'll be disappointed to be out of the big dance. But they've had a great season. They've done good things at Bateman's Bay.
Yes. Always fantastic to see, and a very potentially very heavy South Australian contingent as we look to Heat 2. Currently on screen at the moment, we have the North Cronulla Weapons, who will be at the bottom of your screen as the drone goes out to sea. But starting us out, it's the Kyneton Rocks Monsters in Alley 1, South Maroubra Swingers in 2, Monavale Black in 3, Currumbin Dracars in 4, Glenelg Team A in 5, and on screen at the moment, it's Mr. Vaughan Meldrum and the North Cronulla Weapons.
Yeah, 2 in 1. Gosh.
No, we're not taught political. Gun goes and gun is away. North Cronulla Weapons on screen at the moment. They'll be at the bottom of your screen. Elimination. Here they go.
Not much coming for these crews at this stage. They're going to probably encounter something as they get a little further out to that bank.
Yeah, starting to build up a little bit there. Does the wave about 15 to 20 strokes away, maybe even 30 as we see the white cap of the wave breaks. A little bit of contention, especially in the northern end of the beach here for Kyneton Rocks and South Maroubra, but they'll go over the top, and there's another one building at the back here, Tash.
Oh, it's going to give all crews except for the middle. Currumbin, I think, are going to sneak through. Everyone else has had a little check, not too much. Kyneton probably getting checked the most here in that northern end, which we haven't actually seen happen in the previous races. It's been more down in that southern end where the crews have been getting checked, so it's not predictable.
No, it is not. And South Maroubra getting the best out of the runs here, going out to sea. They're sitting in first at the moment, but do not count out the current under-23 men's champions in the Currumbin Dracars, who are sitting dead centre in the middle of screen at the moment. They'll be looking to try and catch up, followed closely by Kyneton Rocks Monsters and Monavale Black. The Weapons have got a bit of work to do from North Cronulla, and right hot on their tails is Glenelg Team A. Hard to pick as these crews going out to sea, but it has flattened off significantly since earlier this morning. I think it's been a bit of the tail throughout the past few days of racing, where we're starting out really quite large.
Yep.
And then as the day goes out and the wind starts to swing around, it flattens out to potentially a little bit more even course wave-wise, but we are seeing pockets pick up here and there. The rip in the middle of the course for the Currumbin Dracars has always been here in
Right,
the north
here we
area.
go into the cans. I think it's going to be Ali 2 South Maroubra going in first.
Great effort from them.
Hot on their heels is the Dracars.
Dracars on screen at the moment. South Maroubra. And as well, Glenelg Team A going around probably
Very
in
close.
fourth there. Kyneton Rocks, I've got the work to do out the back alongside the North Cronulla Weapons. But at the moment, South Maroubra are leading the charge at the moment.
Great job there, South Maroubra. Sweep is Julian LaRosa.
Julian LaRosa is their sweep. As we get it up here, nice little bubble building out the bottom here. Now we're going to see Kyneton Rocks trying to make a play. It won't fatten up enough for South Maroubra to try and extend their lead. And unfortunately, they might have just lost it here because the pack's starting to come up a little bit more as well. You can see in Alley 3, the Mona Vale Black is about to have a bit of life underneath their boat here at the moment, alongside Kyneton Rocks. North Cronulla have rowed themselves back into the equation as well as the Currumbin Dracars, who might just be sitting in first at the moment here, and it's going to be a long row back into shore here, Tash.
Yeah, it is. South Maroubra just hanging on to that lead at this stage, but we can see anything can happen. I'm not sure whether they're going to hang on to it. They've hit dead water. Kyneton are on a run up the top of the screen here. They're making a good play at that. Is it going to turn into something?
It might just force
Oh,
themselves
well
to turn
done,
into
boys.
something for the Kyneton Rocks monsters.
Currumbin Dracars have pulled on. We've got Mona Vale pulled onto something. Dracars have dropped off it.
Mona Vale just sitting a little bit behind the back, but Kyneton have rowed themselves back into the equation here, and what a run this has been for Darren Hocking's crew to come in through here. They are not giving up on their places here, sitting in the pack now alongside South Maroubra and Currumbin Dracars. Mona Vale trying to push into something a little bit as well. Caught in a bit in dead water is South Maroubra and Currumbin.
Glenelg.
And Glenelg as well. North Cronulla probably doesn't have enough of the chute to get through, but it's pretty confident. I feel pretty confident in saying the Kyneton Rocks has managed to get that. I've seen a very animated David Hocking saying that is the one there, boys.
Well done, Hocko and the boys. So we've got Sammy Jackson, Connor, Max and Cooper in the crew there from Kyneton. Sammy picking up a bronze medal sweeping on Wednesday in the Masters 200s.
It's one of the great stories.
And back at it now rowing.
Fantastic effort, the Dracars, with that last little push. So I'll have to check out live heats for the next steps, and I just see a very familiar figure of Mr. Phil Stefano making his way up to the line
Ah, Bondi.
for the Bondi Buffheads. We now look to the next line. Coleroy Longnecks will kick us off in Alley 1. Burley heads Mowbray Park. Bailey's in
Barleys.
Alley 2. Oh, no, I've been told it's the Baileys, and they were barely on time. Has been the go in
They
terms
need to
of.
check their grammar then, because that is not how you spell
That is not
Burley.
how you sell it, but I've been
No, that is
abused
barley.
by Matt. I've been abused by Matt Smith many times over the past few
Have to have a
months.
chat to Matt about his grammar.
The Burley will grant us out in Alley 3. Titahi Bay Twin Turbo in Alley 4. The Mona Vale Dirty Oars in 5. And the Bondi Buffheads with Phil Stefano in Alley 6.
How have the boys gone, the Buffheads?
They have done really. I think they've been sort of middling of the pack throughout
Yep.
today. You know, making seconds and thirds where it counts. But that's what it comes down to in these events. You don't. If you can just sort of sneak your way through in each
Yep.
of the races, and you can make it to the big dance, anything can happen.
Do you think they are bottom end of the division in age? They look leaner, like when you look at some of our 23s that are aging out. Do you think they're bottom end, or are these a relatively new?
I would probably go looking at that age group, and I'll have to be double checked by Phil Stefano throughout this weekend. They're looking like 19 and 20 years old, so
Yeah,
it's been
like sort of, I think bottom end for the 23s. Yeah.
so we hopefully seeing them throughout the
years.
Bondi career for a few years. As we get a sweeping shot of the Tugun, of the north area here at Tugun. 6 boats will enter, 4 boats will come out. The gunner's gone up.
Nice even start there.
Interesting to see the south, the Alley 6 with a bit of a double up wave coming up.
Might be set for a start after this wave, I reckon.
Nice. Oh, an
Oh,
interesting
on the-
start.
That was interesting.
No call back, and the second gun doesn't go away, so we are out and away here from the top of your screen, Collaroy Long Necks in Alley 1, the Burleigh Head Mowbray Park Bailey's in Alley 2, South Curl Burleigh in Alley 3, Tatahi Bay Twin Turbo in 4, Mona Vale Dirty Oars in 5, and the Bondi Buff Heads in 6. And right up with the crew from South Curl, the Australian Championships, is their compatriots in the Trans-Tasman Test, the Tatahi Bay Twin Turbo. A little bit of a check start there, unfortunately for Bondi, but now they've got to contend with a little bit more wave. Does Burleigh Heads and Tatahi. Oh, Tatahi are out and away as the New Zealanders.
I tell you what, Bondi are doing an incredible job. They got checked. They got their boat speed back up really, really quickly. So hats off to Phil. The boys look really good. Super long. They look great.
Yeah, it's been really good, especially with that start that they had. They've managed to find their rhythm back in time. But have a look at the Tatahi Bay boys with Liam, Christian, Alex and Connor representing New Zealand in February at the ASRL Open. Tim Marsden is their sweep and leading the pack at the moment, followed very, very closely by the Collaroy Long Necks with Robert Maloney at the back of their boat.
Tatahi will come back.
Tatahi will come back.
I reckon they'll come back. So there we go. Bondi sneaking across in second place at this stage. Great job.
Fantastic effort from Bondi. Tatahi Bay, this particular crew has represented New Zealand 4 times, as I was chatting to Alex at the ASRL Open, so they will absolutely be looking to come back in the rowing and Opens next year as they round out their 23's journey. But they've got a few more races to do and hopefully a few more later in this weekend. They will hit the cans first, very closely followed by Collaroy Long Necks. It's a bit of a wide turn from Tim Marsden. And Collaroy will pick up a few extra lengths, and it is Mr. Stefano and Bondi coming back around, Tash.
It's a great turn from the boys there. 2 strokes, straight back on it. Great stuff there.
Only 3 as well. South Curl Burleigh, who had a bit of a check and probably a boat length behind, are now trying to find anything to pick up with the 2 Campbell brothers and David and Angus, Alan and Jack and Mark Spaturi at the back of their boat. This is going to be a potentially tight race. Collaroy are leading in the front at the moment, have hit the gate cans first, followed by Tatahi Bay from New Zealand. There's a bit of life building under the boats here, but not enough to sort of really fatten out and get a nice run back in, Tash.
Just watching the Burleigh there, I'm just seeing there's a little bubble. I think they'll go for this. If you just watch them lift the rating there, they're going to lift and try and get this bubble to try and hang on, make sure that they're going to get through. I think Bondi are hanging on to that all-important 4th place at this stage.
It's a battle for 4th place between
it's a close race.
Bondi and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. But 1, 2 and 3 are set. Collaroy are just trying to find anything. Looks like just a touch of dead water for the all red caps and from Collaroy, and a little bit more play. Stefano's having a look behind him. There's not much coming. Burleigh have rowed themselves back into it, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park has run themselves back into it as well. They'll fall off the back, and here come the Burleigh with the best of the shoots, followed alongside Tatahi Bay.
Haven't they gone head-to-head a few times?
Oh, it's been fantastic to see. A bit of camaraderie, but it might just be the New Zealanders with the last little push of the day, trying to get through. A nice little wave for Mona Vale and Bondi to try and finish off their seasons.
And I think is it Burleigh Heads that's just slipped out the back with Collaroy coming up with
alongside
Burleigh.
South Curly Burleigh.
Oh, quick finish there from Burleigh.
Far too close to call from the commentary box.
Look, that was a great effort by Bondi. I mean, they haven't probably got the result they wanted, but I think that was a really good race.
Yeah, I think that I will speak
That's plenty to build on.
I will speak for Phil there. I think that when you're a first-year crew, to make it up to the Aussies is always a fantastic achievement.
Yep.
To make it through to the cuts, where so many people haven't been able to do that in the past, and to do that in your first season as a crew, that is something 100% that you can build on. And it has been a fantastic effort.
Yep, 2nd round elimination. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. And you can see as well on screen at the moment, Matt giving his boys a hug. He knows his season is done, but again, another club building up again for some first-year rowers at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. It's been a fantastic effort for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I've said it before, but, you know, Matt's a product of the Sweep Academy a couple of 3 years ago now. And he's just so passionate and spends so much time out with the crews, and he's just throws himself out in any surf and conditions to get that experience and up. And, you know, we've just seen amazing performances from what is a relatively young boat section. And we're seeing the same with, you know, Sammy Jackson from Kyneton with sweeping. So these young you know, young sweeps are getting out on the water and having that good mentoring, that good support, and that's flowing through. And I think that's really helping drive the increase in crews that we're seeing.
I would 100% agree with that, as we are now looking to the fourth round, or sorry, the fourth heat of our elimination. There will be 7 boats in this. From the top of your screen, it will be the South Maroubra Salmons, followed by the North Cronulla's Bluey Colts. Palm Beach Pentecost will be in alley 3. The Dribblers of South Kelko next to them in 4. North Cronulla's Funky Colts will be in 5. Rounding us out, the Queenscliff Beef Wellingtons in 6. And the Surfers Paradise Sharks in 7.
And I think in alley 1, South Maroubra Salmons, we've got Nick Malik sweeping the boys there, and he's another product of the sweep camp. So him, Matt and I started out in a boat together at Palmy, wobbling around together. So it's great to see that they've stuck at it and they're really, you know, progressing and making, you know, making the cuts.
Absolutely. Funky's Colts on screen at the moment. Next to them, the South Kelkel Dribblers.
Got Termite sweeping these boys.
Just building the anticipation, waiting for the gun to go. Gun hasn't been quite raised yet. The boys are looking quite relaxed. Once you see them tense up and get really down low, they'll be ready to go.
See this wave come through and then a start possibly. It was a quick start last race. I didn't pick it.
No. We probably weren't expecting it with alley 7.
Yeah.
And Phil sort of maybe just to jump straight in, take one stroke, and then they're going. Beef Wellingtons of Queenscliff on screen in the inset.
See, we just got a little double up, just going to roll through on that bank there.
Just moving their boat a little bit to the north, just trying to find the right position to jump in the boat. I believe Matthew Sheridan at the back of the boat of the Queenscliff boys. Sorry, Damien Daly, I apologise, the DD.
DD.
As he's so affectionately referred to by our co-commentator and currently down on the beach, Mr. Don Cottrell.
Still not with the guns up yet, so just a bit of consistent swell rolling through, which is going to hold up the start. So hard work for the boys on the line here, trying to hold the boat still. You got to try and keep your feet out of the sinking sand.
It does make it more difficult when you've got that extra boat here in this 7-boater. That additional another lane, waiting for the clearing wave to come through.
Wow.
Still nothing.
More rolling through.
Definitely see on the there's Guy McKinders with the president of the first female president of the Surfers Paradise. And Tatahi Bay from New Zealand has come through. South Kelko Burley will continue on their under-23s journey here. Burley Heads Mowbray Park make it through in 3rd. In the all 4th place is the Collaroy Longnecks as the gun goes there by Shane Maslin out to sea there. In alley 1, we will have the South Maroubra Salmons. Oh, heavy hits across the board, especially for the Surfers Paradise crew. In Guy McKinder at the bottom of your screen there. Coming out in the first, probably a good little shootout, has been these North Cronulla's Bluey Coats in alley 2, followed by the Palm Beach Pentecost in 3. Throw a blanket over the middle of the pack between the Dribblers of South Kelko, Funky's Colts of North Cronulla, and the Beef Wellingtons of Queenscliff. But work to do out here, Tash.
Yeah, there is some work to do. Down the bottom, Surfers just getting really hit, probably the worst out of that field off the start. So they've got a little bit of work to do to, you know, make it up and bring themselves in touch with the rest of the field. And you can see up the northern end of the field, South Maroubra is still getting hit as well. So they've lost that boat speed and have fallen back, I think, behind the rest of the field now.
And the Dribblers as well, pushing out in alley 4, just getting a nose hair in front of the crew in alley 6, Queenscliff. They are both sitting in front of 3 and 4, which is looking like it'll be the Palm Beach, the North Cronulla's Funky Colts and the North Cronulla's Bluey Colts. It is at the moment leading out the pack. It is the South Kelko Dribblers. But Damien Daly will be having something in his back pocket for his Queenscliff boys to maybe catch up to them heading out in the second quarter of the race.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm just watching their stroke rate and rhythm. So that you can watch the Queenscliff, which is the second boat from bottom of screen. It's quite a quick recovery. So they're quite quick, hands away, rock the body forward and down the slide to the catch. So it's almost the same speed up and down the slide. Whereas if you watch some of the other crews, they're a little bit slower through that recovery. They've got a little more contrast. So quite interesting, but it's working for them.
Yeah, you definitely see there on the inset Rob Lowry with his unique sweep position going
Yes.
around the can, landing all the way back to get that extra lift up. But it looks like it is Damien Daly's boys from Queenscliff who are catching up to them a little bit here. And how about this row from Guy McKinder's Surface Paradise Sharks? They're probably falling on a little bit of the back here, but they're doing really well to try and catch up with this pack here.
And I think North Cronulla Blueies Colts probably just hitting those gate cans first. So they've done extremely well out of the turn. Coming across then to the South Kilkeel Dribblers, Termites crew who are just on a run here. That's going to see them pull ahead of the rest of the field here. They've done a good job on that one. We'll see if there's more to come for the rest of the field.
A little bit more life under the boat of Termite. And Rob Lowry's crew is out and away here. And Guy McKinder's trying to catch on something with the Surface Paradise Sharks. They'll fall off the bit of the back of it here. And here come Damien Daly's boys from Queenscliff coming right up with the Dribblers. They might not just fall off the back of it here. Dribblers will pick it up and try and get that little bit of extra length to try and get through the braking zone here. One last roll of the dice for these crews. Making a bit of a play now in Alley 2 is the Palm Beach crew as well. Oh, this is going to be very, very tight. We'll have a 4-boat party wave, a 5-boat party wave. If South Maroubra have just fallen off the back of it, or for all rowing here coming through.
So here we go. We have got Queenscliff, Funky's Colts, South Kilkeel Dribblers, and Palm Beach, I reckon, just dropping off the back there. But it's the Dribblers that have got the best of it. Queenscliff are going to have another bite at the cherry here.
Yeah, this is your top 4 races going through here. Oh, we're very tight racing. They know they finished this off.
Wow.
Pentecost cross over the line.
So we're in for some good finals, I'll say.
I would 100% say we're going to be in for some good finals.
That's great stuff there, great racing. So that is our 4th and final heat for the under-23 male eliminations. I would expect to see those crews that have qualified now to move through into Sunday's program. So that'll be moving into quarterfinals number 2, or it'll be semi-1, semi-2 and a final. So they should be getting 3 races on Sunday. So they're making the all-important Sunday. It's where everyone wants to be at the Aussies, is make Sundays racing, make the finals. So well done to those boys. They've had 5 races today.
Yes.
So that's not a bad day's effort.
Not a bad day's effort at all.
And we're going to just continue on with the open male quarterfinal if the timing allows, which I reckon it might. And I can see some boats getting ready on the beach. So I think we may have some more racing yet today.
It is going to be a very tight finish. We need to be finished just on 4 o'clock.
4:30.
4:30.
We've got till 4:30, maybe a little longer if we need. So we'll just see. I can see Barbarians, I think, bow on the line. Mermaid, yeah, I can see them. So I think we are going to see a little bit more racing. So in the quarterfinals, we've got 3 heats, all 6 boaters, which will get them down to ready for their semi. So I would anticipate 4 through from each, taking them to 12.
That would be correct. And then we would be, how it usually works is that there will be 2 boat races of
12.86.
2 of 6.
So they'll go 12.86.
12.86.
Yep. So 3 more races for them as well on Sunday. So getting to the pointy end for these crews. Okay, so
Queenscliff Go Like the Clappers will be the first crew out of the gun in Alley 1 of Heat 1 of the quarterfinal for the men. Paikakariki B Trains in Alley 2, North Cronulla's Brooks A's in 3, the Currumbin Barbarians in 4, the current Australian representatives in the open men, the Mermaid Beach Merdays in Alley 5, and rounding us out, it's the Wanda Wild Hogs in Alley 6.
who's your pick?
Out of this race or from the open?
This one.
Listen, just because I know him quite well, it's hard to go past the Currumbin Barbarians and Jack Ryan in second stroke. Lyle Clark has done a lot of fantastic effort with his pretty much all of his
crews,
all of his Currumbin crews. I've got a bit of a soft spot in my heart for the New Zealand crews as well, who've come over the ditch, and they don't come over here for nothing. And we will be coming up with the full results from the last 23's race. With North Cronulla's Funky Colts getting through, Queenscliff Beef Wellingtons as well, the South Curl Dribblers, and Palm Beach Pentecost. 5, unfortunately, Guy McKinder's crew from Surfers Paradise getting hit at the start will not have finished off of their competition for this year, and Bluey's Colts and South Maroubra Salmons. Slightly, the boys will be... It's hard to say that they won't be dejected by these results, but
you're
still...
always disappointed when you get knocked out.
Exactly.
But then usually if you reflect back afterwards, you're like, you know what, we actually did okay. So... yeah, it's that immediate sort of feeling of disappointment because you desperately want to just keep racing. You want another race. But yeah, it's also when you reflect back on how far you've come. I think if you get out of the rounds, you're doing really well, and each race beyond that is a really good achievement. For those of you that are following along at home, tomorrow we will be bringing you a moment of reflection at 7 a.m. So the live stream's starting a little bit earlier than normal before racing commences. The moment of reflection is just when we recognise and acknowledge those members that have passed away in the last year. And it's a pretty amazing sight to see. We get all of the oars up in the air. So blades up is traditionally what we do when we're ever, scattering ashes or we're doing remembrances. And we hopefully have lined up a bagpiper for the ceremony. And then they will read out the names of every member that has passed away in the last year, followed by a shotgun blast after each name. So I believe there's around 25 odd members that we've lost in the last year. So that service will be commencing at 7 a.m. down on the beach. So I think if you are around, you're a competitor. I know it's only the 19s and the 23 girls racing tomorrow. I think if you're here and you're in opens, you're in your reserves, you're knocked out, you're not racing tomorrow, can I encourage you to come down and get behind this really important ceremony for the surfboat community. We've lost some big personalities in the last year, none other than John Baker, the Surf Life Saving Australia president, who was a sweep and rower at Brighton Surf Club. So yeah, if you guys can get down, get your oars up, please, and just really support this very special service that Mike Tamblyn and Rod Costa have pulled together.
It is one of the essentially more unique things as part of our surf boats. I know in Victoria, I feel like you would do it in South Australia. We do the oars up as well at states.
Yep.
As well as the other states as well.
It's pretty special. I think down the end, I usually call them the egg and spooners, down in the board and ski end at North Kira, they also have started doing a moment of reflection. So having watched what the surfboat community has done over the years, they've now brought in a moment of reflection. And I think from the top of my head, they use their boards and they stand their boards up, and they do a very, very similar service down there to recognise. So theirs will be on at around 12:30. So different time of day. We're bringing ours forward to 7 a.m. so that we can crack into the racing. So there'll be the service at 7 a.m. followed by warm-ups for the crews at 7:15, and racing will commence at 7:45. We'll have a chat with the guys offline, but we might bring you guys a little bit of the behind-the-scenes action in that little pause between the moment of reflection and start of racing, so you can see what happens behind the scenes and actually how this whole event is pulled together, because it's no mean feat.
It absolutely is no mean feat, and we've had several shots of our officials there as we're talking about the moment of reflection, and our watercraft people. They have done a power of work at all of our events, and none so more than this and the ASRL Open. We cannot do it without them.
No.
I feel pretty confident to say, on behalf of the entire surfboat community, we thank them for all of the efforts they put together in doing this event and all the events across the year. The Wanda Wild Hogs are on screen at the moment. Hard to put it past them, but this will be some very, very tight racing in this quarterfinal.
You see the boys putting water on their seat. If you're watching at home and you don't know why, the seats are like a flat fiberglass seat. So you wedge your bathers up your bum, put some water on the seat, make sure it's wet, and that allows you then to slide on your skin up and down the seat. So if you have a dry seat, it makes for a very sticky, uncomfortable ride, and it's hard. So we like to use Savlon. Just a tiny little pea-sized bit of Savlon on each butt cheek makes for a really smooth ride.
There is nothing worse than realising that you haven't wetted up your seat.
Oh, or wedged bathers.
I think the wetting of the I think the wetting of the seat is probably.
Yeah.
There was one. I had a pretty dry seat in one of the races I did this year. It was sort of a very quick, sort of tactical, get the hand underneath the water, just to like lean back. Yeah.
My arms aren't long enough to do that.
Mine were barely. I was sort of getting a bit of extra weight on the other side.
So check starters just down having a little bit of a discussion there, making sure the crews are lined up. Oh, see those wading skills from Nippers coming out from our check starter there. Many wade relays done.
Well, if they're going to make fun of us for not being able to swim, at least we can show that we can wade.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. And we got Elton down the southern end. Scott Tannehill.
No, Scott Tannehill doesn't run.
He can't wait. No, he doesn't run. Does he? Not with the new knee.
No.
Okay, so semi-even start here. We've got a mermaid with their nose ahead. Down the end in Alley 1, they've also got their nose ahead.
The Queenscliff go like the clappers on screen on the inset at the moment. Paikakariki, who are rowing in the Macaloundra boat, leased to them for this weekend by Mr. Jace Bean. Gun has not gone up. Boys have not tensed up yet, and there it goes. A good start there. Wonder Wild Hogs on screen, who will be at the bottom of the drone shot as we go out to sea. A good effort from them going around. They've probably got the cleanest of the runs here. A little bit more water to deal with them. Going over the top, and the Currumbin Barbarians making use of the rip in the middle of the course alongside the Mermaid Beach Merdays. A little bit further up on the Gold Coast here. But 1, 2 and 3 for the three crews at the bottom of the screen here between Currumbin, Mermaid Beach and Wanda.
Yeah, and I think North Cronulla Brooks just sitting in Alley 3 are hot on the heels of Wanda there, so don't count them out just yet. They'd be the top 4 at this stage rounding out the field, and we've got Queenscliff and New Zealand Paikakariki bringing up the rear of the field at this stage.
Mr. McTavish, Sampson, Jack and Jed on screen at the moment with Lyle Clark as the rounds out the Barbarians. Green, the current Australian representative, hot on their tails. Is their other club from the South Coast here on the Gold Coast is the Mermaid Beach Merdays. Tight neck and neck racing here to try and get through to Sunday. Wonder hot in their tails, but Brooks A's from North Cronulla have also riding on the top. Queenscliff have got a little bit more work to do with Matthew Sheridan at the back of the boat hitting through the gate cans now.
Yeah, just looking at the Barbarians there, their technique, it's like watching one rower, like they are all moving together, their hand heights are the same, the bodies are opening and swinging together at the same time. It's pretty good rowing, like really nice rowing to watch.
Just many sessions down on the Currumbin Creek for the Barbarians. They'll go around in one, and hot on their tails is the Wanda crew and the Mermaid Beach crew. Lyle Clark on screen at the moment with his boys pushing through now, looking for trying to find something, any sort of extra lift to go through their gate cans here at the moment is Lyle Clark. But have a look as well in Alley 1, a little bit more of an extra push from the crew from Queenscliff, Matthew Sheridan, and it appears as well, North Cronulla's Brooke is coming right up on the pack. Paikakariki have just fallen off a little bit at the back, has done the New Zealanders. Here they come, Wanda Wild Hogs at the bottom of your screen. We'll have a first crack at this wave here. Here they come, the V8s of surf boats to round us out in the third last race of today. Mermaid Beach is pushing through. Wanda is trying to find something. It is currently Queenscliff Go Like the Clappers coming in first. Mermaid Beach Verdes are trying to find something, anything, to try and continue their lead. Here they come. Trevor Robson has been looking back on the Wanda Wild Hogs, trying to find something, anything, and they've lifted the boys up now. Here they come, the Wanda Wild Dogs for a little bit of extra push. Here they come as well. The Currumbin Barbarians have fallen off, and out in Alley 3, it looks like the North Cronulla Brooks A's pulled from something from nothing there to sit in first place. Wonder Wild Hogs coming out in first here at the moment. It is tight racing, and no one's going to figure out what's happening with the Currumbin Barbarians, who have fallen off the pack almost entirely here, as it's now Wanda's race to lose. They will go through to Sunday with this little bit of last extra push here.
Oh, this is interesting. Very interesting.
Fortunately, Lyle's boys getting caught in a bit of dead water. The Barbarians might just miss out here. It is too close to call. Definitely we'll be going to video review before the results come out. But one thing is for sure, it's unfortunate for the New Zealanders of Paikakariki. Their journey over to the Gold Coast and to Australia is done and dusted. But a fantastic row from those boys to come over and compete with the best of the best that Australia has to offer. A lot of effort. Wow. There was a very, very tough rowing there from the Wonder Wild Hogs on screen at the moment. Deep breaths in, very exhausted, but they ran through everything to finish off in first place and cement themselves into Sunday. William, Jack, Henry, Samuel and Trevor Robson as their sweep. But a fantastic effort from the Wonder Wild Hogs, who will probably be, from our view, the provisional race winners. Be absolutely sure to keep up with the results there on live heats.
I tell you what, I stepped out of the room for, I don't know,
yeah, what was
10
what
seconds.
What was going on there, Tash?
I had the boss, Jess from SLSA, was calling, so I had to step out to take a call. But I came back and I can't believe what I saw. It was completely different.
Unfortunately, that is the story of surf boats. Turn your head away for 1 second as it completely changes the course.
So 4 going through.
Certainly to keeping up there. Queenscliff A-Rollers in Alley 1 with DD as their sweep. The Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship in Alley 2. South Kelkel Blitz in Alley 3. The Wanda Weapons with Mr. Nathan Spinner in Alley 4. The Bulleye Gold going for a 4th and now 4th Aussie titles in a row, and Palm Beach Probation will round us out in Alley 6. Tough racing for sure here. Check starter is happy. Gun has not been raised up here. It would be hard to put out the Bulleye Gold. We have seen them have incredibly dominant displays across the years. Does the famous cap from Wollongong of maroon and gold. And it's very, very even start. Probably the Probation of Palm Beach just a little bit further ahead. Waiting for the gun to go up. The boys from Queenscliff sort of keeping intently their stroke, keeping an intent eye when that gun is raised.
This course is just, it's a bit baffling, the course. Like, you can't pick any alley that's going to win. It's, yeah, it's, wow.
It is, as the gun has gone away here. And a fantastic shot here. Bulleye will hit the first wave first. Nothing stopping the Bulleye Gold. And right next to them is the Wanda Weapons, who have had a fantastic run out as well. It's a bit of an arrowhead here course going on at the moment, with Wanda Weapons sitting in front next to them. South Kelkel Blitz and Bulleye Gold probably sitting in second and third, or a dead second heat here. Palm Beach with a little bit more of the work to do, alongside the Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship. Queenscliff A-Rollers pushing through at the top of your screen at the moment. It's going to be very, very tight racing. As we see time and time again, they go out fast, they start out fast, they go through the middle of the course fast, and they finish fast as the crew from Bulleye Gold, with Shane Jolovan at the back of their boat. The two Mercer brothers of Heath and Kyle, Fraser and Dean, extending their lead, sitting in second place and now sitting comfortably in first, Tash.
Yes, I'm just trying to push out to the punters at home as well. The program changes for tomorrow and all of the timings, but it is Bulleye in, sitting up the top. Queenscliff potentially just ahead, but Bulleye looking strong, pulling away a little bit here. They're going to hit the gate can here first.
It was starting out.
Wanda second, South Curly over to Queenscliff in 4. Palm Beach with some work to do to get into that top 4 that's going to qualify through.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough here. You want everything to go right in a race against Bulli, as they'll hit the cans first with power and aggression. Does this crew. Controlled aggression goes around 1 stroke, 2 stroke, 3 strokes, and they're away is the Bulli crew sitting in first. But it is the crew up in Queenscliff A with DD at the back, getting the nicest of the turns probably from the lot here to sit in second place over Wanda sitting in third. South Curl Blitz sitting in fourth. Off the back is the Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship and the Palm Beach Probation, but it is currently Bulli trying to extend their lead. They will hit the gate cans first. A very, very tight course in, as you'll see.
Queensy.
There we go. Queenscliff as well, making a bit of a play. Good call, Tash. Take it away.
Yeah, Queensy right up there on Bulli, and I'd say that actually even pulling ahead a little. We come across into Wanda in third, South Curly in fourth. They're making the top 4 of the field there that at this stage you need to be in to go through. Will it stay the same? I don't think it will.
No, it is very, very tight racing here. There's a little bit of life under the Bulli boat at the moment. Damien Daly with the Queenscliff boat up on the top of your screen. Probably going to have a little bit of life building underneath them now. A little bit more runs coming through from Bulli. Extra length and extra send does the Bulli Gold crew to cement their position into Sunday. And Shane Jalovan is yelling at the boys to keep on going. Very, very animated is the sweep from Bulli. They're sitting in front. Wanda have now pulled onto the wave ahead. They'll be sitting most likely looking like in second place is Nathan Spinner's boys to try and get over the top to cement second place here. 1 and 2 short up. 3 and 4 looking like it'll be short up as well between Queenscliff and South Curl. Bulli will finish off the race in first, stuck in a bit of dead water. It won't matter to them. They've called it a little bit more easier strokes to finish off the day. So is Nathan Spinner's boys. And that is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Unless Palm Beach can make a last little bit of a play, it might have just been too late for the Pentecost.
Yeah, great racing there from Bulli. What we kind of expect to see. Really good racing. I'm loving how tight and even this racing is. I think the course is one of the probably the fairest we've seen. There's no, you know, this alley is getting all the wins and you're always losing from this alley. So I think it's, you know, hats off to the Powercraft crew that have got a really nice, you know, even course for racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty good watching the penultimate race in the south area and doing some beach calling with Frank Veltman was very, very exciting. And the penultimate race of today was also very, very exciting as well, as we now look to the last race of today for the open men. Mermaid Beach Canards at the top of your screen. The Avalon Beach Pinkies in Alley 2. Allura Wilco in 3. North Cronulla's Perd A's in 4. South Curl Sneaky Nuts in 5. And the Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs in 6.
Alrighty, I'm going. Mermaid, Avon, Allura.
Oh,
3.
okay.
Maybe a sneaky nut in there. Maybe. North Cronulla on screen. Purdy. Got the Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs there in the green and gold with the blue stripe down the middle.
Maddie and Finn. Matthew Mitchell the sweep. Finn Mitchell the stroke. Continuing on a family tradition out of Avoca Beach.
You can see the height difference in the sweeps there. Matty Mitchell's got the tuck of the boat above his armpit now, but then you can see next door it's sitting at sort of rib height, so that height factor comes into it when you're a sweep.
No, Matthew Mitchell is just sitting in a hole that is running out the entire
He's
beach.
kneeling.
Yeah. Out and away for the last race of the day. From the top of your screen, the Mermaid Beach Canards in Alley 1, Avalon Beach Pinkies in 2, Allura Wilco in 3 with the work to do. North Cronulla's Perd A's in 4, getting a very, very nice run out of the start here is Perd A's. Sneaky Nuts in Alley 5, Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs in 6, and they have fired out of the gun, has the North Cronulla's Perd A's crew.
They have shot out of the gates. Pinky's going with them as well, trying to hang on to the back. Little bump here, not much to trouble these crews. They should push through this and push away from that wave. And I don't think there's much else coming that's really going to bother them. So we can see North Cronulla hanging on to that lead that they got out so quickly with. Avalon second, I'd say Allura probably just sitting in third at this stage. Hot on their heels is South Curly. Up top of screen, Mermaid as well.
The Pinkies, who were rowing reserves last year, I think that would be correct. Correct, of showing that they are right up and amongst it here.
Yeah, they're doing great.
In the open men. Sitting in second at the moment, but do not count out the Sneaky Nuts, who have been around for a while. A fantastic under-23s crew from a handful of years ago, showing that they belong in the open category as well. Avoca Beach Cheese Dogs, we're getting that sort of that bit of unluck that we have been seeing on that south end of the course. But currently going through the gate cans, North Cronulla's Purds A's are the leading crew.
Yeah, South Curly, I would say, just hit the gate cans just a tiny bit before Allura and Avalon Beach. Avalon Beach just dropping off the pace just a little bit now, but we'll see as they come into the turns who's going to turn well and get out quickly.
Purds goes around, holds the sweep paw for extra leverage.
Look at the top three.
It is.
It's like synchronised swimming.
Absolutely, which means it'll be very, very tight racing. The Sneaky Nuts have just fallen a little bit behind the back of the course here. Avoca Beach are currently out of it. They've got work to do, but an extension of the lead for Purds A is trying to find something, anything to come down. It is looking very, very flat on the course at the moment. So now it's all about leg and speed power to try and get through. And it is Mermaid Beach hitting the cans first. A fantastic row from them. Hopefully they won't get caught in some dead water. Avalon and Allura sitting in second and third alongside Brooks A's, or Purdy's A's rather.
Yeah.
Mermaid Beach in front at the moment, pushing through. Still just nothing coming for the last race of the day here, Tash.
No, there is nothing on the horizon that I can see. There might be a few little bubbles out there for them to chase, but at this stage, nothing that's going to make a huge amount of difference or trouble these crews. So Mermaid with the work to do. We know there's a bit of a dead water when these crews get into the into that closer to the shore. So it's who's going to have the legs and the power to really push through to that finish line.
And speaking of legs and the power, here come the Allura Wilco from Nothing Does Burko's boys crew of Grant Wilkinson. A fantastic surf athlete in his own right, does Wilco in Charlotte Breen, number 14. Finding something, anything. He's pulled himself into first position here. Avalon Beach Pinkies giving it all. They're all here to try and cement themselves into Sunday. They'll just be able to pull it off here. Caught in dead water. Purds A's running us out. South Curl Sneaky Nuts trying to get through as well. Allura Wilco with that last little push.
Cross first.
The crossover first. The Pinkies will go through in second. Mermaid Beach in third. Purds A's in fourth. And unfortunately for South Curl and Avoca Beach, that will be their season
campaign
done.
Well, good racing. Really good racing.
It has been a fantastic day of racing, from some fantastic showings from the open women, open men and under 23 men throughout today. And you can see the face there on one of the Wilco's crew members, hard yakka to get through.
These old boys, they get puffed after racing.
They're giving it their all. He's young at heart. He's giving it his all there, Tash.
No, they're good boys. A very well-credentialed crew. A bit like Bulli in that, you know, they've rowed together and rowed for so long. You know, they don't need to do the, I guess, the time in boat that some of the other crews need to do. These guys have their sort of training weekends. Allura have a lot of FIFO rowers, FIFO, that fly in and out from other states. So, yeah, but they're a solid crew. They got out in the big surf on the Wednesday in the Masters and picked up a medal and back here chasing another one.
Absolutely. And that will almost regrettably conclude all the races that we've had here today.
I tell you what, though, I think, you know, those at home, hang in and watch the racing tomorrow. We've got the 19s and 23 females coming to you. We've got the Moment of Reflection. We'll be kicking off at 7 a.m. with our live stream. And I think we'll see some good racing. Conditions are meant to stay similar probably to what we've got now. So there'll still be some swell about and bubbles, but nothing that's going to trouble those crews too much, which is nice for the 19s. They should get some good fair racing in. and 23 girls, and then we will be back Sunday with our finals package. Sunday we are set to see that swell increase, so we're going to see the size come up, the energy not too much, and the swell period is going to increase. So hopefully some nice clean. Haven't checked the wind, not sure what the wind is doing and what impact that's going to have, but you know, if what we've seen today is anything sort of to go by for our finals, I think these medals are all wide open and no one is guaranteed a medal here.
No, and certainly we'll be looking forward to it today. To round us out, just going through a few of our partners for this weekend. Tourism and Events Queensland, Experience Gold Coast, BRP, Finns, Kellogg with the Nutrigrain brand, the Breakfast of Champions, and the SLSA major sponsors of DHL, Isuzu Ute and Westpac, and as well to Surf Life Saving Australia for putting on a great show. Thank you very much, and we'll catch you tomorrow morning.